Morning, it is counting day. I'm Barkha, and it's the day we've all been waiting for. Who will win Maharashtra? Who will win Jharkhand? That is the big question. And what impact will it have on national politics? The stakes are high for both the India bloc and the NDA. Forgive my sore throat. I've been talking a lot for a major event we were organizing here in Mumbai in the last 24 hours, but I'm assuming that the excitement of elections and counting day will bring my voice back as the hours roll along. Now, remember, in Maharashtra, several exit polls, in fact, almost all, while predicting a close contest, have predicted an edge for the BJP led alliance. And in Jharkhand, polls seem to be divided on whether it's a close contest or whether it will be a sweep for the JMM Congress. That's what one pollster said. But exit polls historically have been wrong, and not too many people trust the findings of exit polls. So everybody actually waits for the actual day, and that day is here. Will there be a sympathy factor for Hemant Soren, or will the BJP manage to take Jharkhand? In Maharashtra, where the BJP led alliance suffered a major knock in the Lok Sabha elections, will that trend change in what is being described as a hyper localized election? What will happen? What will we see in terms of who will take the lead, and what impact will all of this have on national politics? Let me introduce our guest today as we take a look at what might unfold next. The leads are already beginning to come in. And Smita Gupta, senior journalist, is with us. Welcome, Smita, to the program. Kartike Batra is with us, and I'm going to ask him not just to do the major decoding of numbers, but also to do most of the talking, given the state of my voice. We're also joined by Sumant Raman, political analyst. Good morning and welcome. And Amrit Gill of the Congress is with us. And Kartike, I'm going to have you start giving us the first few leads that are already coming in.
Yeah. Like before that, why don't you tell the event's name that's you so successfully pulled off? It's We the Women, and congratulations on that. I think
Thank you.
that throat is very well deserved, I think.
Thank
So,
you.
I mean, there are 81 seats in Jharkhand and 288 in Maharashtra. And even as we speak, because it's 8:17 a.m., from Jharkhand, we're getting 10 leads, of which BJP plus leading on 6, JMM plus leading on 3, others on 1. And Maharashtra 288, we have leads 42 for NDA, which is the Mahayuti, 28 for the MVA, which is the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and 1 for others. Now, again, I will keep repeating this, parroting this until at least I would say 8:45, 9 a.m. that these are very early trends, primarily from postal ballots. So no conclusions should be drawn in any direction. And I think all of us have had our hands dirty with the Haryana elections. So I guess we'll all wait until some sort of solidity in the trends comes about. But at this point, it's still very, very early days. But as you rightly said, I think these elections were so hyper local, and I myself traveled through Jharkhand, so I can tell you, at least from that state, that seats were voting very differently. You know, it's not just regions were voting, seats were voting very differently. And I guess the situation wasn't very different in Maharashtra either, because traditionally, if you look at Maharashtra, it's a state where there are micro fiefdoms. You know, if you associate a place like an Amethi or a Raebareli with the Gandhis, imagine having an assembly constituency which is a micro fiefdom of one family in one particular region. So very difficult to predict elections, especially when there are no secular waves either at the regional level or at the state level. And I think that was the case in both the states. Now, the only thing that was probably common to both the states, which could be a silent undercurrent. Again, you know, use these terms silent voter undercurrent, but I should sort of flag it, is the welfare schemes rolled out targeting the women. And at least in Jharkhand, I saw that there was a pretty solid impact of the Maya Samman Yojana that the Hemant Soren-led government had launched, along with the waiver of electricity bills and a couple of other schemes, including housing and waiver of the Kisan credit card balances. Now, that is Jharkhand, and I could see that impact. I could not go to Maharashtra, but given the different socio-political and economic nature of the state, Will that be the one secular trend that will swing the election towards the Mahayuti? That remains to be seen. And will the welfare schemes of the Hemant Soren-led government provide a secular swing for that alliance in Jharkhand? That remains to be seen. So I think those two factors plus the re-involvement of the RSS in Maharashtra, I think is a big factor that might be working for the Mahayuti vis-a-vis the Lok Sabha election, where they did not perform that well. I mean, of the 288, I think the leads were in roughly 125 segments, whereas the MBA was leading on 288 or to 151, sorry, 151
Yeah.
or 1. So that remains to be seen. And again, let me just quickly update the viewers that at this point for Maharashtra, it's 47 NDA, 35 MBA, others one. So in the last 2 minutes, that gap has closed, and this will keep
Yeah.
happening. Jharkhand is 6, 3, and 1. And again, this will keep changing. I mean, the nature of some of the seats is such that some will come in earlier than the others. For example, in Jharkhand, probably the tribal seats, those data points will come in later than, say, the urban seats. And in the urban seats, we expect the BJP to do well. Similarly, in Maharashtra, places like Vidarbha and North Maharashtra might give you a result later, but places like Mumbai and Thane, Konkan and Pune and Nashik, they might report their results much earlier. So these things will keep on moving, but we'll be, try to stay abreast with the trends as they come. But at this point, I would say that 51, 35, and 1 is the Maharashtra. When I say 51, I mean NDA. Now it's 37 to MBA, and Jharkhand is now 13, 9, and 1, NDA 13, JMM
Mhm.
plus 10, and others is 1.
Okay, so Kartike, would it be fair to say that at least in Maharashtra, it's very early. The Mahayuti is ahead, but you're not. But you're waiting. You're waiting.
This is nothing. But honestly speaking, I mean, again, as I said, if Haryana has told us anything, don't even trust the first few rounds of voting. Let it solidify, let it go through a certain critical mass, and then one can make conclusions. This is very early. This is essentially your postal ballots trickling in and counting is happening. So I would say that it's too early, too early to say anything at this point. So for
Oh,
now, if you have a parallel screen, you're watching the India Australia match, I won't blame you.
okay. Just as well, I'm hoping my sore throat recovers. Yes, from doing a 13-hour We the Women event right here in Mumbai. But I know the excitement of counting and election day is going to bring my voice back. Otherwise, there's always you, Kartikeya. Let's open this up. Smita Gupta, what's at stake? Let's talk about what's at stake in both national politics and, of course, the states. Smita, go ahead. Could we unmute Smita, please? Go ahead, ma'am.
Uh, well, obviously, Maharashtra being the sort of wealthiest state in the country, election results are always critical to the fate of the parties, the major political parties in the country. And in Maharashtra, the Congress is in one alliance, the BJP is in the other alliance. So before the elections, in the run up to the elections, it had seemed that the alliance headed by the Congress party was, in a very good position given the results in the Lok Sabha polls. But after the Haryana elections, where a similar kind of result was expected, we saw how the BJP was able to snatch the state from the Congress. So Jharkhand, similarly, in Jharkhand, it is the JMM led, it's the India Bloc Alliance that is in power. So it stands to lose a state as well in that case. Now in Maharashtra, I think there are about half a dozen factors that will be critical to the results. One, as Ashish just mentioned, were the welfare schemes, the competitive welfareism, because if the BJP actually got the election commission to postpone the elections so that its upgraded scheme for women, from 1,000 to 1,500 could actually roll out for a few months, the Congress has promised double that, 3,000 rupees. Then you have the soya bean prices plummeting and the Congress promising a higher price. Cotton selling well below the MSP and the Congress demanding a ban on imports. More than half the candidates are independents in this election in Maharashtra. and they all belong to the six parties, the six major parties that are in the two alliances. Then you have, of course, the Hindutva factor, which is always, used by the BJP. And in fact, this time they had an organization called the Hindu Sahel Samaj, which launched several anti-love jihad rallies. And Amit Shah, as we know, has promised an anti-conversion law in Maharashtra. And finally, they want to do what they did in Haryana, which is that they consolidated the anti-Jat vote, the BJP. Here they're trying to consolidate the anti-Maratha vote, because the Marathas, as we know, have been demanding reservation, but the BJP doesn't want to give it. So they are trying to consolidate. They have tried to consolidate the non-Maratha vote by not only including several new communities in the OBC category. They have also increased the creamy layer. So there are these several factors. One other interesting thing in Maharashtra, I think, is the fact that neither of the two alliances has projected a chief minister. In the case of the MVA alliance, that is the alliance with the Congress party, I think it's been a big mistake. They should have gone with Uddhav Thackeray. It would have helped them, I feel. As far as Jharkhand is concerned, the BJP has also played the Hindutva card. They're trying to convert a local land dispute into an issue of infiltration. They even launched a video. In one of the rare cases, the Election Commission acted against the complaints and the video had to be pulled down. But we have to see how much of an impact that will make. And one final small thing, which is, though Yogi Adityanath, there isn't a major election in UP, there are 9 assembly constituencies. And Yogi Adityanath has played a very big role in these elections because he has campaigned in all, not only in UP, but also in Jharkhand and Maharashtra. And some people feel that the impact of those 9 assembly seats, because as we know in the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP did not fare that well in UP, that his future will depend on the results in UP.
Karthikeyan, just very quickly before I come to Sumant and Amrit, if you can give us the look at the latest numbers.
Yeah, so the gap is closing, Barkha. Maharashtra is now 60 to the Mahayuti, 49 to the MBA, others is 6. This is a gap of 11. It was at some point 20. So as I said, this will keep changing. Jharkhand, NDA 22, Congress plus JMM and Alliance is 18. So this gap has also narrowed down, but again, this will keep fluctuating. So that's the update for.
Okay, let's get reactions in. Anurag Naidu is with us, Sumant Raman is with us, Amrit Gill is with us. Go ahead, let me bring in Sumant. Sumant, what's at stake here? Could we please unmute our guests?
Yeah, Barkha, I think everyone knows what is basically at stake. The question is whether there is going to be as decisive a mandate in Maharashtra as the pollsters have seemed to predict. I think the vast majority of pollsters have given given a majority to the Mahayuti. My gut feel is, if it does become close, the Mahayuti certainly has the advantage, because even if they do fall short by 10 or 20 seats, already we spoke about the MVA, speaking about herding their potential MLAs into resorts and so on. So I think that if even in an assumption that the Mahayuti ends up at say 120 or 125, they would be favorites to actually form a government. So I think what the BJP has done over the last few years is they've very successfully delinked winning an election outright and forming a government. So, majority can be managed. Having said that, if they do end up with a majority, then it's an astounding achievement, because 6 months back or 5 after the Lok Sabha election, nobody really seriously, and even people within the BJP, did not expect to retain Maharashtra. The best that they expected was to make it a tough fight, but in the last 2 months they've really managed to turn it around. How successfully, we'll know in the next few hours. The other point I wanted to make, Barkha, is about the integrity of the election process itself. Look, this is not about whether Congress alliance wins or BJP alliance wins. The argument which is made for saying, look, why don't the vote polled and the vote counted tally? They should tally, right? That's what Mr. Qureshi, the former CEC, has said. Second, how does the tally of votes polled keep going up till 24 hours before counting? I mean, it never used to happen before. So these are things. Now, look, quite frankly, this is not about who wins the election. The point is, what is the argument of BJP supporters? Did you make this an issue when the results came in Karnataka or when the results came in Himachal Pradesh? But that's not the point. The point is the people of India must be completely convinced about the integrity of the election process. And my concern is turnout cannot go up after 60 and 72 hours after an election. Similarly, there can only be a very, very small number of vote difference between votes polled
No,
and
so
votes.
what are you implying?
I'm not implying. I'm implying that there is no transparency in this process. The election commission needs to come out and tell the people these were the number of votes polled and these were the number of votes counted.
Okay,
For,
okay.
point.
At this
And,
point, Suman, that's a different debate. At this point,
yeah.
that's a different
Okay,
debate.
1
At
minute.
this
Let me
point,
come to Jharkhand. Yeah, let me come to Jharkhand. Jharkhand, again, I think that there has been a change. After Hemant Soren came out of jail, I think that there was significant level of sympathy factor in the initial month and a half. But all that happened subsequently, what happened with Champai Soren and so on, and subsequent events have restored the edge, plus the anti-incumbency factor means that the NDA probably has the edge.
Okay. At the moment, before Anurag and Amrit come in, Karthik, the numbers are now coming at a faster pace. Quick look at the numbers. Go ahead. And of course, you'll be a little quicker than what our graphics and our banners are showing, but we'll update them as quick as we can. Yeah.
I think at this point it's the same 72-59-6 in Maharashtra and Jharkhand is 24-21-0. But as I've been saying, this gap is narrowing down, but it probably will widen again. We don't know which direction. This is pretty early, but as you said, the numbers are coming in thick and fast. I'll just make one point to what Suman sir was saying. I was in Jharkhand for 7 days. Barkha, the problem for the BJP is there was no palpable anti-incumbency against Hemant Soren person. There was a sense of anti-establishmentness, if I were to put it that way. I think people just were not happy with the status quo, which is why one of the bigger X factors in the Jharkhand election is the emergence of this small party called JLKM, which has captured the imagination of the youth in certain pockets like Nauchota, Nagpur and Santhal. So, given the fact that there was no palpable anti-incumbency against the CM, but yes, against the MLAs and probably certain other elements of administration, it makes Jharkhand a tough state to crack for the NDA. Eventually, they might still crack it, but it is not going to be that easy, I would say. So, from what we see from a distance versus the entrenched nature of the JMM's vote bank, I think it is a tough battle for the NDA as it is for the JMM plus. So, just one addition, and I think even as we speak, it is now 76-65 in Maharashtra, and in Jharkhand it's 26-24. In both places, the NDA is leading by at this point, but that gap is narrowing down. So so that slide we'll update, and it's not 72, 76 to 60.
Yeah, could we actually take the graphics off because they're very difficult to update in real time? Could we have them off? The top of your screen gives you the latest numbers. It's 76-65, 6 for others. There it is. And Jharkhand also, the NDA is ahead at this point. But as Karthik said, the gap between the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi is at the moment narrowing, but let's see how the morning unfolds. Amrit Gill of the Congress, your first response. Could we unmute our guests? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Barkha. As I was listening to all the panelists, I was quite happy that at least we are talking the reality, what's happening, So, talking about Maharashtra, the India Alliance Maha Vikas Aghadi is intact because I am in contact with my people there. So, the undercurrent is in favor of Maha Vikas Aghadi. People are supporting and the slogans of BJP like Katenge Toh Batenge, they have not gone well with the people of Maharashtra, as they are not accepting these type of slogans, and all the schemes and whatever the Mahayuti is trying to do. Even last time when the polls were happening, I was listening to all the I was on debate. The people were saying that there is no women's security. We are voting. There is no safety. Females were saying. So females are not the what the Eknath Shinde has but that scheme has not gone very well, and females are not going to vote according to that, and they are in favor of India Alliance. And coming to Jharkhand, the Adivasis, how their lands are being grabbed, and they have a fear factor from the Adani and their capitalism. So the
But
people of
But
Jharkhand are going to like.
Amrit, the numbers in the end have to reflect what you're saying. And I'm not
Yeah,
saying that
definitely.
I'm not saying that the issues you're raising weren't issues, but were the issues big enough to transfer into a decisive verdict? We don't know. Anurag Naidu, how do these two elections impact national politics, if at all?
Hi, Barkha. Thank you for having me on the show, Barkha. Huge impact, Barkha. Trust me, huge impact. Uh, you know, coming from Maharashtra, grown up for last 20, 30 years, and then another 10 years in Andhra, I would see the TDP circles talking, I can understand it will have a huge impact on the national politics because there is a very serious talk about one nation, one election. And all will depend on how BJP performs in these two states. The moment BJP captures these two states and they're on a steamroll and they know there's nothing to worry about, they are in a very consolidated position where they would want to probably go and kick in for a one nation, one election process in the parliament. Maybe they'll target close to the winters of 2027 is what the power corridors are talking. But again, it's a paradigm shift on what kind of politics we've been seeing. So all depends on Maharashtra, how well they perform. And Maharashtra also, it is a prestige battle for both Mr. Amit Shah and Devendra Fadnavis, because end of the day, Amit Shah wants, the narrative that whatever decision has been taken has been in the right interest of the party and overall, the strengthening of BJP. And the win is extremely important here. And last 3-4 years of campaign, it was a very consolidated, focused, strategically driven campaign. The history suggests two things, Barkha, in the last 3 or 4 years. Ladli Behena, wherever you have promised money, direct transfer to the women voters, you've never had a letdown. You never had a letdown. In fact, in states like Madhya Pradesh, you had a swing like anything. Huge factor. Ladli Behena, huge factor. Second, Dada Cha Vada. I personally don't see Dada doing better than Mr. Pawar, but Dada Cha Vada and then Mr. Shinde hitting the ground. Somebody told they should have announced Uddhav Thackeray as the face. Trust me on this, I'm coming from the ground. They would have hit the last nail on the coffin had they announced Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister face, because the sympathy that was there in the favor of Uddhav Thackeray has totally vanished. He has not been able to capitalize on sympathy. And I sympathize with him because he was not in a great state of health. Mr. Aditya Thackeray could not really galvanize. The least number of campaigns if any tall leader has done in Maharashtra, it's also a pointer, it was Uddhav Thackeray amongst all the big leaders, right? If you see the number of sabhas. Eknath Shinde literally went to every single candidate of his and did a sabha, made the last mile corrections, made the machinery to work in support of them. He was there for the leaders, helped them with money, muscle, whatever is needed. So he was on the ground. So you will see the results. Eknath Shinde literally trumping, the Sena, only purely because he was not on the ground. He was not campaigning effectively. Look at Mr. Pawar at 85. If you could pull out the second largest number of rallies, he used to do 5 to 7 rallies a day. So you need to understand what it takes to really pull out an election. And you also need to think why Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, who was considered to be a normal or a natural choice, was not accepted to be announced as a face, being Mr. Pawar there. You need to also question why. Because Mr. Pawar is not somebody who sees space to be in the front. He wants somebody who is winnable. Back in the days when Lok Sabha elections were there, Congress and NCP was putting forward Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's image because they could garner votes.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I think it's time. Karthik has some numbers updates, and then I'll come back.
But
to
is
you.
it
Karthik,
only
go ahead.
postal, Barkha? The numbers that we're seeing
In
it's only
early results are always
yeah, because
postal,
the trend,
always.
because what I'm given to
Yeah.
understand is ballots. The machines have not started. Is what I don't know.
Early,
Karthik can correct.
the first 1 hour in any counting day is
Yeah, I
always
know.
postal
But it was
ballots.
supposed to start at 8:30. We're 8:40.
Okay.
So maybe
Okay,
Karthik has some.
Karthik.
No, I mean, I would still say that given the diversity in the, the way the administration works in different parts of the state, I would still say this is mostly postal ballots. 100 to Mahayuti, 92 to MBA at this point, and just
Yeah.
announced 108 to 94. Congress is 38, UBT 27, NCP SP 29. That is how the MBA is shaping up. Now, if you look at the Mahayuti, of course, BJP is at 71. Shiv Sena Shinde 21 and NCP Ajit Pawar at 16. So at this point, BJP is 70 plus, Congress. So, also understand, Barkha, that the seat distribution is such that the responsibility is kind of equally shared, almost equally shared amongst the three partners in the MBA. Whereas in the Mahayuti, the BJP has to pull more weight than the NCP Ajit Pawar or Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena. So, of course, the BJP's numbers in absolute terms will look much bigger, and which is why whatever the result be, one expects that they'll be the single largest party.
The BJP.
Yes.
The BJP. Yeah.
Just because they're fighting the most number of seats. I mean, if you look at the number of seats they're fighting, it's I think roughly 150, if I'm not wrong. Compare that to the Congress's 100. So I mean, even with a strike rate that is much poorer than the Congress's, hypothetically they will end up with more seats. What is happening in Maharashtra? It's changing by the second. Now it's 113 to 95. So consistently, there's been this gap of 10 to 15 seats between the two leads between the two formations in Maharashtra. Jharkhand is coming a little slower, and that's expected. NDA 30 and India Alliance 26 at this point. But this wasn't moving for the longest time. It's just been updated 31 to 26 now. So again, I would just clarify again, as Anurag was saying, these are still early, very, very early days. I would not even say it's the end of early days. I think it's middle of early days right now. And once, some trends solidify, we can make some more educated guesses about what to expect.
Okay, Anurag, please do come in. And then Suman. Yeah, Anurag, go ahead.
Important point, I think Karthik can, also echo. I would be really keenly watching the contest between the number of seats BJP wins versus Congress wins. Although BJP has contested the highest number of seats, but in Maha Vikas Aghadi, these parties heavily depend on the strike rate of Congress. It is a given thing that Uddhav Thackeray is not going to have that kind of a strike rate which is needed here. So Congress has to pull up more weight than it is supposed to, or maybe it can. And that's where the challenge. I think for me, this election was done and dusted the day Congress gave up on the seat sharing formula. 160 when the BJP contest, even if you consider a 60%, 65% of a strike rates, it's massive. The moment BJP touches anywhere close to 80 or 90 seats, it's over, game over. And the trends in postal ballots also suggesting, if you see the just gap in BJP and Congress, it's huge. BJP is, say, for example, edging close to 70 seats already. If they consolidate anywhere close to 80 plus or 90 plus BJP, I mean, the election is over.
Suman, go ahead.
No, Barkha, first of all, I really would not want to stick our necks out at this point of time. These are, for all we know, that the actual EVMs have not even started, probably starting around this time. So probably 10:30, 10 is when we can actually see some serious trends. The second point I want to make is, yes, BJP is going to be the single largest party in Maharashtra. I don't see any possibility of any other option there. The point really is what happens then in case that they are in a position to form a government. Then you remember they have not announced explicitly a chief ministerial candidate. So the BJP would probably want its man in the top job. I can't see them sort of again hand over to a Shinde, who's probably going to have less than half the seats that the BJP has got. I mean, that's very, very unlikely to happen. And how Mr. Shinde will take that, there could be a lot of interesting developments post the election result. I mean, it's not just a question of who gets how many numbers. It's also what plays out after the election, that could well determine the future of Maharashtra. So I don't think we should just say, okay, these are the numbers, and therefore it's all done and dusted. There are lots and lots of developments post-election that could also be very, very interesting over the
but I
next few
think
days.
I think we're at a very interesting point, and I'll start with you, Sumant. That if this is a BJP-led government, and there's a lot of ifs right now because it's early days, you believe that Eknath Shinde then will not be the chief minister.
I don't believe that the BJP would be happy to sort of hand over the chief minister's post to Eknath Shinde. If that was the case, they could have potentially looked at making that announcement earlier. I mean, Eknath Shinde was not terribly, hugely unpopular or anything. So I think that the fact that they did not do that and they kept their options open with an incumbent chief minister, mind you, this is not a question of projecting somebody as a chief minister. Here you have an incumbent chief minister of an alliance, and you're not
Yeah.
explicitly saying this man is going to be the chief minister if we win the election, if the alliance wins the election.
Can,
So I
can,
think that is very, very significant.
can I just take a look at this very interesting data that we have on our screen? And I want Karthik, Smith, I'm just coming to you. This is the party-wise leads that we have. Karthik, can you take us through this, please?
I'll first make a correction. This is not from the ECI. This is a source that is telling us. So I'll just make that correction quickly. The ECI has not started reporting results yet. So, Barkha, this is of course fluctuating by the second, but like 3 minutes back when we made this slide, Congress was at 38, NCP SP 29, UPD 27, and that's what I was saying. I think Anurag was referring to that as well. That within this alliance, the burden is kind of equally shared because the number of seats contested is not very different. Whereas if you look at the Mahayuti, BJP leading on 71, Ajit Pawar's NCP 16, and the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena 21, and that is to be expected because the number of seats that the BJP is contesting is north of 140. Now, at this point, I don't think all seats have come in, but at this point, I guess if you look at Ajit Pawar's party and Eknath Shinde's party, they're pulling ahead in almost the same number of seats. That will probably not be good news if that trend holds. Just to be clear, because Eknath Shinde's party is contesting more seats and is considered to be the stronger of the two in the Mahayuti. Whether between Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's NCP. So that trend probably will change because if it doesn't, that will be bad news for Eknath Shinde's party. And again, that will then also put into question the claim to the CM's post if the party does not have a decent strike rate. I should also add that we very often criticize the opposition for sabotaging its own cause in these elections. But in this particular election, even within the Mahayuti, there has been internal conflict on several seats where independents have been fielded by an ally against the other ally. And that is the case with the Maha Vikas Aghadi also. But point is that Maharashtra being Maharashtra, this has happened on both sides.
Right. Okay, Karthik, quick overview of the numbers and then we'll open it up for the panel again. Karthik? Are you able to hear me, Karthik? I think we lost Karthik there. Smita, you've been wanting to come in. Go ahead, Smita. So I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to hear any of our guests because we are not unmuting them on time. Smita?
Yeah, I just wanted to endorse what a previous speaker just said about the chief ministerial candidate in the Mahayuti, because just maybe a couple of weeks back, a central minister in Delhi told me that they had to really work on the BJP cadres, leave it open, kind of sort of a semi-promise that it would be a BJP person who would be chief minister if the Mahayuti wins the election, because there was a lot of rebellion in the ranks. They didn't want Eknath Shinde, so it was a kind of promise made to the BJP cadres in Maharashtra.
That way, Smita, how do you see the internal NDA politics playing out?
Sorry, internal?
NDA politics. I mean,
yeah. In Maharashtra.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, Eknath Shinde being the chief minister and the way he sort of broke the party, etc., the Shiv Sena does want Eknath Shinde back. But the point is that the BJP, as we know, wants to be in control. I mean, in the early days, it's willing to give some other party a chance to form the government, but it definitely wants to be in the leader's seat once the election. So it is going to be a bit complicated. Uh, if the
want to get
I think there's a mistake on our screen. Can we take this top banner off? The MVA can't be at 11.
It's 111. It's a Nelson Barkha in cricketing terms. It's 129 to the Mahayuti, and it's 111 to
Yeah,
the
I mean, I saw this and it was an obvious mistake, and I kind of said, "Oh my God, we must correct this."
but
Okay.
within the 111, it's 44, 31, 36, and 129, it's 84, 25, 20 in the order of the National Party, followed by the Shiv Sena faction, followed by the NCP faction.
Yeah. So, Karthik, when you look at the party-wise breakup, what is emerging at this point, or is it still too early because it's not even 9 a.m.? Party-wise breakup.
I think it's still too early, but just so that we are able to do justice to even these early numbers, I think, as I said, as expected, the BJP will pull ahead probably as the single largest party. Whether that is by a margin of 5 or 50, we don't know at this point. Second, that within the MBA, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction will do relatively better in terms of strike rate than the Shiv Sena UBT faction, which was again to be expected. Third, within the Mahayuti at this point, in terms of strike rate, the Ajit Pawar faction is doing much better than the Eknath Shinde faction.
That is so interesting.
Very interesting.
Everybody called Ajit Pawar the weakest link in the NDA, but if you see the party-wise leads at this moment, you're right. Look at those numbers and talk about it.
And Eknath Shinde's party, Barkha, is contesting on 50 seats. Okay? So that if that is happening, then that is 18 on 50. And I'm just pulling up the numbers for the Eknath Shinde faction. They are contesting on 81. So it's 80 and 60, let's put it this way. So NCP AP is contesting 60 and Eknath Shinde is contesting on 80 seats. So at this point, the strike rate is marginally better for the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. Now, again, for the MBA, the strike rate of the Sharad Pawar faction is expected to be the highest. And at this point, at least they're doing better than the UBT. Now, I must also add, we don't know which seats have been reporting results at this point, which have not been, because it will depend on which seats they're contesting on. So a lot still needs to be disentangled. But at this point, of the 264 leads, NDA 132, MBA 123, others 10. So at this point, at 8:52 a.m., which is still very early, I would say, it is not a sweep for either of the two coalitions. It is still pretty close. And so is Jharkhand, where BJP plus is 33 and JMM plus is 27. And here, I would still ask the viewers to hold their breath, because given the nature of Jharkhand, it is very possible that these leads are coming from the non-tribal areas. The tribal areas might report their leads a little later, and that is where the JMM plus might have an edge. So there is a lot of permutations and combinations that are possible. And make no mistake, Barkha, you'll have to indulge in some quick therapy for your throat, because it's going to be a pretty long.
I mean, look, Karthike, the numbers are the gap is narrowing. Anurag Karthike, the Mahayuti is leading in 132 to the MVA in 123 and 10 for the others. Amrit, are you a bit nervous? What do you make of these numbers?
Can I just add one more point? Sorry, before Amrit. But others is also very intriguing. Sorry, Amrit. Others is also very intriguing, because some of these others will be free riders, but there are some others who have been fielded by their respective parties, and so they probably will be reabsorbed into the party. Let's take the example of Ramtek. In Ramtek, if the MBA rebel wins, they'll probably come back to the MBA, and similarly, there are rebels on the other side also. So this other category of 10 is not a homogeneous figure कि ये कहीं भी चले जाएंगे. Some of them are floaters, but some of them have pretty strong party leanings. Sorry, Amrit. I think it was an important point to make.
Okay. Go ahead. Let's bring in Amrit. Amrit.
Barkha, as I'm like the trends are going on, these are very initial trends, I must say. But I have like as being connected with the ground, the undercurrent, and if you talk about Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi, there is a basic difference that in Mahayuti, the all the alliance partner were fighting with each other, and on the contrary, India Alliance, yeah, Maha Vikas Aghadi, all the partners were in support of each other, and same is the case in Jharkhand also. uh, JMM and Congress is doing very well because the sentiments of Adivasi people and the trends are not being showing right now. So the undercurrent, the people are in support of Congress and JMM Hemant Soren because how he has been treated and put behind the bar, and but the corruption was not an agenda why he was put behind the bars, and BJP have not used that. They were using something else, and people have realized that what they are doing and how they want to grab. So that's why I'm quite I'm not at all nervous. I'm just watching the trends and how these are very initial trends. I'm just looking at how the things are moving. Now it's 132 Mahayuti and Mahavigas is 123. So it will keep on changing.
Okay, it will keep on changing. I want to just get last comments from our guests here before we introduce the next set of guests. Smita, any thoughts?
Well, this election will, decide future politics, and as somebody said, it will decide things at the national level. The other things that are there on the BJP's national agenda.
Right.
So that is, I think, a very important issue. And for the India bloc, it is one way of whether it can revive itself or it cannot, because especially after the Haryana elections, there was great disappointment. But the Congress really doesn't seem to have learnt the lessons of Haryana, if what we have seen in the run up to these critical elections.
Okay, I'm going to actually we need to rotate our banners. They're a bit dated at the, we need to update them. I'm going to say thank you to Amrit and Smita. Anurag, I'm going to request you to stay with us for a little while longer, just a little while longer. Asif Bhamla of the BJP is with us. Could I have the latest numbers of Maharashtra? All right. Asif Bhamla, do go ahead with your thoughts.
Well, the trends that have been showing on the early mornings seem to be that the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahayuti are at a very, very comfortable position right now. And of course, this was the confidence that we had. But, not now only. We had it from the past 2 months, though we had a very major setback after the Lok Sabha election, thanks to the wrong narrative that was created regards to the Mahayuti, that हम संविधान बदल देंगे, मराठाओं का विषय को उन्होंने इतना encourage किया, and so all this fell flat. देखिए झूठ बहुत ज़्यादा समय टिकता नहीं है. So at the end, it had to fall flat. But of course, we were a victim of that during the Lok Sabha. We had to face the fury, and we did. We very bravely faced the situation, and after that also, when the confidence level of the MVA was at the utmost, they were just left with that level of confidence
Mr.
and
Bhamla,
fighting within themselves, within each other, right from the seat sharing to their own agendas, to their own egos. If you see what happened at Pariniti Shinde's constituency, I mean, their own alliance partners have beaten the hell out of their own
no,
Lok Sabha candidate.
Asif bhai, you make good points, but the numbers at this point do not reflect, as of now, a clear, significant
No, certainly not.
victory, right?
No,
It's 134 to 120, 21, or Karthik can update me if there have been more updates since then.
No,
Karthik,
it's the same. It's the same. It's 134 to 121 and 24 to 27.
okay.
no, but
So,
yeah, sorry, go on. You go ahead, sorry.
no, my point is that the way you are talking describes a decisive result. At the moment, we don't have that. That's all I'm saying. The BJP certainly is in the lead to be the single largest party, but we don't have a decisive bottom line for the two alliances. Look at it. It's
Well,
134 to 121.
no, I agree with where you're coming from, Barkha, but I'll be very honest. As I said, exit polls were not exact polls. They all of them showed us. But the work that was done, and I think the Bharatiya Janata Party doesn't believe in this poll exits arrangement. We've seen that in the past. They've always, fallen flat on us. But our actual work on ground, the deliverables that was done on grounds in terms of the infrastructure, in development, in terms of reaching out to every level, right from the farmers to the labhartis, to every level, to the youth, to the mahilas, of course, with the Ladli Behena Yojana. So we did not leave any particular section that was not tapped or touched. In a span of 6 months that we had, we got our house in order. And of course, with the teething issues that we had in and amongst adjustments with our alliance partners, we did not like even Ajit Pawar. He faced a very big problem in the Lok Sabha election, but we stood with them. Devendra ji and Ajit Dada stood together. I mean, of course, Eknath ji had definitely fared comparatively very well in the last election. So this trio really, as of now, is shown a very positive narrative. And the narrative is, I will always say, it's based on deliverables. Barkha, and you know that you've been a very, very senior journalist. आप हमने लोकसभा में जितना the issues that we faced, जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति यहाँ हुई, but at the end, the politics of Modi ji, the development, of reaching to Antodaya, to the last person, actually was something. And of course, we have a strong face. So they also, I mean, and in the state, people are now they understand very well.
Okay.
Rather give me 30 seconds more. Get a government in the state which is in alignment with the center. Because after all, in the 2.5 years, what they saw was all the projects that were executed within the government were all set back and pushed back
I just wanted to give you a very interesting party-wise breakup. I've just taken that banner on. These numbers might change, but I want Karthik and Anurag to comment on this trend. The BJP is leading in 55 seats. Is this wrong? Am I wrong?
It is. These are old numbers. Barkha, BJP is 88, Eknath Shinde 27, Ajit Pawar 21. That's how the NDA is stacking up at this point. And then if you look at the Maha Vikas Aghadi, it is more equitable, 49 to the Congress, UBT 33, and Sharad Pawar's NCP 39. Because those were, I think, older numbers. So, I mean, which is why we need to update. So, again, the trend is that BJP probably will be the single largest party, followed by the Congress, it seems, as per these trends. Now, over time, the Eknath Shinde faction has also improved its performance. So, in terms of the strike rate that we were discussing 10 minutes back, probably now they're at par with Ajit Pawar's party. Probably another prediction that we had was that the UBT faction of the Shiv Sena will probably be the weakest link for the MVA, and that is kind of coming through at this point because their number of leads are fewer than that of NCP Sharad Pawar, and they contested more seats.
Right.
With caveat that there are still leads for 21 seats that are yet to come. So in the 21 seats that are yet to sort of be reported, if we have a UBT lead somewhere there, that might change. I might also add at this point, Priyanka Gandhi is leading from Wayanad with 80,000 votes.
We forgot Wayanad. We forgot Wayanad, though that is, of course, along somewhat expected lines. But of course, we'll look at that as well. I can see our Congress spokesperson Sujata Paul with us now. Good morning. And let me just get Anurag to come in. Anurag, the Maharashtra leads are now beginning to fit in more with, I think, our political instincts and understanding of the state than the early leads suggested. Can I have the banners on, please? Ria and Vivek can have the banners on. Go ahead, Anurag.
Yeah, hi, Barkha. So, like Karthik said, it's looking interesting. But 2 pointers that I would watch out for is the gap between Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and Shiv Sena, Shinde. if that gap is at this point, I'm looking say 40% more seats compared to Mr. Shinde. That's where, that's one interesting trend. Second, the gap of seats between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar, because majority of the seats they have contested, against each other. They have on a face-off on close to 40 seats, one-on-one. So, and the gap looks like almost close to, 100%, 50% is with Mr. Ajit Pawar and all. So that is interesting because you cannot stop the strike rate of BJP from coming down. So you need to really, the whole fight would be how much Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar's NCP would step up to, to support the Congress. That's one. If these trends hold, like Karthik mentioned, and if we have a close contest till the end, then the biggest deciding factor would be Dada Ka Wada, because Dada ending up with 20 seats and having close to 5-7 independents which are from the Congress. And Ramtek is one seat. Karthik mentioned. Karthik, Uddhav Thackeray had no candidate to pitch up for. They got the seat in the negotiations in Bombay, but they went to Ramtek. They had nobody to contest for the seat. So there are seats like this. So 20 seats with Ajit Dada at the end. And, that's where the Dada Ka Wada will come into play. Will he stay back with NDA or go to MBA again? So,
oh my God, that opens up all kinds of possibilities. Mr. Bhamla, are you concerned before I get Sujata on that?
Barkha, but Barkha, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised, but we hadn't spoken about it yet. And everything will depend on the numbers. And with the Pawars, both uncle and nephew, what is Dada Ka Wada? Nobody can tell. Mr. Bhamla, your response. Mr. Bhamla, are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Let me bring it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, are you asking me something, Barkha?
I'm saying we are talking about whether Ajit Pawar will stay with the NDA or possibly return to the family fold.
Well, I don't see any reason for him to return back to the family fold, because he has realized and he has understood that it is the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and it's Devendra Fadnavis ji, and BJP has backed him all around, and it is created and curated a situation wherein now he in this election, if at all, whatever numbers he gets, has been able to create his own identity with his own, party members. You know what happened in the Lok Sabha among them, the rumblings in the family, etc., etc. So I'm sure he's now by far a mature leader, and now that he is a leader, a face of his own fort, he will not want to share that credibility of his victory, for which he has undergone a lot of pain, a lot of stress. I mean, you know what all he spoke about, how he was put on the back burner by his own by his own party. Well, that's an internal issue wherein I cannot get into it, because I have been earlier with the NCP, and I definitely have a lot of regard for Mr. Pawar, who I hold in the high, the senior Mr. Pawar, who I hold in the high esteem. So that was the internal thing. So knowing what they've gone through, right from the grassroots to where he's come out to, now that if he's able to create a situation and carve a niche where he is being seen as the successor to the Pawar fraternity. I mean, I don't know if it's too early to say that, but I think he will go that way. And there were even in the last 2.5 years that he was with us, we've never had any, like initially when he was coming into it, लोग कह रहे थे यार it's going to be an express baggage, फिर एकनाथ जी की उनकी नहीं जमेगी. तो ये सबको देवेंद्र जी ने बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से एक अच्छा threesome बना के they ensured, because see, both three are very good administrators, if you know for a fact. I mean, you can't deny that. Forget whichever party they're, wherever fold they go.
Okay, sorry. I have to interrupt your analysis because we need to take another look at the numbers. If we can have on our screen the party-wise breakup as well. Karthikeyan, take us quickly through the numbers.
So, Barkha, it's been a little static for the last 5 minutes. So, Maharashtra 136 to the NDA, NBA 123. Congress Plus is now at 50, SS UBT, which is Uddhav Balasatta 34, and NCP SP around that 35 mark as well. Amongst the NDA partners, BJP 88, Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena 27, and Ajit Pawar's NCP 21. That's 136. So that gap of 10 to 15 has persisted now for some time. Whereas now, if you talk of Jharkhand, again, 66 of 81 leads have come in. NDA leading on 35, JMM plus on 30, others on 1. So it's been kind of static for the last five odd minutes. But again, I would say that now we are entering the phase where the postal ballot counting might be getting over and the EVM rounds are starting. For example, on the ECI website now, I can see that, for example, a seat like Armori in Maharashtra, we now have the first round that has been counted. So in the next half an hour or so, I think we will be in that EVM zone. And I think clearer trends will emerge once we get into that zone.
But Karthik, fair enough. I mean, we have to wait for the EVMs. But if you look at these individual party trends right now, just right now, health warning, and welcome Nalini and Sandeep. Good morning to Accounting Day programming. At the moment in Maharashtra, the BJP is emerging as the single largest party at the moment. The Congress,
as expected. Yeah.
As expected. The Congress is next with leading in 50. The Sharad Pawar NCP in 39. The Ajit Pawar NCP in 21. Eknath Shinde is at 27. And Uddhav Thackeray is leading in 34. If this is the way the gaps remain, if, what does it tell us about each party's strike rate, Karthik?
So BJP is 88 on roughly 150. That is north of 50. So I would say that Congress is approximately at 50. BJP is north of 50. Sharad Pawar's party, which was supposed to have the strongest strike rate, might be delivering on it because that's 39 on 85. That is a little lower than 50%. So maybe not just there. NCP Ajit Pawar is 21 on a base of 50 plus. That's again around 40%. So I would say BJP is probably doing the strongest at this point, followed by the Congress. But again, not all seats have been reported yet. So some of the leads mechanically have just not come in. So I'm using the denominator that they're fought on, but this might change over time. If you look at the Shinde Shiv Sena, that's 27 over 75. That's little over 35%. So that's not very impressive either. The SS UBT 34 on 90. That again will be roughly around little north of 35, it will be close to 40%. So I think at this point, Congress and BJP, given the number of leads that we are seeing, divided by the number of seats they've contested, and given that not all seats have been reported, this might change. But these are all on expected lines, Barkha. I would, if at all, if I'm reading something here that is a little different than expected, I would have expected the Shinde Shiv Sena to do a little better than what they are doing right now. That's 27. And they're contesting roughly 80 seats. So for them to have a strike rate of 30 to 35% may not be the best possible outcome for the Mahayuti. So that's the only aberration I see. Otherwise, NCP AP probably is a little overperforming because they're doing 21 and 50. So they're overperforming compared to the Shinde Sena. But BJP doing well, Congress in that 50 zone, NCP SP doing very well. SSUBT probably being the weakest of the MBA partners, all along expected lines. The one thing we need to also talk of, Barkha, is the base that we had before this election was the 2024 Lok Sabha. Compared to that, the MBA is down at this point. I mean, the MBA had leads of over 150 in the Lok Sabha, whereas the Mahayuti was roughly around 125. And I think what Asif Bhai was saying sometime back, that after the Lok Sabha, the Mahayuti has recuperated. That is visible. Given that this is now such a close election, if you just were to extrapolate the Lok Sabha election, should not have been a very close election.
I absolutely agree, because the Lok Sabha sentiment is not manifested in this election. And to that extent, whoever forms the government in Maharashtra, the one thing is clear is that the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance has recovered lost ground. Let's get reactions now from Sujata.
It seems it has recovered ground as of now at 9:13 a.m.
All right, fair enough. Sujata, are you concerned? It's 137 to 125 in Maharashtra. Are you worried?
Not at all, because these are early trends, first of all, and let the EVMs open, and I think we are going to see a change in the trends. And this is also very, very close if you look at it. So, considering the campaign that we ran in Maharashtra, it's important to understand that on the one hand, there was a government which is brought down, which resonates with people. People are concerned about it. The way Mr. Sharad Pawar's party was treated, also Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. Plus, the way our campaign has hit where it hurts the BJP the maximum, taking away all the businesses from Maharashtra. People of Maharashtra are concerned about their various businesses going out of Maharashtra, not just to Gujarat, but also to other places. So therefore, I would wait and watch, and it's very close. And I'm sure that the margins, and there are lots of seats which all of you have been saying where the margins are going to be very close. So those will be interesting to watch.
Absolutely, it is close. But I think the point that Nalini, that Karthik was making, and Sandeep, is that given the jhatka to the BJP in the Lok Sabha, that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing the BJP emerge as the single largest party. We're seeing the Mahayuti ahead in a tight fight in Maharashtra, 137 to 125 for both alliances. Nalini Singh, your thoughts?
It is evident that the momentum of the Lok Sabha is not reflecting in the Vidhan Sabha. And all journalists have this little formula to follow, which they used to follow, that if if a party has done well in Lok Sabha, then it is, if the Vidhan Sabha elections are held within 6 months, then the same pattern is repeated in the Vidhan Sabha. I would say that the same pattern may not be repeated, but I don't think I can't believe it's going to be drastically different from the Lok Sabha. But the same pattern will not be repeated, and the BJP is ahead and Mahayuti is ahead. There is one thing to, from a kind of political viewpoint and also electoral viewpoint. If an Operation Lotus does not seem to make a difference, and one would have thought that this, UBT tried, all these, the MVA tried so much to say that it was unethical, but obviously the voters don't seem to think it's unethical. And this reminds me of a little conversation I had with Milind Deora now, when when he had already shifted to Shiv Sena. And I said, Milind, what is this? You shift from party to party. I can't figure this out. How does your ideology work? And he said, ma'am, get this straight. Only journalists are bothered and politicians are bothered about our shifts. The voter is not. So that also made me think. Now, if you look at this today, this huge, the kind of talk we had about the OBC versus the Maratha. I'm not sure what, how your results are panning out for Vidarbha and Marathwada, even for Mumbai Thane, where there is the spread of the Maratha occurrence of the Maratha population demographic. But I would say that was that also something built up by the journalists? Because here, when you are coming, maybe it will affect later on. But just now, it looks as if it's a little bit of a, these are mysteries about what's happening. And we are looking at high voter turnout. High voter turnout. The Mahayuti had said that this is absolutely proof positive of their resurgence and ascendancy, etc. Now, I think the MVA said the same. And when we are looking at your figures, 137, 125, of course, this is postal ballots. So, as somebody has said, it's 0.2%, maybe 0.3% of the total vote cast. So it's not really straws in the wind. But still, this is important.
Yeah, but I think it's an important point that journalists and politicians can get lost in this navel-gazing bubble. From America to India, voters show that they don't respond to the issues that make the most noise in the media. So I think that much, Nalini, your point is very interesting. But Sandeep, in Maharashtra, if it remains this close, We were talking to Asif Bhamla. You don't know, and I don't know what an Ajit Pawar may do. We don't know what a Sharad Pawar may do. We don't know what an Uddhav Thackeray may do. I mean, is Maharashtra going to be decided after the election as opposed to during the election?
Barkha, on one hand, I think we're jumping the gun to discuss what's going to happen post the numbers. And right now, I think, as you said, whether you call it health warnings or otherwise, I think uh, it's not only premature, I think it's probably not the right thing to do in terms of our basing our judgments in terms of what postal ballots or the initial, even the initial EVM trends are coming. But to set the perspective right, Barkha, um, this is what I was writing for one of the publications asked me to. You must look at 2024 Lok Sabha election results. I'm talking of Maharashtra in particular, about what went wrong for BJP rather than what went right for the others. Now, if BJP has managed to correct some of the problems which it has, the changes which you are seeing, I don't think would come as so much of a surprise to people. That doesn't mean that I'm still calling the elections or the poll, but that changes. There are a lot of things BJP scored self goals in 2024 in the Lok Sabha elections. And I think they were to that extent clear on the things they needed to fix. To what extent they've been able to fix or not will determine the outcome of this election.
But
No,
while
these
I don't see Karthik, but I want Karthik to explain one thing on what you said. Sandeep, you said the BJP needed to fix the mistakes of Lok Sabha. One of the mistakes BJP voters said was the alliance with Ajit Pawar. If you look at these,
absolutely.
but if you look at
I
these
agree.
numbers, Ajit, if you look at these
No,
numbers,
so this is very premature,
then Ajit,
Barkha. That's why I would
okay,
hold my horses on those numbers. So I think right now what we should be, in fairness, discussing is in terms of what is kind of not trends in numbers, but is what is in terms of the overall the mood and the signals which are emerging. I think we would be doing a disservice to ourselves who are on this panel and all if we start calling the elections based on the
no, no,
postal
no,
ballot
no.
number.
I'm not calling the election. I'm just saying that
I think
Ajit.
we must even trend. Ajit Pawar, what happens finally? I think we'll need to give it a couple of more hours, Barkha, before we start. I have my own hypothesis as to how the Ajit Pawar factor would turn out. To what extent, if Ajit Pawar scores better than what he managed to do in the Lok Sabha now, I have certain explanations or thoughts on that and otherwise. But at the moment, it seems that how far BJP has been able. I think the important thing to watch in this Maharashtra elections to what extent BJP has been able to correct many of its whether you call it follies or whether you call it whatever, whether it was beat in terms of what you call the washing machine politics of getting people like Ajit Pawar in, to what extent it was the alienation of the RSS going about over there, how far RSS has come back into the game or not, how they manage the inner, the all the factionalization, etc., which has happened. Those are the elements to be seen there. As far as the opposition is concerned, or a so-called MBA is concerned, I would like to see how much they have really, they thought they have gained a lot. Whether it was, did they gain more from a negative voting of BJP or some a positive mandate towards the MBA is what we would like to see, and to what extent they have been able to capitalize on that, build on that from the June 2024 to now. If they have
Okay,
been able to do that, BJP has not been able to correct. That is the point to watch. My
okay, that
own,
isn't. Yeah.
Barkha, taking 30 seconds more. What I am watching here, to what extent BJP has been able to fix its problems and move forward, and where MVA has not really been able to, build on what appeared like a pro-MVA mandate there and build upon it now to get what Nalini
Okay,
was saying, to convert a Lok Sabha to assembly. That's what I would be looking out for now.
Okay, I want to bring in Karthik, both on the overall leads we have and on the strike rate basis, available leads. I know Sandeep is warning us not to call anything right now, and we're not doing that. But just looking at the leads, and now, Karthik, it's over to you.
Yeah, so there's been some update. It's 140 now for the Mahayuti, 120 to MVA and 12 to others, Barkha, as the EVMs are now being opened. There's a graph that we have prepared now which shows the strike rates as of 5 minutes back. So if you can just pull that up, it's very clear now that the BJP's strike rate is the healthiest amongst all parties and of course within the Mahayuti. That is followed by the Congress, the NCP Sharad Pawar and SSUBT. The Mahayuti alliance partners actually are not pulling their weight in terms of strike rates so far. So this is Congress, as you can see, the BJP star is the highest, followed by the Congress, NCP Sharad Pawar. If you can remove the banner, I think it's a little distracting. Then comes the SSUBT and then the SSES and the NCP Arjit Pawar. This is absolutely, I agree that this is still early days, but this is kind of what we're looking at right now. Now, the other thing that I think one will want to look at is the Jharkhand trends. And the Jharkhand trends are now showing a neck and neck battle, but for the first time since morning.
1 minute. Little more on the strike rate, and then we look at Jharkhand. If you look at this, you're basically saying the BJP strike rate is the best, followed by the Congress.
Yes, as of now. Yes, correct.
And if you look at this Ajit Pawar factor, because Sandeep just called that a mistake by the BJP in the Lok Sabha, basis this chart, how is Ajit Pawar doing?
I think Ajit Pawar is doing better than Eknath Shinde, which is a problem for Eknath Shinde because we were expecting that faction to do better than Ajit Pawar's faction. So I think both the Mahayuti allies are kind of pulling down the BJP. Whereas in the MVA, there is more uniformity, but the weakest link, as was expected, seems to be the SSUBT, even though by just a fraction as of now. But this might all change. I'll quickly come to Jharkhand, Barkha, because something interesting has happened. For the first time since morning, the JMM alliance is now leading with 38 to BJP's plus is 37. And this probably is again a result, as I was saying, of different regions reporting numbers at different times, with the tribal belts probably reporting the numbers a little later than the non-tribal belts. The tribal belts seem to favor the JMM plus, and the non-tribal belts seem to favor the Congress plus. So I think while Maharashtra is the flavor of the day, Jharkhand cannot be ignored because it was locked in a very tight contest. I was on the field myself, and it was a seat-by-seat contest where the BJP was throwing everything it had, but the JMM was also giving it back with all that it had, along with its alliance partners, the Congress, the RJD, and this time, very surprisingly, a strong addition to the India Gathbandhan in Jharkhand was that of the left parties, because of which they are expecting to do better in certain seats in the Dhanbad-Bokaro belt. And as early leads suggest, that might be happening in a seat like, say, Nirsa. So you know, that is happening. But again, Maharashtra is 140, 120, and 12. And at this point, Jharkhand is dead heat, 38 apiece. But please don't be surprised if these numbers completely change in the next 30 minutes. Because that is what happened in Haryana, and that is the nature of the beast.
Very interesting. And if we can also come back to Karthik's strike rate graphic. Banner off, please. Banner off just so that we can see it. Sujata, the BJ, and Nalini, okay, Nalini, go ahead first. Nalini? Could we unmute
Shiv
Nalini?
Sena.
Yeah.
Unmute. Yeah.
But we can hear you.
Looking at the Shinde Sena strike rate, which seems to be the worst at the moment, and I'm looking at then Ladli Behena scheme that they did, and so there seems to be a little bit of a contradiction. So Ladli Behen, where all the reporters said that there wasn't a woman they met metaphorically in Maharashtra who did not say that she had received this, the money from Ladli Behen. So now the question is, that Shinde himself is regarded quite closely linked to Ladli Behen. At the same time, he was not averse to polarization. BJP went for polarization. Here is where the Batenge Toh Katenge, etc. This is where it happened. Now, BJP seems to have done well on that, and Ladki Behan does not seem to have, yielded those kinds of rewards. So I'm just wondering. So is the kind of what shall I say, alarming conclusion that one might draw at this very early age is that polarization works better than the handouts.
It's an interesting question. And again, people vote for a multitude of reasons. That's one thing I've learned as a journalist. They don't vote on a single issue in the way that we internalize it. These are also hyper-localized elections. People may also be voting just for their candidate. The BJP's management on the ground may be better. Karthik, go ahead. Sorry, and my voice is cracking up.
Mahayuti is now very close to the majority mark of 144 with 143 leads, MBA 121.
Yeah.
One other factor that I guess I will request the panelists to also discuss is the re-involvement of the RSS in Maharashtra, which was missing in the Lok Sabha election. I think that is a big factor. There were two pan-Maharashtra factors at play in this election. One was Ladki Behan, but one was the re-involvement of the RSS from the Mahayuti side. I think apart from these two common denominations, everything else was either at a regional level or at a seat-by-seat level. So makes it very difficult to predict. And I would say even in Jharkhand, there was only one common denomination, which was the Maya Saman Yojana and the welfare schemes that was the common denomination across the state. And in some regions, the rise of the Jairam Mahato-led JLKM was the common denomination. Everything else was highly localized, candidate-specific, face-specific, and very specific to seat.
Karthik,
at this point, Mahayuti's crossed the majority mark with 149 to MBA's 118. Very still I would say early trends, and 11 seats yet to be called, reported in terms of leads. Jharkhand, BJP's NDA is inching towards a majority with 40 for the alliance and JMM plus being 38.
And I'm just saying that gap in Maharashtra is now a bigger gap.
And that has become even bigger now with 153 to NDA and MB at 114, 114. So that strike rate graphic will definitely change. So I'll change that.
Yeah. All right. Asif Amla, good news for the MVA right now. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was hearing ma'am who was mentioning about the Ladli Behena Yojana that was not something that was there. But let me submit to all of us here that Ladli Behena was definitely a very turning point, and in fact, the rate at which every Mahila got the money promptly on time was something which enhanced the confidence of the Mahilas. हम लोग के लिए ये अमाउंट बहुत बड़ा नहीं होता है, लेकिन जो ग्रामीण भाग में काम करते हैं, स्पेशली उन्हें स्विफ्टली डायरेक्ट ट्रांसफर मिले तो ये एक बड़ी बात होती है. दूसरा, अगर यही लाडकी बहन पर आप देखें तो हम पर बड़े टीका किए जा रहे थे और उस पर हमारे लिए एक बड़ा ये था कि भाई आपने रेवड़ियां बांटी, जबकि उन्होंने अपने राज्य में, कर्नाटका जैसे राज्य में जहां वो इस किस्म की रेवड़ियां बांट रहे हैं, तो उनके अपने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को उतरना पड़ा ये कहने के लिए भाई ये सब सारा बंद करिए, क्योंकि हमें स्टेट की इकोनॉमी के सिंक में ये सारा कुछ करना है. तो तब वो ठीक था, लेकिन यहाँ जब हमने लाडकी बहन योजना की योजनाएं लाई तो हम पे टीका टिप्पणी की गई, हम पे और यहाँ तक कि टू द एक्सटेंट दैट द एमवीए वेंट टू द कोर्ट अगेंस्ट this yojana, which again I can understand the enemy and the animosity with a party vis-a-vis a party, but for the welfare of the people, if you come up with a scheme and if you go and oppose, certainly that will definitely reflect, and definitely that reflected. And again, the turning point was when they themselves came up with a plan that नहीं हमें जो है हम यही योजना को 1500 की जगह हम 3000 देंगे. तो लोग समझते हैं, आपने एक योजना के खिलाफ कोर्ट जा रहे हो और कह रहे हो वो गलत है, और उसकी दुगनी योजना आप देने की प्रयास करो. और दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि बीजेपी महायुति were able to correct many, many shortcomings. Of course, we did have a shortcoming. The confidence that we had कि भाई 400 पार 400 पार, तो वो नारा जो है हमें बड़ा महंगा पड़ा. मुझे इस बात को सबमिट करने में कोई दो राय नहीं है. और उसी नारे से लोगों को भी तारे तो जीत रहे हैं. इन्हें वोट दो भी तो जीतेंगे, ना भी दो
Okay,
तो कहीं ना कहीं
Asif,
हमारी कमियों से ही हमें ये हुआ. और बीजेपी
Asif Saab, one minute. Sorry. Also, apologies. My voice is so hoarse today, but Karthik is going to
I
help
can
me out here.
imagine you're justified.
Yes. But Asif Saab, very interesting party-wise breakup. Also, the overall alliance leads. 155 for the BJP-led alliance in Maharashtra to 112 for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. This is now a significant gap. Karthik, before I get Sujata to respond, sorry, I need the numbers back. So, Karthik, go ahead.
Yeah, that gap has actually expanded now. It's 155 to 112. And if we now look at the strike rates, I think what Nalini ma'am was saying probably has changed, because Eknath Shinde's party has now stormed ahead in some of the seats. And so their strike rate has improved considerably. So while we're picking up the graph, if you look at just the numbers, at this point, the Congress's strike rate is 45, SSUBT third. So let's go in order. BJP 64 at the highest, Eknath Shinde 46% second, Congress 45 third, fourth is the NCP Sharad Pawar 41, NCP Ajit Pawar 39, and SSUBT is 36. So everything is now falling in place as expected. That the NCP Ajit Pawar is probably the weakest link for the Mahayuti. The SSUBT is the weakest link for the MBA. Those numbers are there. The BJP single largest party, best strike rate, that is there. But Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde, as was expected to perform better than NCP Ajit Pawar, that has happened. And even as we speak now, it's 160 to 107. And it seems now that things, the EVM machines have, or the EVMs have opened up. And that trend that we were seeing, which was kind of close in postal ballots, is reversing. It is now a big gap. And I think, again, several rounds to go, but this is not good news for the MPA. In Jharkhand, the two parties are locked in a very tight contest, the two formations, NDA 40 and the JMM plus at 38. So again, everything is up in the air. But in Maharashtra, this seems like not very good news for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And yeah, this is the updated strike rate graph. So look at
oh my God, I need that graphic. Okay, I don't know who's doing this, but I need that strike rate graphic back. Right.
And the ban can be removed, I think. Yeah. So if you look at the BJP, Barkha is the tallest star, right? Which is telling you that they're performing the best. Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde and Congress are separated by a decimal point. So, I mean, they're kind of at the same position. Then you look at NCP, SP and NCP, AP. NCP, SP doing little better than the NCP, AP. But then look at Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde's graph, which has gone up, and the SSUBT is the laggard in the Maha Vikas Aghadi.
Could we get Sandeep? He's also waiting to respond to this, and I wanted to go to him. But Sujata, right now, the gap has really widened. The Mahayuti is ahead in 160 to the MBA in 107. Your response, and then Sandeep Ghosh.
Barkha, the EVMs have opened, and definitely there will be other rounds also. So we need to wait and watch for that. But definitely at this point of time, the gap might be there, but people are not rejecting any party, because if you look at the percentage, like Kartike was mentioning, BJP might be ahead of most of the parties, but they are contesting in most of the parties also at this point of time. We can see that everybody is performing quite well. Most, Congress party, if you look at us, we are ahead in almost 50. We are between 40, 50, 60. So this is going to keep shifting. And the margins, like I said, there are certain seats where the margins are expected to be low. So we will have to wait for some time before we actually come to some kind of conclusion. Right now, of course, from your the data that you're showing, definitely Mahayuti is ahead in 162, but they are only leads.
So you still are hopeful. You're
Of
still
course.
hopeful.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because there are lots of seats where Shiv Sena, UBT, and Shiv Sena, the other faction, is in close contest also. So we'll just have to wait and watch, because uh, we have information from the ground that people are not really happy with the way Mr. Eknath Shinde's party has done. So what has suddenly happened, that has also changed the data quite a bit. So we'll just wait and watch for a couple of more rounds to get over. Then, the
Okay,
public.
Sandeep, you've been talking about the mistakes made by the BJP in
Barkha,
the Lok Sabha. Yeah, sorry, Karthik. Yeah.
can I add two more quick points? Sorry, before Sandeep comes in. One is that if you look at the ECI website, 10 to 20% of the counting has been completed as of now. So still very early days, I would say. So that part is there. The second is you have to understand which kind of voters vote in which sequence, right? So if you think that early morning voters are more inclined towards one party, then these trends might change. But this is just an academic point that I'm trying to make. This might still hold, but there are all these vagaries that we will still go through over the next hour
Oh,
or so, and then probably things will
I
solidify.
can't see it
So
now. Okay, Sandeep, you've been wanting to come in. Go ahead, Sandeep.
on a semi lighter note, is it the early morning voters or the early morning analysts? Which because I'm not too sure whether EVMs are being opened according to the early morning voter sequence or the early morning
Fair,
analyst sequence. Okay.
fair enough, fair enough,
So,
fair enough. Touche,
so we
touche,
need
touche. Yeah.
we need to figure that one out. Second point, Karthikeya, which I was telling
no,
you.
no, 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 no. That's not what I was. I wasn't saying the sequence is the same. I don't know. What I was,
No, no.
no, no. Just to, just to,
Okay, so, yeah, just to set
just
it
to
personal.
restore, just to restore my, just to restore my credibility. What I was saying was that what I was saying
Just to
was
put
that
it, just to put my comment in context, Kartika, so that you understand, I'm right now not in a morning mode. I'm in the evening mode in Barkha's hometown city of New York. So we have a time difference working there. So
no, no.
my
So
perspective will be
what I was
slightly
referring to,
different
Sandeep,
from yours.
what I was referring to, Sandeep, was that each box will essentially be a representative sample of the kind of voters who are coming in at a certain point in time. So
Okay, okay,
it is very likely that a box might go one way if you think that certain kinds of voters are turning up at given point. I'm not saying the sequence is
okay.
exactly the same, but it is
Okay, now
possible that.
coming to
Okay,
more
okay,
serious
okay.
note,
More seriously,
you
yes,
know,
please.
yeah, on the RSS bit, Karthikeya, what I'm waiting to see, the impact of RSS, I am expecting to see in Maharashtra is in correcting the damage which happened in June 2024, which they had not, either because they went hands off or they got alienated. How much of that correction they make there? What I'm expecting to see of the RSS's contribution, I'm holding my horses, and I'm not commenting on that in Jharkhand. I am expecting to see the RSS contribution in Jharkhand, much like the way it happened in Chhattisgarh, in terms of their years of hard work with the tribals, which we people, the city slickers and others, don't understand the kind of work which RSS has been doing with the tribals over years in this entire Santal belt. And I personally think BJP has lost that equity in West Bengal. Whatever BJP gained in 2019, much of it, if you were to, there's a separate discussion which we must have offline, which is BJP had gained in 2019. The delivery was largely of the RSS's work, which they'd done in the tribal belts of Purulia, Midnapur, Bankura, Birbhum, and all those places. And they've been working, and that is what delivered the which people least expected, Chhattisgarh to BJP last time. And if Jharkhand BJP is able to manage, salvage it out of it in this round, it will be RSS's positive contribution. In Maharashtra, if RSS has come back into the play, it is, I think they will be doing a damage correction from June 2024, which had happened. That is what I'm, my, this thing, I'll still reserve my comments till the final results are out, but that's where. And finally, when you're talking about SS UBT versus SS Shinde, I think Shinde bore the cross of betrayal against, the Balasaheb Thackeray legacy or this thing till Lok Sabha. But where Shinde has been sort of in some ways forgiven is because UBT swung so much more, forsaking, abdicating Balasaheb's Hindutva platform and moving the other way. That has washed away the quote unquote the sins of Shinde in trying of betraying the Balasaheb legacy or the heritage by which he defected. He is now
Right.
seen somebody who is upholding the Balasaheb legacy much better than his own biological, since this is a term which Congress likes to use a lot, his biological, descendants who have forsaken that Hindutva ideology and moved towards a more, expedient this thing in embracing the non-Hindutva platform, whereas Shinde has remained steadfast to it, and that's where you will see the difference between Shinde and UBT in these elections. That's my
Okay.
prognosis.
Okay. We do have updated numbers. Karthike quickly, and then Sujata, Nalini, and Asif. Karthik?
So I think very, very shocking news for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, because this is looking like one-way traffic now. Mahayuti
Correct.
solidifying 171, MVA 92 leads, others is 16. Jharkhand is still pretty close, where JMM plus is 38, BJP plus 37. Sandeep, I was on the ground in Jharkhand for 7-8 days. Honestly speaking, in the tribal belts of at least South Chota Nagpur and Kolan, I did not find too much of an RSS resonance. Santhal, I was not able to cover in as much depth. But probably in the hinterlands where I could not go, there was some resonance. But in Jharkhand, I would say that the JMM fought a pretty tough election. It was game over for Hemant Soren, say, last year at this point in time. But post his arrest, the way the government was sort of redefined, I think that is why you're seeing a contest. Otherwise, probably it would have been again an NDA sweep by this time. But it's still up in the air. But I think Maharashtra, Barkha, is even though this is still 10 to 20% of the counting and etc., it's getting clearer. It's getting clearer that it is going to be the Mahayuti, because unless something changes now significantly and in as many seats, I don't know what's going to happen. I think Mahayuti is looking at a pretty big lead.
Okay, just throwing in one spanner for your later discussions. I may not be there. Barkha, if Mahayuti wins Maharashtra, take my nominee for BJP president is Bhupendra Yadav. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Who by
No,
the
no,
way,
no.
by the way, is the environment minister and has been missing while there has been this severe smog in North India. I must.
Whatever you might say, it is Bhupendra Yadav is my nominee for the BJP president if Maharashtra goes the BJP.
Why? Why?
way.
Explain that. Explain that. Explain that. Why?
He is the person who would have salvaged Maharashtra. He is the one who delivered Madhya Pradesh to BJP last time when everybody forgot. Odisha was his delivery. The combination of Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav, these are the two people who have been working, and they were handpicked. They work silently, and they are the people who are able to bring the RSS and the BJP machinery together in a very inconspicuous, seamless way. Maharashtra win, just like Madhya Pradesh was Shivraj Singh and Bhupendra Yadav. It will be Devendra Fadnavis and Bhupendra Yadav's win. And like they delivered Dharmendra Pradhan and Bhupendra Yadav in Odisha, this is it. And my bet will be Bhupendra Yadav as the next BJP president. That let's leave that for aside. We'll discuss about it later on.
Okay.
By the way, look at the strike rate graph now, right?
Yeah.
Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. Actually, now the three Mahayuti, the three Mahayuti allies are now actually leading in terms of strike rates. So BJP 1, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde number 2, and NCP Ajit Pawar number 3. And all three Maha Vikas Aghadi allies are trailing the three Mahayuti alliance partners.
So the allies have pulled the Congress down in the Mahayuti.
No, even the Congress has pulled itself down. No, look at the Congress's strike rate; it's barely 40%, 35%.
So this is a very important graph because if you look at it, the BJP is the largest party, Eknath Shinde and even Ajit Pawar holding their own. And as Karthik points out, it's a very clear contrast. You can see it visually. On this side is the Congress, Uddhav Thackeray and the Sharad Pawar faction, all below the strike rate of the other three parties in the Mahayuti. Mr. Bhamla, you're looking very chilled. Good news for you. Can
No,
you?
well, yeah. Let me tell you, this election is going to set a narrative, a tone and tonality of which is going to be the right and the original Sena and the original NCP. That picture is going to be clear. Of course, that declaration is not going to be done by you, me. It's going to be done by the mandate that they achieve because वो हमारे देश में उसी को हम सर्वोपरि मानते हैं. तो ये मेरा अनुमान है. दूसरा, let me also submit.
Sir, your party has crossed 100 now by itself in Maharashtra. Go ahead.
Sir. Thank you so much for the good news. आपके मुंह में जलेबी तो नहीं, आपका मुंह मीठा जरूर कर ले आप. हमें थोड़ा जलेबियों से अभी डर और खौफ हो गया है because पिछली बार जलेबियों ने मैं कहता ना when it's over sugar and sweet, it's anyways harmful. So we had a pinch of that. So this year, I think in my party headquarters, they're not doing jalebis, is what I understand. But I don't know because that's in Delhi and I was supposed to go to Delhi. But I don't know laddus. Laddus are a little less sweeter, so that does good for us, for our health also. But going further, let me also tell you that the way it's looking and how you only exhibited here to me looks like in both the places the NDA is going to form its government under the leadership of Honorable Narendra Modi ji. The exit polls have already had come, of course, and in a short while the exact polls also will be there, and I'm sure you're being exact in submitting the same too. So the way the questions were being raised on us, the way we were, the way we were after the Lok Sabha elections, the problems that we had to face. Like another spokesperson mentioned that that Bhupendra Yadav ji ka, Devendra ji ka, ये जो combinations है, वो बड़ा fruitful रहा जो हमने देखा. And this election will, while the MBA was very confident in the Lok Sabha, we were able to still fix our shortcomings, is what I feel. And and the BJP in that span of 6 months we did what they were trying to do in the 4.5 years. So I don't know if Barkha thinks that I think we deserve a pat on our back. That's all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, one thing is clear. Whatever jolt that your party and your alliance had got in the Lok Sabha, you have built back. You have built back from that, and there will be time to analyze what was the X factor. Was it the RSS? Was it local management? Was it the alliance? We don't know. But Sujata, are you I'm not saying we're calling this because we have learned from our past mistakes. We'll be very careful. But the gap is very big at this point. It's 179 to 88. Ma'am, your response.
Yes, the gap has widened, but I would still wait But if this holds, then it's not only about management and how the management has happened. There have been questions raised on the management also, because when we were talking about Maharashtra elections, we heard the Katenge Batenge, we heard the Dharma Yodh, and we also saw pictures of Vinod Tavre, and there were other kinds of allegations also, the divisions between the Maratha and the OBC. All these were part of the BJP narrative. So there will be questions raised on that also, and also not just that, even between the tribals and the Dhangar communities, the kind of campaigning that BJP has done, those will be, they are being put to test. And if these results hold, definitely there will be, we will have to relook at what we have done and what the BJP has done, and whether we have been able to counter that particular narrative. Because politics is not only about forming governments;
10
it's also about
seconds.
forming governments with brotherhood, compassion in place, which has not really been seen during these elections. Of course, the BJP definitely has a huge amount of money, muscle power, everything. And when you are in power, if you're misusing it, those should be questioned also. But I am not going to concede defeat at this particular point of time, because there are many rounds, and we've seen in the past also how things have changed suddenly. So we'll wait and watch.
Barkha,
All right. Sorry,
meanwhile in
sorry. I
Jharkhand,
also just,
meanwhile in
wanted to,
Jharkhand,
one second. I just wanted to say, one of our banners, though we've been talking about the BJP racing ahead, mistakenly said that the NVA raced ahead. That was a typo. We meant that the Mahayuti has raced ahead. Yes, Sandeep says we are also part of the early morning analyst camp. However, the gap is wide, but in Jharkhand, it's dead heat. Karthik, it's over to you.
yeah, Jharkhand is dead heat, Barkha 40-40, and at some point 5 minutes back, BJP had breached that 41 mark, but it's 40-40 to 1. Maharashtra NDA is 183, MBA is 83, and the problem for the Congress and the Maha Vikas Aghadi is that in the last almost 25 minutes, there has not been one update which has flipped in the MBA's favor. All the updates that are coming in are essentially making the lead wider and wider in favor of the Mahayuti. So that is, I guess, the bigger cause of worry. I still agree that a lot of counting needs to be done. But if that is only useful, if that counting is anyway going to stem this
But Karthik, look at the gap. It's 183 to 83. This
That's
is
what I'm
not a
saying.
tight. This is not a tight election if this gap
No.
holds.
What I'm saying is that even if out of say 30 rounds, 2 have been counted or 3 have been counted, and 27 are left, there is still a lot of scope to recover ground. The problem is that the trend so far has been such that whenever a new update comes in, the gap only widens. So that the remaining 27 will only hold some hope if some of the updates are checking the earlier updates gains for the Mahayuti. That's not happening. That for me is the bigger concern for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And I absolutely agree with you that at this point, it's a yawning gap. It's a huge gap. Whereas in Jharkhand, it's dead heat. So, I mean, that is, the numbers are there. And it's not as if any of the 3 alliance partners in the MVA is overperforming the other. All 3 are performing really badly at this.
I mean, this is such a fascinating election, because if this gap holds, then everybody who said that this was going to be super tight was as usual wrong. And Abhijit Iyer Mitra, you pride yourself on being the election panauti, and whatever you say is wrong. So whatever you said was wrong, because you said that the youth had the BJP was going to do very badly, and now I feel कि आपने जान के बोला so that the party you like does well. So what do you make of these numbers, Abhijit? Can we unmute Abhijit? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, I was doing the election Panotti thing, predicting doom, so that the party I prefer would win. Absolutely. But even in my wildest dreams, I wasn't expecting the margins that we're seeing right now. Like I said, Barkha, when I told you, and that was probably me being the most honest in that entire thing, was
yes,
I do believe that it was heading for a hung assembly. and that the BJP had a disadvantage going in, but because of the central government, it would have an advantage, molding the situation to its favor. But these results, I don't think, leave much room for doubt, do they? Because even in Jharkhand, the pendulum seems to be swinging more towards the BJP than it is towards the JMM INC. The longer we're waiting, the more the pendulum seems to be swinging out there. Jharkhand, to be fair, I was expecting maybe slight advantage to the BJP, but certainly not in Maharashtra at any rate.
What do you make of this? I mean, Sandeep Ghosh was just talking about the return of the RSS. Is this about the RSS?
This is entirely about the RSS, Barkha. If you remember, I raised that point the last time, Kartikeya, you and me were also on the panel. This is where, this is something that a point that Nalin Mehta made, that the BJP had gotten into this complacency that they now have a 30:1 worker ratio of RSSs to of BJPs to RSS, whereas traditionally under Vajpayee and things it used to be about 1:1.5 kind of thing. But this is where you see that the RSS worker is probably worth more than 30 BJP workers at this stage. And I realized why. It's because they provide an extremely credible source of ground intelligence. They don't editorialize. They tell you the lay of the land. They tell you what the factions are, what their relative strengths are, who's going to actively sabotage, who's going to passively sabotage, and things like that. So, losing the RSS in that sense was almost like the Indian state, to extrapolate it to the Indian state, losing both RAW, IB, ED, all of it at the same time. Now that it's gotten the RSS back, now that the BJP's gotten the RSS back, I think that's really what swung the entire, I mean, the only, when you do chemistry experiments, you test for only one variance at a time so you can ascertain the fidelity of results. And in this case, the only thing that's really changed is the RSS and the RSS coming in, cracking the whip.
Let me get responses to that. Nalini Singh, go ahead.
Yeah. Barkha, I just want to say that now we can say that the Lok Sabha was an aberration. Haryana was not an aberration, because you see what's happening with the BJP. I think the actual star of the Maharashtra elections so far is the BJP. Don't forget that about 20 candidates of the Shiv Sena, Shinde Shiv Sena, are actually BJP candidates. Take NC China, etc. So I would say that this appears to be something that one has to hand to BJP. I would agree that it is the RSS and the ground management which the Congress party, I don't know if it's pulled its socks up. It doesn't look like it, at least in Maharashtra. But the interesting thing is the sympathy factor that we've been talking about. Now, has it worked in Jharkhand for Hemant Soren? And why has it not worked in Maharashtra for Uddhav Thackeray, even for Sharad Pawar, to an extent? So these are things that we have to see. Is the Maharashtra voter, hearing some other band music than the Jharkhand voter, or is it about tribals and non-tribals? And therefore, is it not that much about the Maratha versus the OBC versus the other caste that we had been talking about? And when you look at I don't know if you've done these region-wise things, but in Vidarbha and in Marathwada by itself is Maratha. So, and also Mumbai, Thane to an extent, so would have Maratha things. So, but if it's all across the board that BJP is securing votes, then the Congress should actually look at what BJP is doing. But the interesting thing is that these slogans that were given, I would like to get back to Katenge Batenge, Ek Hai Toh Safe Hai. I thought that the slogan would be Anek Hai Toh Safe Hai. That if there are a lot of us, then we are safe. But it doesn't appear to be. And this is for maybe psychiatrists to work out now what voters are thinking.
I want to welcome at this point Rajiv Pandey. Namaskar, Rajiv ji, to the program. Karthik, a quick overview of both states, and then we'll get Rajiv ji's response.
Barkha, I think Maharashtra is the same. NDA 188 to MBS 82. In Jharkhand, JMM Plus is pulling ahead now, 44 to NDA 36, which for somebody who was on the field is not very surprising because the JMM gave them a tough fight. Now, I'll come back to what Nalini ma'am was saying, that what has worked in Jharkhand, why is the sympathy not working in Maharashtra? So, from my very limited understanding, Nalini ma'am, we grew up watching you. But my limited understanding is that, the Congress has this habit of saying, Janta chunav lad rahi hai. Janta ab chunav nahi ladti. Now, to hope that people will make you win is not going to work. Not in Madhya Pradesh, not in Haryana, not in Maharashtra. Because I actively saw how JMM was trying to defend its territory in Jharkhand. The way after Hemant Soren came back, they launched Kalpana Soren. They launched a slew of welfare schemes. They gave answers to every BJP rhetoric the way it was supposed to be. And they got a very tough election. And even at this point, they might lose this election. But that loss will be a much more handsome loss, I would say, than the way the MBA is going down in Maharashtra. So I think once the Lok Sabha election results were out, I did not hear the MBA make any solution-oriented statements. It was as if the Purana Muddas were continuing. But at the same time, what the Mahayuti did was, apart from the re-involvement of the RSS Barkha that I've been saying, the Ladli Behena Yojana and other such welfare schemes, they laid the ground for the Mahayuti's resurgence.
Can I just I just wanted to bring in Rajiv ji of the BJP. Maharashtra is the big story right now. Rajiv ji, I think while we are not formally calling the elections, the gap is so big. The BJP has emerged as the single largest party. The Mahayuti is leading in 190 to the NDA's 80. This is now more than double, right? The gap is huge. I'm sure congratulations, I think, are in order. What made the difference? क्या हुआ महाराष्ट्र में? जरा समझाइए, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, ji.
Personally, good morning. Personally, I feel that BJP and their alliance partner was in control in Maharashtra for last, I can say, 11 years. 2014 election, you can see Lok Sabha as well as Vidhan Sabha. We contested at our own and we succeeded at 122 seats. Then you come to Lok Sabha election, you have seen what kind of performance under the leadership of Modi ji in 2014 and 19 both. Then what happened? In 19 also in Vidhan Sabha, BJP strike rate was 70%. And along with us, Shiv Sena was there and Shiv Sena also got 56 seats. What has happened that Shiv Sena, they changed the side and they ditched the ideological issues. So Shiv Sena voters, in politics, normal commentators are very making disturbing comments about the politicians, that politicians change side because of khokha and this and that. The issue is, if I'm a politician and I think that I'm not going to win next election, I may switch side. And on ideological ground, Uddhav Thackeray ji joined Congress party. Bala Saheb Thackeray's statement, well aware about that, what he was talking about Congress party. So their cadre votes in Mumbai, they have little bit with Shiv Sena UBT. Rest said, this is not done. So 2.5 years government was there with the MBA, but Eknath Shinde ji decided, took an extreme step that I will get out of the government. First time a minister has left the government and joined another alliance, and then government was formed. So one is about the ideological issue. Barkha ji, my suggestion is one is about the ideological issue. Second point, the kind of development on several shows, I submitted the kind of development Devendra ji and Eknath Shinde ji has done in these 2.5 years, as well as 5 years of Devendra Fadnavis ji government, 2014 to 19. Nobody can deny. The problem, these are the two issues. And third, the biggest issue, people have realized the threat. Barkha, the kind of, I don't want to start in the morning that what was the reason. The way Devendra ji said that we were defeated in Lok Sabha election because of the vote jihad, that has gone down. Whether you accept, and Barkha ji, I want to make one statement very clear. BJP is right now not fighting only the political parties. Political parties are against us. That is a part of democracy. We enjoy that. But right now, BJP is fighting with the ecosystem. In that, At least 20 YouTubers are there, the main opposition party in the country. They will not talk about, Barkhaji, I'm not talking about you. You are independent journalist as far as
Yes,
Rajiv Pandey is concerned. Rajiv
Yes,
Pandey
sir.
is concerned. I'm making it very clear. When I was in graduation, you were reporting. When I was in Delhi
Thank
University
you.
Law Faculty.
No.
What I'm saying,
We pride ourselves on our independence. We pride ourselves
only
on our independence.
I'm saying there are some.
Yes.
You just open them. I certainly watch them. I'll tell you why. I watch them to understand what bad things and dirty things are going in their mind. So I watch all these new YouTubers. So they should do journalism. So right now BJP is fighting opposition party as well as an ecosystem, which they think, and they are doing this for getting hits. I know, and what kind of people are giving them hits. No problem.
But can I ask?
So what?
Can I ask you something, Rajivji? And again, we pride ourselves on our independence. We only focus on the facts. We have no political leanings, right, left, center. But I want to ask you a political question. Look at these numbers. It's 197 to the Mahayuti compared to 77 for the NVA. This is a one-sided election. This is not a tight election. First, who will be Chief Minister, Rajivji? I am sure, given these numbers, given the BJP strike rate, the BJP will want its own leader to be Chief Minister, Rajivji.
Barkhaji, our Honorable Home Minister has made a statement that election is being contested in the leadership of Eknath Shinde, but the CM candidate will be decided after the result. Now result is out. All three parties will sit together, and I'll tell you one thing. Nobody was aware even that who is going to become CM 2.5 years back. Eknath Shinde became CM. We were under his leadership. Even in BJP, as far as NDA is concerned, I can remind you that about Nitish Kumar ji, when he first time became CM, that time we were a bigger party. He became CM. In the last election also, we were 71, Nitish ji was only 40. He became CM. So for BJP, service to the people and for the security and integrity of the nation is more important than getting CM chair. So our leadership, and Eknath Shinde ji has openly said that whatever decision will be taken in the Mahayuti meeting, that will be final. And Barkhaji, one last line. In BJP, I am a common worker, grassroots worker. Do you think that anybody can even put their neck out? That who will become?
No.
If in private conversation, I would have said what will happen. But very frankly, I am telling you, we are a common worker, and I'll tell you, I am so happy that 3-4 lies are busted in Maharashtra. One, the fake narrative of Rahul Gandhi that constitution will be scrapped, that was bought in last election. Reservation will be scrapped, that was bought, and that's why because of 2 lakhs vote we lost Maharashtra. Not only Maharashtra, you should see what is happening with the Maharajji, our leader of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji Maharaj, how he has turned the table. Why? Because the lie will not help you. Barkhaji, I am requesting all those YouTuber channels, also channel editors, as well as the Congress party, fight on the basis of the real issues. You were saying reservation will be scrapped. Tell me, ma'am, can constitutional reservation given by Baba Sahib Ambedkar, can be scrapped? Can constitution be scrapped and Supreme Court will sit tight? Article 368 will be violated. Everything will be done. Yesterday, when hearing was going on, you must be aware about the amendments.
Rajiv ji, I want to ask you a question. You very honestly said that you are no one to comment on who will be chief minister. But how much of an RSS role is there in this victory? Abhijit Iyer Mitra just moments ago said, this is all about the RSS. What would you say?
I cannot dare to disagree with Abhijit Iyer Mitra. He's a dear friend of mine. Okay, just but I'll tell you, RSS is working for the safety and security of the country. RSS is not a political organization. RSS helps those parties who work for the safety and security of the country. So for RSS, have you heard one statement? Have you heard one statement, Barkhaji, that RSS has said, go and vote this party, go and vote that party? They go and they work with the people of this country. It is two-way communication in RSS. I am part of. I was now that project is over. whether it is CAA, that report was released by Advaniji, which I prepared. Article 370, I filed the first petition under challenging 35 capital A in 2013. What I'm saying, RSS works on ground for the people issue. Those people who do not understand RSS, they will keep on talking about RSS. What Abhijit is saying, in my just one line, what Mitraji has said, RSS was there on ground. I can tell you, I have traveled across Maharashtra. They were on ground for sensitizing people that bust the fake narratives of Congress party about the constitution reservation. And if you are not united, the country will be in trouble. And we have seen what has happened in Bangladesh. So these two issues, Barkhaji, apart from I said three issues in my opening comment, and these two issues, that if we are not united, if we all are not together, there will be a problem. Thank you.
Okay, Rajiv ji, I'll get Abhijit to respond to that. Karthik, overall view on the numbers, please.
Barkha, yeah, just quickly on the strike rates, I think, so numbers are, I think at this point, it's kind of one-way traffic in Maharashtra. I think it will take something extraordinary now in successive rounds of counting to overturn this trend. I know Nalini ma'am wants to make a point, but quickly before that, look at the strike rate graph, the way it has changed. Half an hour, 45 minutes back, we saw the Congress at around 50%. And the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde was sort of pulling down the Mahayuti. But at this point, the three alliance partners in the Mahayuti are at much higher levels than all three partners of the MV. So it tells a story of, if at the end of the day, if Sharad Pawar ji or SSUBD turns to the Congress and says, you pulled us down, that will be unfair, because all three players have kind of pulled the alliance down. So I'll let Nalini ma'am speak because she had her hand up, but this is kind of the bigger update. But I think Jharkhand seems to be now moving the JMM way, JMM plus way with 46 to 32. And so honors are shared, it seems, at this point.
Yes, but I think Maharashtra, we will have to acknowledge as the big political state that will impact national politics in a way that Jharkhand may not, will not. Nalini, just before I come to you, that's... Yeah, ma'am, go ahead.
It's just a 10-seconder, which is that Rajiv ji was talking about vote jihad. And I've looked at some figures. In the Muslim-dominated areas, constituencies, actually the vote percentage this time has been lower than the average for the state. And I think that's something which, as rational journalists, completely neutral, we must factor in when these political statements are made. What accounts for the fact that the Muslim in those districts, maybe 20 or something, or maybe more constituencies, that the actual vote percentage has been lower than the state average? I'm talking about Maharashtra. This is something that has to be explained by those who talk about vote jihad. That's all.
Let me get Rajiv to respond.
Only one line.
Only one line.
Only one line. Ma'am, this is not about this election. We were talking about election in May 2024 in Lok Sabha. I can give you constituency wise that how in 6 Vidhan Sabha, like Dhule is being reported. In Dhule, there are 6 constituencies. In 5 constituencies, BJP was ahead. But in Malegaon, they got 192,000 votes, and we lost that seat, Dhule seat.
It's a general point. I would just appeal to you to please look at this also as something which would factor in.
Ma'am, I'm only saying in Lok Sabha election, we thought that there is a section of the people very categorically, they don't vote for Sadak Bijli Pani, they vote for to defeat BJP. And if that is the case, then we have no other option than to take a stand what we have taken today.
Let me read out the data on turnouts, what Nalini is referring to. While overall turnout in Maharashtra increased by nearly 5 percentage points, 19 of the 22 constituencies with 25% or more Muslims saw lower polling than state average. Whatever that means, we leave it to the analysts. I want to get Suhashini Yadav off the Congress, but Karthike, very quickly, please.
Barkha, I just make one point. When the Lok Sabha elections came out, there were 3 states that we knew were going to polls: Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Haryana. In all 3 states, the BJP had suffered reverses. And of the 3, Jharkhand was supposed to be the weakest link for the India alliance. What has happened is the exact opposite. In Haryana and Maharashtra, the BJP sifted a comeback. But in Jharkhand, it seems that the JMM plus is pulling ahead. And again, I will repeat that this whole idea ki janta chunav ladegi doesn't work anymore. And I think that once again, for the 2532nd time, the Congress has to wake up that this is modern electioneering and things just don't work. Ki janta ka gussa hai, to wo vote mein convert ho jayega. Again, having seen the Jharkhand election from close quarters, I know how that election was micromanaged on the JMM side and how the BJP also, gave it a very tough contest. But if the JMM plus emerges very strong in this election, it is because they were able to keep pace with the BJP's ways of electioneering. Look at what's happening. It's Maharashtra. The biggest story, Barkha, is every time a new update comes in, this gap widens. I haven't seen one round of update where there has been some reversal in favor of the FBA, which gives me even more conviction that this is no longer about counting or rounds. It's a secular trend across the state. And I would say RSS's involvement and the welfare schemes, the cementing of Eknath Shinde as the chief minister, of Maharashtra probably are the two pan-state factors.
Although Karthik, I'd be very surprised if Eknath Shinde is the next chief minister.
No,
I mean,
that's
the BJP with these numbers will want their own person in the chief minister's chair. Rajiv ji won't say it. I'm saying it.
आप मुंबई में बैठे आप सरकार बनवा के आइएगा हमें पता चल
अरे सर हमारी औकात नहीं किसी की सरकार बनवाने की but it's a political common sense. A party that has this kind of lead will want its own person there. However, Suhashini, I know you must be very disappointed. You concede defeat in Maharashtra.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I see till now, these are the trends. And I was just hearing, however, the BJP panelist was talking about all the things about constitution, reservation, and how Congress party has been shown the face. But this is not the correct time to comment. Never the Congress party or the Congress leader has said anything against reservation or constitution. Rather, Rahul Gandhi ji has been talking about safeguarding constitution throughout the country. He has conducted many sammelans and how we can give samman to constitution. In Maharashtra as well, we conducted two sammelans, Samvidhan Sammelan in Kolhapur and Nagpur. And the turnout there, the people who were the participants in these programs were the people of Maharashtra, the activists of Maharashtra, and the people who wanted the change. I would again comment that these are just the trends right now. We should wait for some time because we were on the ground and we saw the situation, how people were frustrated and fed up of the current government and the current non-elected government, I must say, because people gave their mandate to NVA in the last elections and they scrapped this mandate and made the government overnight, just how they do in several other states. So still, I would recommend it is better to wait for some time and look at the trends. And initially in
I know strange things happen in politics, but I don't see this gap narrowing. I'm sorry.
No,
it's 211 to 64.
But then we have the support of the people. In the general elections also, it was the people who voted for us, the voting percentage and the everything. If you'll see the trend, it was in our favor. Yes, we are falling back by few numbers, but we should at least wait for some time. You never know the tide turns around. But I would again say Rahul Gandhi ji or any other leader in the Congress party has never said that they are going to scrap the reservation. Rather, our leaders are constantly saying that we are going to remove the cap of 50% reservation and we are going to implement it. This is really...
Okay, ma'am.
Can I just 10 seconds? 10 seconds.
Yes.
The issue is, I think my sister did not understand what I said. Congress is lying that Modi ji will scrap constitution and reservation. This was the fake narrative in 2024 Lok Sabha election. Though Rahul Gandhi has said in foreign that I will also reconsider the decision, that I am not making that point. I am saying during the Lok Sabha election, Congress main plank was...
It is your leaders, your party leaders who have said this thing, Rajiv ji. Modi ji is leader of party. It's your party leaders who have said that hum Samvidhan ko badal denge in several parts of the country. How will you deny this?
Barkhaji, I can respond that also, but I don't want to do
Yeah.
tutu meme in the morning itself that we do on some other channel. What I'm saying, Barkhaji, what I'm saying, my
Yes.
point was that in Lok Sabha election, Congress was lying that if BJP gets 400 seats plus seats, then they will scrap constitution and reservation. That was my first point. Though Rahul Gandhi on he doesn't talk in India much, but on foreign land he said, "I will reconsider the constitution." As far as the amending constitution is concerned, my sister has said, I'll say one thing, ma'am. You have amended 100 times constitution. Are you aware? It is Congress party, Barkhaji, who has destroyed the preamble of Indian constitution, which is called Atma of Indian constitution, by amending preamble.
How can
That time
you
BJP,
how can you
that was
say
Okay,
that
okay,
Rahul Gandhi
okay,
doesn't
okay, okay,
represent
okay,
the people of the
okay.
country?
Hang on,
आपने
hang
कल
on,
की
Subhash.
press conference
Guys, please. I
में
think
can I conclude my point, ma'am? Ma'am, I
yes,
did not
please,
disturb
please.
anybody.
Okay,
I will not
Subhashni,
talk.
I'll give you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You give her
Rajiv.
time. How much? I am only saying
Rajiv
in
ji, boliye,
India,
boliye.
in India, constitution, which is the basic structure, cannot be changed. So no government can change. First, we have to bust this lie of Rahul Gandhi. One, that constitution cannot be amended. Their basic. However, once before this judgment came, Indiraji, inserted 2 words in the Indian constitution's preamble, which was the worst thing with the Baba Sahib Ambedkar constitution.
Okay, can
He
I
did not
please
want
get
these 2 words. Thank
okay,
you.
can I get Abhijit now? Subhashni, please wait. I don't see this gap. I am sticking my neck out. I would be very surprised if anything changes in Maharashtra. The gap is simply too big. You know, if the gap was 150 to 211, we'd say, yes, wait. It's 64 to 211. I mean, this cannot change. All our experience of elections, now even bigger, 216 to 59. Now, Abhijit, could you please fix the boxes? Abhijit, I want your response. Abhijit, you said it's entirely about the RSS.
It's entirely about the RSS, and I'll tell you why I'm, isolating the RSS in all of this. I'm
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
disagree slightly both with Kartike and with Rajiv ji.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you why. The welfare schemes that we saw implemented in Maharashtra, for example, there is no ownership of them. You have local councillors and corporators coming and taking credit for doing it for the local residents and things, and they don't
Yeah.
even know that these are central or state government schemes. Very frequently I noticed that it was almost entirely the local councillors taking credit for it, and that hasn't changed from the Lok Sabha election to now.
Hmm.
So I don't believe that the change here was that somehow the population got to know that these schemes were because of the state government. That particular messaging.
So you don't think it's the Ladli Behena program that was the X factor? You think it was the RSS that was the X factor?
Now, the Ladki Behna program was the one
Yeah.
outlier to all of this, which was
Right.
being trumpeted. But the existing schemes, for example, the ownership out there was not taken. Right. Second here was, this is where I'll disagree with Rajiv ji. You see, in the Lok Sabha elections, we were told that this was an agglomeration of state elections. But look at the difference now in the state election, where this has been it's been micro district elections, an agglomeration of micro district elections, essentially. Right. But the problem here is, if we come to this conclusion that somehow it was YouTubers and this narrative that the constitution was going to be changed, why are the results so different from state to state? The linguistic difference between the Madhya Pradesh border and the UP border
Correct.
isn't much. And how is it that the BJP did so badly in UP and did so well in Madhya Pradesh, where it was the exact same WhatsApp videos being circulated, exact same YouTube videos being circulated? So just in terms of sample testing, I would say
Yeah.
that, sure, you can add Ladki Behna to it marginally, but I'd still say it was about 60 to 75% the RSS pulling this off.
Very, very interesting. And that means, Abhijit, you're saying that what happened to the NDA in Lok Sabha was because the RSS was not fully on board. Interesting. I will open this up. Madhavan is here, but Karthik, let's do a quick look. You have numbers to show us. Go ahead.
Yeah, not much to show, I guess. 216 to 59. I think, again, I will just repeat that I think you're sticking your neck out for good reason, because there's not been one single update which has reversed
Correct.
this.
Correct.
I mean, if there was a quick update which suddenly made the 65 go up to 90, then we would think that, oh, by the way, there is some noise
Absolutely.
in the system, but that's not happened. I mean, after the postal ballots have been counted, it's just been going downhill for the MP. So the trend is pretty clear now. Whereas in Jharkhand, it's Congress plus with 45, BJP plus with 33, and others with 3. And I just adding to what Abhijit is saying, I was always referring to the Ladli Behena scheme and the Bhau scheme as well, the freeing up of the tolls, etc. The slew of freebies that were given out in Maharashtra. One has to understand that the RSS's job and any organization's job is to go to voters and tell them what the government has done. So one can't exist without the other. So the RSS can go and say vote for us, but the voter will say how, why. So then it's like in economics you call a Cobb-Douglas function, right? That you have to have one or the other to make an impact. So I think it's a combination, but of course the RSS's organizational strength cannot be underestimated. I absolutely agree with that. Now, if I can just share my screen and show you where these leads are coming from, I hope this works out, Barkha, because
Let's try it.
Okay, perfect.
Let's try
So
it.
if you look at Maharashtra, Barkha, I mean, given and these are election commission leads, so they are at least for sure they're lagging behind what we are reporting, but soon they'll converge. Given the yawning gap between the two alliances, it is no surprise that across the state it is Gerua, right? It is the orange of the BJP.
Can we go full frame on it, please? Yeah. Karthik, give us a second. We'll go full frame on it. Yeah, go ahead.
If the light orange is the saffron is for the BJP, then you have somewhere between a brown and a dark orange, that is Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. The darker blue is for Ajit Pawar's NCP, and there's very little of the Congress. So this is the Congress's color. This is the NCP's color. You don't see anything, right? You don't see any of these parties making an impact. So that is Jharkhand. Now, if we then Maharashtra, then if we go to the Jharkhand situation, you will see the exact opposite. Not exact opposite, but you will see that the India parties are dominating. And let's see what's happening here. So even as I wait for for the graphic to be pulled up, in Jharkhand, Barkha, yeah, it's right here. So the Kolhan region where the BJP had a lot of hopes, not a lot is happening. This is southern Jharkhand. In Santhal, where the BJP was hoping for some gains seem to have materialized. With Dumka is a very big surprise if the BJP pulls this one off. Jama, they are leading. Nala, they are leading. These are gains for the BJP. What is a reversal is Deoghar, which was, when I was there, it was a big surprise that RJD might win the temple town of Deoghar, and that seems to be happening. But look at South Chota Nagpur and the Kolhan divisions. The India Alliance has done really well in these areas, and they are picking up a few seats in the Palamu division, which is their weak link. So whether it is Bhavnathpur, whether it is Bishrampur, Hossainabad, Chatarpur, Panki, this is not Simaria, sorry, Latehar. These are all gains coming from the BJP's bastion. So the BJP is gaining in some of the JMM strongholds, but that is being compensated for by the gains of the JMM in the BJP strongholds. So Jharkhand is, again, as I've been saying, that Jharkhand is showing you that if you fight the election properly against the BJP, things can be done. But if you expect that Janta Hamara Chunav ladegi, then Janta, I think, is probably a little more different than what you're expecting.
Okay, thanks for that granular data. I think here's the big picture. The NDA is set for a massive victory in Maharashtra. I would be very surprised if anything changes, but we're still waiting. But this is what it looks like. The gap is huge now. In Jharkhand, the JMM Congress Alliance is now pulling ahead. We're still waiting to call that election. But in Maharashtra, it doesn't look like anything's going to change anytime soon. Madhavan Narayan, Karthik says the Congress thinks Janta Chunav ladegi. Abhijit says Maharashtra is all about the RSS. Rajiv Pandey of the BJP says the ideological betrayal as perceived by people of Uddhav Thackeray worked. I am confused. Sympathy for Uddhav in Lok Sabha, but he's seen as a traitor in the assembly just a few months later. What has happened? What is happening?
Yeah, I think, Barkha, your doubts are very much justified. I think we should not fall as journalists to exaggerated claims. In any victory, there will be, as they say, success has many fathers, failures and often. So this success has many fathers. So the RSS types will claim RSS has done the job. I have absolutely no doubt that the organizational muscle of the RSS helped both in Haryana and Maharashtra. And I think, as Kartikeya put it very well, like in an FMCG distribution, if the product is good and the distribution is good, then and the pricing is good, it all works very favorably. So I'm not going to go into the granularity of some of the claims, but I want to add 2 or 3 points which was not there in the discussions earlier, which I think are very pertinent. First is the emergence of Eknath Shinde as an articulate, confident leader with taking ownership for the development schemes led by Ladli Behena scheme, which means this is very much an Eknath Shinde victory, as it is an RSS victory. I don't know why people are not giving the credit, because I've been seeing him through the campaign delivering the message. And I like to think that Indians everywhere, they are now in a mood to vote for faces they can trust or faces they want to bet on, whether it is Kejriwal or whether it is
But he was
Jagan.
not declared. He was not declared as a CM candidate.
Exactly.
And despite that, the NDA is headed for victory. The BJP is the single largest party. So I would be very surprised if the BJP just gave him the chief minister's post.
Exactly. Barkha, I have said this, stuck my neck out and tweeted a few days ago saying that whoever wins, there's going to be trouble within the coalitions. This is something I have said and I'm still waiting. Although I would look for a breakup between Ajit Pawar, not just the seats. We have to look at victory margins in every seat, because that has been the nature of this election, because this will decide who within the coalition has the upper hand in terms of ground realities. The only loser that I can declare openly is Uddhav Thackeray, because he has to go completely back to the drawing boards, because as George Bernard Shaw once, he's the one who invented the term "stole my thunder," because somebody stole his idea of a thunder from a theater into this. I don't think I place much value on this whole ideological debate. This has been through and through a development election. In fact, I have said this before, I'm saying it again. Congress is losing, but Congressism is winning. It's less of Hindutva, beginning with Karnataka elections when the Mahalakshmi scheme was conceived, and going to Madhya Pradesh where it became Ladli Behena. BJP has taken Congress's product, much like Microsoft stole Apple's idea of a desktop computer, made it into a PC revolution. BJP does not mince from stealing good ideas, and it has the RSS as a distribution engine. And most important, I would look at the nuances of the campaign and the manifesto. In journalism, we have a saying, you're only as good as your last byline. In politics in India, you're only as good as your last manifesto. And the last manifesto in both, look, there's a difference. Haryana election was for the Congress to lose, whereas the Maharashtra verdict has shown us very clearly that this is a convincing, decisive victory in which the Maratha. Another point I want to mention is that the whole Maratha controversy over Manoj Jarange Patil, which was supposed to be having a hidden bias towards MVA, has simply come a cropper, which means that
Can I come in? Can I come in on this you've made a few interesting points, and I'd like to open them up for the panel. First to Abhijit, then to Nalini, and then to Rajiv, and then to Suhasini. Abhijit, Madhavan is trying to say that there is a kind of broad welfareism. He calls it Congressism. I am calling it welfareism. And welfareism attached to a local face that people can trust. And that is the model that is working. That is his interpretation. Your interpretation is it's RSS, not the welfare schemes, with the exception of the Ladli Behena. But I think the challenge now, and I'm sure they'll work it out, for the BJP-led alliances, who will be the leader. The BJP has the maximum numbers, but Shinde has emerged as a very significant leader because he's been able to take Bala Sahib's legacy and convince the voter that he is the political inheritor of that legacy, not Bala Sahib's own family.
Absolutely, Barkha. So first, let's talk about the RSS and weave in what Karthikeya said. I'll again disagree with Karthikeya, and I'll tell you why. A BJP worker would also ask for votes in the name of a welfare scheme. So how is it that, the RSS is able to convince you and the BJP worker is not? Right? So I'm not taking this propagation of welfare scheme argument particularly. Number two, does welfareism work in India? We have to understand, I am a fiscal conservative. When I see taxpayer money being doled out on things like this, I don't like it, right? Congress or BJP. That said, we are a very, very poor country. When you look at regional differences in, say, China, where Beijing is, Europe level income, and Tibet, which is almost India level income, it's a very different thing. Here, when you're talking about the South outperforming the North, you're talking about a few $100 difference. That's like a month's income difference. So the differences aren't great. In a country like this, you have to be, you can't say the rich stay rich and the poor stay poor. You have to distribute. So welfareism is, unfortunately, realistically, it's indispensable to the entire scheme of things. There's nothing we can absolutely do about this. It is going to be a feature of every election. There is going to be no party that can get ahead in India without a little bit of socialism, or a heck of a lot of socialism in this case. But then let me also ask you this. Why is it that, assuming that they're both welfareists, the AAP and the BJP, in Delhi, why does AAP, for example, do well in state elections and the BJP do well in Lok Sabha elections? So I'm not buying the welfare.
But if I can ask you, while welcoming Samrat Fadnavis to the program, if I can ask you, if the return of the RSS is the major factor, why are the Jharkhand numbers what they are?
I don't know.
Exactly. Know. So there is a multitude of factors always. Yes. And I think that's what we always. And the RSS is certainly one big factor. It may be more dominant in Maharashtra than it turned out to be, it looks like, in Jharkhand. I want to get Rajiv ji to respond to what Madhavan said, that Ye Eknath Shinde has emerged as a major leader and the BJP will not be able to overlook him. I know you don't want to comment on who will be CM, but how do you agree with Madhavan that Uddhav Thackeray is the biggest loser of the election?
In one of the channel, I openly said, and I said, you record this, that Uddhav Thackeray is not going to cross more than 20 seats. I don't know whether I will be proved right or wrong. Because the reason is, my point was in Maharashtra that MBA is not a single party of the MBA is a pan Maharashtra party. Vidarbha party. Sharad Pawar ji is a Western Maharashtra party. 4 MP seat party is Sharad Chandra Pawar ji ki party. And Shiv Sena UBT is Mumbai Thane Konkan party. Marathwada, nobody is existing. Uttar Maharashtra, nobody is existing. So that is the point. So one thing is clear, that people have, sir has said that ideological issues are not there. I completely disagree with this. RSS is working since 1925. It is the ideology has brought, our forefathers were Congressy for freedom struggle, but now their grandkids, most of them with the RSS and BJP. How come it is possible? They will say, you were not doing anything. One of the argument is that, what was BJP? Our forefathers were in Congress, what to do? Now we realize the threat of Congress for the unity and integrity of this country. So we joined RSS and BJP. What is wrong in that? So ideological issues are there. First, I want to respond, Abhijit.
Yeah.
He said, why these 2 states did work and rest of the states didn't work? Because they're in Uttar Pradesh, Dalits are in different capacity. They thought, oh my God, they are going to take my reservation. So if you see what has happened, but now they have realized that Congress is
Rajiv ji, look at the party-wise breakup. The BJP has actually improved on its performance basis current leads last time, leading in 126 to 102. The Congress has fallen. Please look at these numbers. The Congress has fallen from 37 to 23. Sharad Pawar has remained more or less at the same point. Ajit Pawar has remained more or less at the same point. And now look at, is very important. Eknath Shinde's Sena is leading in 58. It's difficult to compare to last time because the Sena was united. But Uddhav Thackeray is right now leading only in 18 seats. These are very important party-wise breakups.
These 18 seats, if you will find where they are leading, one issue will crop up. By the evening, if we know the list of the name of the MLA, because the seats, I'll tell you, they have got their ideological Hindu vote shifted to Mahayuti, and they got vote of Muslims in Maharashtra. Openly, I am telling you, that is Shiv Sena UBT gained. Shiv Sena UBT has gained, one second ma'am, Shiv Sena UBT has gained Muslim votes in Lok Sabha also, as well as Vidhan Sabha. Only that one point which I want to just conclude, that in Madhya Pradesh, that kind of thing is not there as far as the caste-based politics. But in Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, it worked, Barkhaji. Their false propaganda, their fake propaganda, that constitution and reservation which we expect will be a scrap. I don't want to comment on that. But I am saying, Shindeji has proved one thing, Barkhaji, that he is the real inheritor of Bala Saheb Thakray's ideology. Now nobody can say, earlier people were saying you lost Lok Sabha election. Now he has got 58. One more point you will have to accept, that BJP, if this 126 comes, in 2024, 14, we were 122 seats. So we have improved even that number, as well as Shiv Sena also, from 56 to 58.
Right. Now, I want to just open this up for Samratji. Nalini, quick point.
Quick point is, we're talking. The quick point is that we are talking about ideology of parties. I have a somewhat different view, which is the ideology. It has gone beyond ideology. What Narendra Modi and to an extent Amit Shah say is the ideology of the BJP today, and it can, depending on circumstances or on what signals they perceive from the world or from India, change. And absolutely no discussion will take place, because this is how it is, that the ideology is now constant. Ideology also, not only power, but ideology is concentrated in the minds of these two towering leaders. Similarly, in the case of the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi goes on about caste census and about reservation. And of course, if the Adani, the story had broken before, he would have also said about corruption and cronyism. But Rahul Gandhi is talking mostly about abstract concepts. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah talk about concrete, let's say, issues. Now, the question is, we keep talking about the ideological differences between BJP and Congress. And I think that is not showing us the picture for the way forward. The ideology is now forming and reforming in the minds of just about 2 leaders or 1.5 leaders in the BJP and about 1 leader in the Congress party. And the interesting thing for us as journalists is that nobody is actually questioning them openly in their own party. We may, but the questioning. So what will happen is, I think that this process of the ideological weakening and the concentration in 1 or 2 minds across the country is going to intensify with the Maharashtra results. Okay. And also the Maharashtra results will also now intensify the deliverables that that Mr. Modi has in mind. And this kind, it will just enhance, it will quicken the pace of infrastructure, quicken the pace of all the other things that he wants.
Okay. Thank you, Nalini, for your time. I'm sure we'll reconnect later in
Thank
the day. I want to bring in Samrat ji now. Samrat, if you look at the numbers, obviously the NDA is set for a massive victory in Maharashtra. Whoever said this was a tight election read the election wrong. बट आप देखिए कि कांग्रेस शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे की नंबर्स जो है दे आर करंटली एट 22 18 13 I mean it is an extraordinary hit just 6 months after the Lok Sabha elections. Massive victory for the BJP leading in 127, followed by Eknath Shinde. And for everybody who said Ajit Pawar was the mistake, so many BJP voters said Ajit Pawar was a mistake. Ajit Pawar has actually outperformed Sharad Pawar. This is a big story. Ajit Pawar has outperformed Sharad Pawar. Samrat, your take.
First of all, the trends which we are looking at, these are unprecedented. That was not definitely anybody had thought of. It was definitely Mahayuti has an age for the last. It's not just an election period, but the way after 7th of June, the way the government started to functioning, the decision-making process, the lethargic approach before the Lok Sabha election, everything was just vanished within a couple of days. And since 15th of June, I think the government decisions were, it was like a rampant. So in a day, they used to take 40, 50 decisions. Those were either pending issues of a particular MLA. Three, four things work in this case, what I believe. Definitely, first of all, I would like to say that they had an age. It was not that Maha Vikas Aghadi was racing ahead in the election. Based on the Lok Sabha data, we could have said that Maha Vikas Aghadi is leading. But after 2-3 weeks post Lok Sabha election, Mahayuti again gained the control of the entire machinery, election mechanism, the way party used to function. 3-4 things work in favor of Mahayuti in last 3.5 months. First is that everybody is talking about RSS, but RSS and BJP cadre synchronized with the Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. For the first time after Lok Sabha election, party accepted Ajit Pawar. Not only party, but the cadre accepted Ajit Pawar as a key player. So the party that they were very much shy about talking. They were very much shy when you ask them about Ajit Pawar. So they used to defend Ajit Pawar in a different way. That okay, this was a mistake, but we want to carry him. In last 3.5 months, they were saying that Ajit Pawar was necessity of Mahayuti government because the government had a majority of only 146 seats. So we wanted a stable government. That's why we inducted Ajit Pawar, and it has been working. So Ajit Pawar, acceptance of Ajit Pawar by the RSS, by BJP, by Shiva Sena, hardcore Shiva Sainik that used to stay with Eknath Shinde, that played a major role for last 3.5 months. Second, their seat sharing was very meticulously planned. The mistakes Mahayuti NDA played during Lok Sabha election were repeated by Maha Vikas Aghadi in Vidhan Sabha election. There was a case in Nashik when Lok Sabha seat was declared by NDA a night before the last date of filing. So that kind of mistake were avoided. BJP's first list was more than 100 MLAs. So that was 100 candidates. So that was their confidence that we will distribute the seat equally without any hustle. Wherever there is a problem, we will share the candidates, not the rebel or any kind of thing. So that played a very crucial role. In last just before filing the nomination, couple of even Narayan Rane's son shifted to Shiva Sena, Eknath Shinde, then joining BJP. He was with BJP, but he shifted to Shiva Sena because the seat was with Shiva Sena. So instead of spending time on discussion and stretching each other, they just shifted the candidates and ensured that the seat is being won. And the third was the way they propagated Ladli Behena scheme, the Ladli Behena kind of thing in Maharashtra that we were discussing about the welfare schemes also, but it worked phenomenally. The response for the scheme was amazing from the first day. Sharad Pawar was the first person who realized that it will work. So in the 3 months back when his party was conducting a rally called Shiva Surajya Yatra, and he divided the yatra in two phases. First is for Amol Kolle, MPs leading Amol Kolle, Jain Patil criticizing the government, and second was led by Supriya Sule, so that she addresses the women voters only. So that kind of approaches were taken, but Congress never realized that Ladki Behin like scheme will work in Maharashtra. So their plan was very simple. We were just reading the number of seats BJP lost in Lok Sabha election or MVA won in Lok Sabha election, but the margin per assembly constituency was not much higher. So that was the case, and BJP studied. BJP already is one of the best statisticians in India, so they studied the each constituency margin. But I remember by July second week they had a list of constituencies where BJP had a NDA lost the seat by just 3,500 or 4,500 margin. Then their Ladki Behin scheme plus BJP, RSS, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's cadre and the Hindutva narrative. These three things worked in favor of BJP, NDA. And the last that was very important, that BJP's face for this election was not only Devendra Fadnavis. That is very crucial because in Lok Sabha election, Delhi mein Narendra and Maharashtra mein Devendra. That kind of thing never worked in Maharashtra. So in this election, BJP appeared as a collective leadership. Devendra Fadnavis definitely was the leader, but Chandrasekhar Bawankole, party president, was leading in ensuring leadership in Vidarbha. Gadkari-like person traveling across Maharashtra. Even Vinod Tawade, despite of his controversy, conducted rallies. So BJP was definitely in a sync. Not a single BJP leader or Eknath Shinde's loudmouth leaders created any controversy during this election. So they were working in a synchronization. They know that the Batenge Toh Katenge was for them. So if they divided themselves into three parties or three cadres or three independent ideologies, then they will lose the election. So even Ajit Pawar was saying that Batenge Toh Katenge is not my logo, but
So Samratji,
BJP is saying that we should be united as an Indian. So that kind of his approach was there.
yeah. So Shiv Sena UBT leader Sanjay Raut saying they have done some gadbad. They have stolen some of our seats. Rajiv ji, do you want to respond to this?
He is a friend. I don't want to comment on him, but I'll tell you one thing. I thought that they will start saying this after 2 p.m. You know, one Garbad has done in Maharashtra, but no Garbad in Jharkhand. That they are saying. The issue is they are not accepting the ground reality. You know, how if in today, what has happened with the Shiv Sena UBT, it was writ large on the leaders and their cadres. You talk privately. I had a talk with one of the senior MP in the flight. He is telling me what to do. We were together very fine. Because ideological bond, time and again I am saying, you know, you can have this kind of things that today I will join this man, tomorrow I will join that man. The issue is in BJP Shiv Sena, there was an ideological bond. And that bond was there for 2.5 years, except 2.5 years, Dhanush Ban and Kamal Ka Phool was always together. 2.5 years, Uddhav ji went. And the issue is, if in my opening comment, I said, Barkha ji, that development, my first word was the development, all-round development of Maharashtra. The kind of infrastructural transformation has taken place in Maharashtra. Can anybody deny that 40 years back, Congress people thought that we will make an airport in Navi Mumbai. Modi ji started the construction and Modi ji completed the construction. Then you see Delhi-Mumbai corridor, Nitin ji, Modi ji, Devendra ji, or Mumbai-Nagpur. So these things will help to increase the growth rate in Maharashtra. We are talking about, we will make 1 trillion economy of Maharashtra, which is right now 50%, almost 50%. Rahul Gandhi is saying we will find out how many Bhumihar, how many Brahman, how many Yadav, how many this, that, and then I will create a fight between Hindus. He doesn't talk about Shia Sunni numbers. He doesn't talk about Barelvi number. He only says how many Brahmins, how many Dalits, how many this, and first I will find out and then I will create a fight. One more thing, I'm very happy for the country today, being a BJP worker, that Congress party tried first caste conflict and then regional conflict. He always talks about north-south divide. Journalist, a person should denounce him. Then how you can talk South Indian, North Indian, East Indian?
Okay, let me.
So this has helped. And what Abhijit ji is saying, RSS go to the door to door and tell all these threats. That was amplified by our leadership in BJP, like Yogi Adityanath ji Maharaj or Home Minister Sahab or Narendra Bhai Modi. What is wrong in that? If we really, I personally feel, Barkha ji, just I'll take 30 more seconds. I personally feel anybody who tries to create north-south divide or dispute on the caste basis is a person who is a threat to the country. Thank you.
Rajiv ji, I want to play out. By the way, if anyone's just joined us, if you're just waking up, the NDA is set for a massive victory in Maharashtra. It was not a close fight. It was a one-sided election. In Jharkhand, the JMM and Congress is now clearly in the lead, but we're not calling Jharkhand yet. I know, Karthik, you want to talk about both Jharkhand and Maharashtra, but the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction is in a state of shock. Sanjay Raut has responded and he doesn't seem to be able to internalize these results. Let's listen in.
उस वक्त हमने कहा था मोदी जी हार गए हैं, लेकिन चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो चाहे और स्टेट में गड़बड़ की है। महाराष्ट्र के नतीजे भी उससे ज्यादा आने वाले थे अच्छे। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ।
पर राउत साहब, अब दिख रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र के विधानसभा में विपक्ष के लिए भी कुछ, मतलब विपक्ष
यही लोकसभा के 2 चुनाव में 2014-2019 में मोदी और शाह ने यही किया था कि विपक्ष का नेता कांग्रेस को नहीं मिलना चाहिए। इस बार भी वही स्ट्रेटेजी महाराष्ट्र में की कि विधानसभा में कोई विपक्ष का नेता नहीं रहेगा। ये हमेशा बीजेपी की स्ट्रेटेजी रही।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि कुछ गड़बड़ है।
गड़बड़ तो है।
गड़बड़ क्या है? मतलब
अभी
में गड़बड़ है।
अरे भाई ठहरो,
फंडिंग हुआ है,
पूरे नतीजे आने तो हम बाद में बात करेंगे ना, क्यों नहीं करेंगे। पैसा तो ऐसा है कि हर चुनाव क्षेत्र में नोटों की मशीन लगाई थी। अरे शिंदे का एक भी उम्मीदवार सिटिंग एमएलए गिरता नहीं, और शिंदे ये बोल रहे थे हमारा एक भी सिटिंग विधायक गिरेगा नहीं। आपको मालूम होगा तो मैं इस्तीफा दूंगा। ऐसा होता है क्या चुनाव में कभी? हमारा एक भी नहीं गिरेगा। ये कौन सा भरोसा है? ये कौन सा लोकतंत्र है? 200 के ऊपर किसी को चुनाव में नतीजे मिलते हैं क्या? जिस देश में, जिस राज्य में सबसे बड़ी बेईमानी हो गई है, इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है। ये नतीजे ऐसे दिए आपने कि अपने राज्य को, जनता को बेईमान ठहराया है। इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है।
जो नतीजे आ रहे हो महा विकास आघाड़ी कबूल है
नहीं,
तो आगे की क्या भूमिका रहेगी?
नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। मैं मानता हूँ जनता को भी नतीजे कबूल नहीं है। जनता को भी ये जनता का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है। मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ और मुझे बार बार आप वही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
लेकिन जो महा विकास आघाड़ी के कुल आंकड़े दिखाई दे रहे हैं, कुल संख्या दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ज्यादा शिंदे गुट के
कैसा हो सकता है? आप अपने मन को पूछे, आप पत्रकार है, आप अपने मन को पूछे क्या महाराष्ट्र में संभव है? आप अपने मन को पूछे कि महाराष्ट्र में शिंदे को 60 सीटें मिलती है, संभव है क्या? ये अजीत पवार को 40 सीटें मिलती है, क्या ये संभव है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 125 सीटें मिलती है, क्या संभव है? क्या इस राज्य की जनता भी बेईमान है? इस राज्य की जनता बेईमान नहीं है, इसके ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है। चलिए, थैंक यू।
Okay. Sorry, quite a controversial bite, a statement there from Sanjay Raut, just not internalizing those results. I don't think we need to discuss that. Elections are fought hard, fair and square. Everybody till 2 days ago was saying it's a tight election. You can't suddenly turn around and say, oh, the election has been stolen. So I'm not even going to dignify that. I want to welcome Dr. Tharendra Tayal of the BJP. Namaskar, sir. And I want responses to what's happening also in Jharkhand. Karthik, the overview of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, please.
I think Barkha, Maharashtra, everybody's been speaking about. I think it's very well captured. Maharashtra is like a typical pre-2024 Lok Sabha Congress BJP election where, the Congress-led formation is underprepared, BJP plus formation is properly prepared, the planning is there, the product is there. So I think essentially what Maharashtra is what Madhya Pradesh was last year. Let's put it this way. We are seeing a repeat of Madhya Pradesh in Maharashtra. Okay. I think Jharkhand for me, because I was on the ground sort of, and also because half of me comes from there, is also a very important state and special state in my heart. Jharkhand is important, and as I've been saying, Barkha, for some time, that today's electioneering requires a lot of micromanagement, and I think understanding how the JMM fought this election, carried along the BJP, the Congress, the left, and the RJD, has a lot of lessons for the India Alliance. Here was a leader.
Can I ask you to comment also on the individual breakup in the alliance, because we have the data.
Yeah. So look at so one JMM source before the election told me, "Mera आंकड़ा है 33, 13, 3, 3," and it is 32, 13 right now. So this is the kind of planning that I'm not saying this can change. Of course, this might become 28.
But you're
12,
saying
whatever.
the JMM lifted the Congress in Jharkhand.
The Congress has benefited from the tailwinds generated by the JMM. Of course. I mean, here was a leader who was down and out at this point last year, went to jail, installed somebody else.
Yeah.
They won. They launched Kalpana Soren into the fray. They won 5 out of the 14 Lok Sabha seats, which was a good performance. Came back, became CM again. The leader who he had placed as CM joined the BJP. The BJP brought in a big gun in Himanta Biswa Sarma and another big gun in Shivraj Singh Chauhan into Jharkhand. Made sure that the election was very, very tightly fought. Used all kinds of narratives. Used all kinds of management techniques. But the JMM was able to stick its neck out because the JMM understood the state, was well prepared, and micromanaged. And even if you talk to JMM today, their biggest gripe will be Congress के साथ काम करना मुश्किल है election. So, and yet they are pulling ahead. Yet they are pulling ahead. So I think that tells you a lot. And I think two things I will focus on, because we've spoken so much on Maharashtra. I will take the liberty of droning a little bit about Jharkhand. So one region that they were sort of heavily banking on was the Kolhan region, where the BJP fielded a lot of the heavyweights. You had Arjun Munda's wife, you had Saryu Rai, you had Geeta Koda, who's the wife of Madhu Koda, you had Champai Soren, you had Champai Soren's son. And their expectation was that in this belt where the BJP could not secure a single seat last time, they would be able to open their account in the tribal belt because of these candidates. At this point, Barkha, I can tell you that Meera Munda is leading from Potka, Champai Soren is leading from Saraikela, but rest everywhere else, they are not able to make that big of a dent. In the Santhal region, which borders Bengal, where the Bangladeshi immigrant narrative was sort of was launched by Himanta Biswa Sarma, they've made some gains, but those gains have been nullified by the gains made by the JMM in the non-tribal belt of Palamu, and their credit goes to the Maya Samman Yojana, the Bijli Bill waiver, the KCC waiver, the Abu Awas. So JMM did not do a lot of long-term investment projects in Jharkhand in the last 5 years. Everybody admits to it. But just before the election, 3-4 months before the eletion, they got their act right, and they did what Eknath Shinde did in Maharashtra.
So bad news. So not bad news. Bad news for the Congress in Maharashtra and lessons for the opposition in Jharkhand.
And bad news for Himanta Biswa Sarma in Jharkhand, I would say. I think that is something that you cannot detach yourself from, because he had been deputed to run a very high decibel campaign from the BJP side. And I think if the results hold, then it seems that campaign has not worked as well. The one problem the BJP faced, Barkha, in Jharkhand was there was no local face recall. आप जाके किसी से पूछिए, आप किस बीजेपी वोटर को पूछिए किसको वोट देंगे, their responses were या कमल फूल या मोदी जी. There was no resonance for Babulal Marandi. There was no resonance for Arjun Munda. There was no resonance for Raghubar Das. There was no resonance for Champai Soren. They had 4-5 former CMs in their kitty, and yet there was no one local. And probably that was the nature. The reason why they did not entrust one of them was probably this, that there were so many claimants that they would undercut each other. So they brought in the big central leadership, but I don't think that that worked in front of a local khati zameen se juda hua to nahi bolunga, but a local grown leader.
I need to, very interesting, but I need to take a last comment from Abhijit as we add our next set of guests. But on a lighter note, one of our audience members, Deep Kamal, I mean, I don't know if he's now named after the party he supports, Deep Kamal, but his comment is India supporters have shifted their preference from watching election results to the India-Australia cricket match. Hope their batteries remain fully charged. Okay, Abhijit, Karthik makes a very interesting granular analysis of Jharkhand, and it tells us to avoid instant punditry. As you have been saying all morning, multitude of factors, RSS being key, but results do vary from state to state. And I think he made the important point. Hemanta is one of the BJP's most influential leaders. What worked for the BJP in Maharashtra evidently has not worked in Jharkhand.
Clearly. So first, was Hemanta the right leader to be deployed out there? Will Assam have the resonance in Jharkhand? Because, Jharkhand, the issue of Bengalis is an issue very frequent. So will somebody coming further out from Assam, which also has Bengalis as an issue, does that necessarily make you a resonant voice in Jharkhand? Number one. Number two, the, I guess, damage, I mean, I can't find a better word at the moment. The damage that Raghubar Das seems to have inflicted on the BJP where it came crashing down in Jharkhand. I'm curious to know, why is it the RSS, which seems to be able to gauge and fix problems elsewhere, is not able to either gauge the problem here or fix the problem out here 2 consecutive elections? Because if you're looking the NDA numbers right now, Barkha, they haven't changed from the last election. They're exactly static where they are. So clearly there's something going very wrong out here between this sort of double engine of the RSS and the BJP. They're both getting either their analysis wrong or their groundwork wrong somewhere. That's all I can think about as far as Jharkhand goes. I was expecting something a lot closer, but this is quite a landslide for India if you look at it technically.
Yeah. Actually, what's interesting, Abhijit, just before you go, both states have delivered significant, decisive, clear results. So much for, it's so tight, it's so close, no one knows who's going to win. Both Maharashtra and Jharkhand voters have chosen clearly, it seems. I think we can say that now.
Absolutely clearly. What I want to check now again is the percentages. Because like we discussed, the polling agencies get the percentages right. They're just not able to gauge how to distribute it on a seat basis. Let's see when the polling percentages come out and, correlate that. I mean, that will take a while, I guess. But I really want to wait and watch.
Okay, Abhijit, we're going to say thank you to you now. Catch up with you
so much, Barkha.
Later in the day. Thank you, Abhijit. Welcoming Zafar Sareshwala to the program. Madhavan, go ahead. Madhavan.
Say, Barkha, I must, first of all, I completely, whatever I said earlier has been substantiated by what Samrat Fadnis said and also what Karthikeya said. But I want to add 3 or 4 very nuanced points, which I think will be extremely useful in our understanding both Jharkhand as well as Maharashtra. First, the ideological point, even I could see a difference between Rajiv Pandey and Abhijit Iyer Mitra within ideology. That itself showed that I was correct, which is that socialist ideology should not be confused with the nationalist ideology. You can put socialism against capitalism, or you can put 2 models of nationalism contra each other. The one bottom-up nationalism championed by Congress and the left parties, and the top-down nationalism practiced by BJP RSS. So it's not as if there is only one nationalism. You could say there are 3 nationalisms in India. Congress used to rule on the basis of the middle, in which it would take left and right together and form a strong center. Now, BJP is in a state of denial on that. It is winning because it is managing to enhance the threat perceptions, which I think Rajiv and Abhijit also emphasized very well. Full marks to them on that, but that is not a clincher. Clincher for me are 2 things. One is, of course, as I said earlier, Eknath Shinde plus the Ladli Behena scheme, which Karthikeya rightly said is a repeat of the Madhya Pradesh model, which I say has its origins in Karnataka's Congress victory, which played through. Now, I want to make a nuanced point, differentiating between Jharkhand and Maharashtra, which is that Jharkhand has JMM, which is Adivasi-centric party, and Congress historically has done very well where the minorities and tribals and Dalits have done well. But the Dalits are feeling largely used by the Congress, and in Maharashtra, the dog that did not bark and that needs to be taken into account is the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi. The VBA, even 2 days before, Prakash Ambedkar said that they will decide later. Now, there is a cold war between the extreme left represented by the VBA and the middle left, as I call it, represented by the NCP Sharad Pawar Congress Alliance. Now, the question is, this is Prakash Ambedkar and VBA's way of saying, let us see you win Maharashtra without us. There has been, and the other thing I want to add is that the UBT Shiv Sena, I think Nalini Singh made a very pertinent point. First of all, that within the BJP, it's now increasingly Amit Shah and Modi rather than ideology. The second point she made, which I really liked, was that there was a lot of reliance on abstractions such as the caste census and the Maharashtra versus Gujarat angle triggered by the UBT Shiv Sena. Ordinary people can identify with roads, they can identify with handout schemes, but they cannot talk they cannot be taken in electorally by this whole Gujarat has taken away our progress and stuff like that. Therefore, they couldn't convert it into a deliverable package. Therefore, it didn't benefit either the Congress or the UBT group, Shiv Sena. So, the bottom line for me, Barkha, is that at the top end, the Mahayuti won because of Eknath Shinde's personality and the fact that BJP's economic ideology has shifted to the left towards welfareism. And at the bottom end, Congress and the MVA failed to take into account the significance of the VBA and the fact that Dalits are a disenchanted lot. Please remember, even during Nehru's days, Ambedkar and Nehru weren't exactly political friends. They were only allies in a constitutional sense. So that schism still plays out in Maharashtra. The one point I want to finally make is that if Lok Sabha elections saw the MVA or the India Alliance doing better, I do not think all of a sudden the national unity becomes a major issue in the state elections. Therefore, if national unity was important, it would have been even more important in the Lok Sabha elections.
But Madhavan, you're stressing a lot on Eknath Shinde, and I want to take that point to Samrat, also Tejas Mehta, Zafar Sirejwala, Dharinder Dayal. If it is Eknath Shinde, how do we explain the BJP's handsome performance? I don't believe the BJP will now give the chief minister's post to Eknath Shinde. Samratji, what do you say? Coming to you, Tejas, right after that. Samrat.
Definitely, now they will push hard for the chief minister post, because their initial estimate was they will even RSS Sangha Parivar was saying that BJP may reach 90. So that was very interesting. So they were solely banking on Eknath Shinde. So he will lead the chief ministership. It's just 130, 140 thing. So now the dynamics has definitely changed. The BJP will definitely claim for the chief ministership. I see that they definitely these kind of discussions will never happen in Maharashtra for last 1.5 months. So Eknath Shinde or Devendra Fadnavis or even Amit Shah tried to avoid the question about chief ministership. So now they will go for 3-1-1 kind of thing, because Ajit Pawar, he's not a small player now. He has contributed significantly. So it was estimated that he will get 15-16 seats. Now he's getting double than that. So definitely Ajit Pawar will also be part of this new kind of arrangements. See, if we go back to the 2019, BJP was criticized for killing the small parties. So the word Sharad Pawar or Congress was using in Maharashtra, that BJP will come close to you, they will take your benefit and they will kill you. So that happened with Uddhav Thackeray, that happened with all the smaller parties across India. Now it will happen in Maharashtra also. So that kind of sentiment was definitely there in Eknath Shinde's cadre mind or Ajit Pawar's followers. So now that has been ended. So despite working with BJP for more than 2.5 years under the utmost negativity, but not for a single day this government, Eknath Shinde government, escaped from the criticism of either Sanjay Raut or Sharad Pawar or Nana Patole or Vijay Wadettiwar. Now they will definitely go for arrangement that will help BJP in next election, because they are aiming for 2019. Even Amit Shah in Maharashtra before the election had said that this election will contest in jointly. Next election is our target. So in 2026, the delimitation will happen and new assembly constituencies will emerge. And BJP is going for that thing. They are preparing for that kind of election.
Okay, thanks, Samrat. Tejas Zafar, quick responses. The NDA, the BJP-led alliance is set for a handsome win in Maharashtra, and the India Alliance is leading. Even Dr. Tyal hasn't spoken. Tejas, I'll start with you, then Zafar Bhai, and then Dr. Tyal and Madhavan. Quickly, Tejas, first thoughts.
I think this is a tsunami which no one really expected. We were saying hung, and
Correct.
I think this is a tsunami. I mean, 2019, I have not seen this in Maharashtra for the longest time, and I at least have a sigh of relief that this is not a hung, because we would have seen so much of game changes, and we're talking about it last time, the instability it brings in. This brings in stability, and that's what I think everybody is heaving a sigh of relief, because we don't want to see 2019 again. But I don't think it's going to be as simple as when it comes to the chief minister's position, because as far as that is concerned, we could be back to 2019, because this is almost the same scenario where Eknath Shinde in a sense is replacing Uddhav Thackeray. Now he is a small player, but he is the one who helps the big player become form the government. Without without Shiv Sena, the BJP cannot form the government. Yes, they can join hands with the NCP alone, but it's not going to be that simple. So and especially given the fact that BJP has already set a precedent. So and they have also contested as part of the government. The Eknath Shinde has been who has led the Maharashtra government. He has contested with his face on the ballot paper. So I think this is not going to be as simple, because they will try and extract as much as possible. Maybe they'll want something in Delhi, because ultimately this is the post of the Maharashtra chief minister. It's almost like being the prime minister of a small country, of a big country also in
So they just interestingly, sorry to cut you short. The last time we were talking after exit polls, you said, well, whoever wins, let it be a stable government. Maybe the voter also got tired of the splintered, fragmented politics of Maharashtra. One. Two, you seem to be saying, while BJP will want the CM's post, they can't ignore Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely, they cannot. If they do that, they could be, again the same scenario. Things could change again, because at the end of the day, the smaller parties also want to survive. The BJP will have to let go. I think a 2.5 year formula is what they could settle for. I find it difficult unless Eknath Shinde is in a grand mood of largeness to give up the most lucrative job in the country, almost after the top 4 top 5 in Delhi. But coming back to the basics of this election, be it we're talking about Jharkhand or this thing. Yes, I do agree.
But Tejas, sorry. We were just looking at the numbers. You said they can't overlook Eknath, but if you look at the numbers, the BJP and Ajit Pawar by themselves can form the government. They actually technically don't need Eknath.
I know, but it's not a happy alliance there.
I know, but that's the truth of the numbers.
Yeah, so I really don't think they're going to do that, because that would be again a repeat of 2019, and I don't think BJP wants to do that. I think they're going to go all together in, and they're going to again, see, unless and until the BJP is able to stand all alone in Maharashtra, it is impossible for them to not accommodate smaller players. And I think in that urgency, in that desire to be the number one party and try and rule Maharashtra all alone, we have seen what happened in the last 5 years. So I don't think they're in a position as of today, not with these numbers, to form the government, because even if they add up all that, even if they win all the seats, it'll be 145. So they're still a few seats short. Yeah, they could get some others, but others also seem to be very, very few this time. I think I'm only seeing about 3 to 5. So that's going to be very, very difficult. But when it comes to Eknath Shinde, once again, he has once again established, I think when you talk about Eknath Shinde versus the UBT contesting against each other, 75% of the seats he seems to be winning at this point. So
I also
as
think
the legacy of the Shiv Sena is concerned, I think it's shifted this time around at least towards Eknath Shinde.
Well, I also think it's very important to make the point that Ajit Pawar has outperformed Sharad Pawar. And so, if you're talking about these two split parties, NCP versus NCP, Sena versus Sena, the children of the splits, metaphorically, have outperformed the parent party. Right? So, that is a very important point for us to just process, because in the Lok Sabha, everybody was calling Ajit Pawar the BJP's big mistake. That's not how the numbers have played out. Dr. Tyal, quick response. Dr. Tyal? Can't hear Dr. Tyal.
You can't hear me?
Now I can, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Barkha. And I don't know, since a serious debate is on, but I come from the land of Bhangra. I don't know if I'm allowed Bhangra on the...
You are. Go for it. As a fellow Punjabi, always.
Always. So, we were just talking that, everybody had predicted that the situation is going to be hung. So nobody expected that it will be the pollsters who will be hung out to dry. So nobody expected this sort of a situation. So anyway, I mean, we couldn't be happier as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Something very, we were listening. You had played out Sanjay Raut. Now, a very interesting statement there when he says it is the strategy of BJP that there should be no leader of opposition. Now, I really don't know what to make of that statement. I mean, obviously there is a strategy of everybody to win all the seats and not have an opposition at all, maybe. I mean, why a leader of opposition? So I think now what the MVA seems to be looking at is that if can we somehow get a leader of opposition, I mean, everything else is already taken. So that was one. And one point was made, which I want to just comment upon, that the BJP has, kind of moved to the left. It has changed and it has moved to more, welfareism. So, but I think that is not true, because right from the beginning, rather from Jansangh, Antoday has been, the anchor of our philosophy and of our ideology. So it is part of the Antoday. So it is not really a matter of welfareism. Everywhere it has been from the national policy downwards. Been that
I do want to ask you about Jharkhand, but I need to get a quick last comment from Madhavan and then go to Zafar, and Pushprak Deshpande is also with us. Go ahead, Madhavan. Last comment.
Last comment, I think, let me pick up from what Dr. Tyal said. I think Antyodaya is one fancy way of saying this, but as BJP has always been on the side of the taxpayers, so the Hindi saying "So sonar ke to ek lohar ke" fits very well, because it's not proactive in redistribution or welfare schemes. It's a very late discovery, I would say. And that is a debatable point. The debate shall go on, but I am very clear that that has been the clincher for the BJP in this. And I also liked what Tejas said about, Eknath Shinde. The important point is that if you look at what happened in Bihar, where Nitish Kumar nearly left the BJP before coming back, there has been a fear among potential allies that the BJP is doing an Ashwamedha Yatra, where it will still take power after co-opting somebody. And that, it seems to be a little like Love and Kush in Uttar Ramayan. Eknath Shinde seems to have stopped that Ashwamedh ka ghoda. To that extent, the BJP might at least temporarily become more considerate towards its allies. That is what my temporary. But its DNA is to paint the entire country saffron. So always be prepared for that.
Well, I think, I really think that we should guard against any generalized punditry. Everybody who said Maharashtra was going to be tight was wrong. what applies to one state doesn't seem to apply to the other. We are at a point at 11:27 this morning where the NDA is headed for a handsome, decisive, clear victory in Maharashtra, and the India bloc, led by the JMM, is leading comfortably in Jharkhand. That's the bottom line. Thank you, Madhavan. I want Pushpraj Deshpande to come in, Zafar Sareshwala to come in. Pushpraj, utterly disappointing result for the Congress. I was just looking at the numbers. The Congress is leading in fewer seats than Ajit Pawar's NCP. That is the story from Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar outperforms Sharad Pawar, but he also outperforms the Congress party. I mean, that is something, considering that Ajit Pawar was described as the so-called mistake of the BJP in the Lok Sabha. What happened to the opposition in Maharashtra just in a few months from Lok Sabha to now?
Thanks, Barkha, for having me on the show. And although the trends will cement in another half an hour, 1 hour, we accept the people's verdict. This is actually very disappointing. And there were a lot of issues that we could have capitalized on. Somehow the MVA and the Congress party was not able to do so. And this will require grave introspection at the highest levels, because there was genuinely a massive anti-incumbency on the ground. I know I have traveled at least 14 districts in Maharashtra. So there is some serious structural or organizational changes that we are going to have to effect, because as you rightly pointed out, parties which don't have organizations with them have been able to do better, and this requires for us to have a hard look inside.
When you say grave introspection, just prima facie, because this is your home state, what happened?
Yes.
Where do you instinctively believe you went wrong?
Well, I feel that one is that our leaders were manning every district as they should be. And what we failed to do is cohesively create a narrative that could point out the genuine socioeconomic issues on the ground. I mean, on the women's security issue, on the economic self-sufficiency issue, on the governance front. I mean, we don't have elections for 27 municipal corporations. That is really impacting people on the ground. We've not been able to create a cohesive narrative. That is something that I personally also felt. And I feel that given the fact that we lost momentum with Lok Sabha, from Lok Sabha, we were actually in prime position. And if you had had a conversation with me a month ago, I feel that we would have said that we are winning, hands down. So something has gone wrong in the middle of this 1 month.
Do you think it was complacency after the Lok Sabha?
I don't think it was complacency, because I feel that the leaders gave their level best. I have traveled with them. People were actually fighting door to door. And this time around, I felt that the leaders were actually on the ground. This is not a problem of local leaders or state leaders. This is something else. And we're going to have to look at, I mean, it's too soon for us to say as to what has happened, but we'll have to look closely.
I think Tejas is wanting to briefly interject, and then Zafar Sareshwala. Tejas, go ahead. Tejas, I need to hear Tejas.
Yeah, very briefly, Pushparaj, with due respect, do you think your leaders, Rahul Gandhi, and we're not baiting him here, but, he was the one who could have really been on the ground actually much more. How many rallies did he have? If I counted rightly, 6, 7, 8 maximum. I mean, the Prime Minister was much more here, even though he was in Guyana half the time. So, I mean, I think the Congress missed that opportunity of really not just putting Rahul Gandhi absolutely in the front here, but also they didn't have a response to Ladli Behena Yojana. I mean, just saying, oh, this is going to be a burden on the exchequer, while having the same thing in Karnataka and saying this is wonderful here, it does not really work. So my question is, I think, did you miss the opportunity as far as, your senior leadership being here and not just focusing on Wayanad or
It's a very important question, because, everyone assumed that Maharashtra would be hyper-localized. And Rahul Gandhi did not come to the ground in the way that Tejas says he should have, to build on the Lok Sabha advantage to the opposition. I know Pushpraj, you want to respond, but Zafar Bhai hasn't spoken yet. Zafar Bhai, handsome victory for the NDA in Maharashtra, the JMM-led Congress, and I'm emphasizing this. If I can have the JMM numbers on the screen, you will see that it's the JMM carrying the Congress in Jharkhand as well. So it's actually not a great. Can I have the party-wise breakup on the banners, please? It's not a great day for the Congress at all. Zafar Sareshwala, do respond. Need the party-wise breakup on the banners, please. Yeah, go ahead. Zafar Sareshwala.
Barkha, a couple of things which I have been observing with BJP and particularly with Mr. Modi's leadership. See, they never have complacency. I've seen, I've seen couple of elections in Gujarat also where
I think we just lost Zafar Bhai. All right. Pushpraj, do you want to just come in on Tejas's question in the meantime?
See, I agree with what he's saying, but it was a deliberate decision for from the Congress Party and the MVS decision, MVS side, to actually localize this election to state leaders, so that we are not able to, so that we avoid the nationalization of every election. That's why we actually limited Khargeji, Rahulji, and Priyankaji's participation or their rallies on the ground. We kept them to strategic interventions, 8, 7, and again 12 rallies they respectively held. But we didn't want to localize, didn't want to nationalize it and give the Prime Minister or Amit Shah the chance to do this thing. You may want to remember, Barkhaji, that this time we've had almost 41 communal instances just 4 months between October and January last year. And this time, before this assembly elections, we've had communal riots in Satara, in Sangli, in Kolhapur, in Ratnagiri. So we were trying desperately to avoid any kind of polarization. Given that, we tried to strategically keep it down to the state leaders. That is my response to Tejas Ji. And it's actually a strategic decision. It was not that, we just were caught napping.
Yeah. But why were you worried about nationalizing the election? Because you assumed it was local, in a way.
Yes, the election was supposed to be local. There were multiple issues at the local level which we felt that the state leaders and the state campaign would be able to capitalize on. We didn't want we didn't want this Batenge Katenge kind of narrative to actually vitiate the atmosphere in the Maharashtra elections.
Right. Zafar, we lost you, Zafar Sareshwala. Please go ahead. I was making 2 points looking at the data. One, that Congress has done worse than Ajit Pawar. And 2, Ajit Pawar has done better than Sharad Pawar. Zafar Sareshwala.
Yeah. See, Barkha, as I don't know, I got disconnected. But see, I have seen that BJP never sits on complacency. For example, we had seen the Lok Sabha elections, where the Congress had performed exceedingly well, much better than what BJP had done, and several other places also. And they immediately rectified the mistakes or the shortcomings which we did, which they thought what it was. And right from the Haryana election, the way they fought, and here also. So one thing that Mr. Modi's leadership, one thing with these results, if we have this results, maybe after 2-3 hours, it shows that people have faith in Mr. Modi's leadership and BJP. For a party to get 125 seats, they are almost leading in that many seats, and also that alliance having more than 220 seats. I mean, as a lot of people had said earlier, nobody has seen this kind of results earlier for a coalition, this kind of seats. So one, they never rest on their laurels. They just fight to the finish. And you can imagine the Prime Minister of the country, the number of public meetings which he had addressed, much more than Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So they know exactly, and every word of Prime Minister, their statements, ek rahenge, batenge toh katenge, they exactly know what is going to go down to the people. So that was one thing. And then particularly that scheme for ladies, which they came last, which they replicated what was done in Madhya Pradesh. It worked for them. And they, and I would also, yes, the last 10 days, 15 days, I think BJP should thank the Maulanas of the world. I mean, the issuing of fatwas, and one particular Maulana, lot of Muslims were horrified with their kind of, coming up. And BJP took those fatwas to the hilt. So that also helped them at all. And I've been always saying, Barkha, in earlier shows also I had said to you, that Muslim votes can only help you in making a weight if you have sizable Hindu votes. So if the oppositions don't have Hindu votes with them, the Muslim votes cannot do anything. And Muslims themselves have understood one thing, that हमारी position जो है वो बेगाने की शादी में अब्दुल्ला दीवाने जैसी हो गई, because you cannot do anything. So one thing I have seen, I was during the heat of elections, I was in Sholapur and I was traveling for my education thing. You know, just 2 weeks back, I was there for an inauguration of a minority university in Sholapur. And I told Muslims, it was in the heat of the election. I said, don't bother about what's happening in the election. ये लड़ाई नरेंद्र मोदी और राहुल गांधी की है. आपका सिर्फ कंधा इस्तेमाल होता है, आपको कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला. So you better change your priorities. Your priorities about education, about entrepreneurship, and these are the issues you work on. So don't put your mind too much on election. Let Rahul Gandhi fight with Modi. Because even if they come, suppose Congress party or these people, they come, you will only get what BJP is also giving to you. Waqf Board, Hajj Committee and Minority Finance Corporation. So you change your priorities. So I think Muslims have now understood, and the BJP should thank the Maulanas because they gave them Philip last. And that you must have seen the way Mr. Fadnavis and the people use those clips of Maulanas in doing that. So I think what I have seen, that still people have faith in Mr. Modi and BJP's leadership. And most of their things work. And yes, you are mentioning about Ajit Pawar. I think this is the biggest stake of this election, because people had almost, written down. A lot of people were saying that BJP ko agar niche le jayegi to Ajit Pawar sahab le jayenge. On the contrary, he's in more seats, he's ahead than even Congress party. So I think this is also one take. And you earlier said that the people who came out, like for Uddhav Thackeray se Shinde alag hue, Sharad Pawar se Ajit Pawar alag hue, those people who went out are doing much better than the parent organization. So I think this is also the case.
Absolutely. Just a few broad takes. The Congress has fewer seats than Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar has more seats than Sharad Pawar. The splinter factions of the parent parties have now become, it is almost like the child shall inherit the earth. That is what has happened here. Ajit Pawar has outperformed the parent party. Eknath Shinde's Sena has outperformed the parent party. So these are
Barkha, no. It is not just that.
One more.
Ek minute. Both of you are talking together.
Barkha, it is not just that. Out of the three MVA partners, they are below Eknath Shinde's party.
All three together?
At this point.
We need the numbers on our screen quickly, party-wise. Zafar bhai, you want to add? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Here they are. The MVA together is 49 and the Shiv Sena Shinde is 56. Wow. That is staggering. That is, Tejas, you're saying something?
I'll just add.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
See, Barkha, the kind of narrative which Mr. Rahul Gandhi had taken up. I was traveling. I got a chance to go to Solapur and some other places, and I've got this knack of asking people. They were talking of unemployment and so many other things. That kind of hatred towards BJP and Modi was not there at all. What was shown? And, raking up Ambani and Adani doesn't make any sense. I mean, the average voter, he's not bothered what Adani or Ambani is doing. So I think the Congress party and their alliance, they don't even know what words work in the minds of the people. And I remember what Mahesh Bhatt used to tell me earlier. Mahesh Bhatt has neck for music. कि भाई कौन सा गाना चलने वाला है. That Mr. Modi exactly knows कि उनका कौन सा word नीचे जाकर चलने वाला है. So when he uses a word or when he uses a phrase, it is exactly he knows that what is going to work on the ground.
Okay, Zafar bhai, you made 2-3 very important points, and I think it's good that the Adani factor has entered this conversation, because the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, has been very focused on it. It's had zero resonance among voters in Maharashtra. Tejas, I think Karthik's data point adding to mine, the MVA, all three parties less than Eknath Shinde. I mean, that is staggering. Tejas?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's stunning. Stunning is, I mean, so, we'll come back as to, how is this playing out? Is this really a women have voted in huge favor of the MVA, of the Mahayuti? I really don't think so. I think It's the Ladli Behena Yojana. It does not just impact the vote of the woman alone. I mean, the man also is there in the house. The woman, the money is going to go to the family. So it impacts really everybody. And this has gone beyond caste, beyond creed, and probably beyond religion also. We'll have to see how Muslims have voted. One good indicator would be Shaina NC's seat in South Mumbai. If she can win that, that is really going to be huge. It will, establish very well that welfareism actually, can consolidate, even a vote bank which is not yours. And you can do that through welfareism, and probably Katenge Batenge can only, capitalize on consolidating the Hindu vote. But welfareism has a much larger umbrella, and that's probably what we are seeing, because of which, I mean, the Congress and the NCP today are, Sharad Pawar's NCP. I think we should be very clear now. We call, Shiv Sena the NCP, the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde's, and, Sir Sharad Pawar, they call him the Sharad Pawar NCP. Others are getting very confusing. But I think that has been established, and now the fight is going to be who is going to be actually the leader of the opposition, because 288, so 28 seats they need minimum. Any of the parties, 10% they need to win to have the leader of the opposition. At this point, I think it's still not. I don't think any of the parties really are close to it. I don't have the latest figures, but I don't think any of the three parties actually have 28 seats.
Okay, we look at those, but Aditya Thackeray is trailing, but it's a close one by 597 votes. At this point, he's up against Milind Deora here in Mumbai. Dr. Manisha Priyam is with us, but before that, Karthik, can you get off the phone and give us the numbers, please, for both states? Karthik, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so at this point, Barkha, I mean, it's NDA 220, MVA 49. The bigger number for me, I guess, is that MVA combined is less than Eknath Shinde's Sena. So as Tejas said, now rightly the Shiv Sena. I will just add something, okay? I don't think it is just one scheme, okay? So as Tejas is saying, that the scheme enters the house, the woman gets empowered, the male is also getting the money, but it could also have a counter effect. It could polarize the male and the female in the family, right? So we don't know whether it is that simple an argument or not. But what I'm going to say is, since the Lok Sabha, the Mahayuti, it seems, was able to bridge a lot of the gaps, whether it is along gender lines, whether it is along caste lines, whether it is along religious lines. And they probably used a variety of tactics. Not just the Ladli Behin probably was the final blow. But look at candidate selection. Was the Maratha reservation issue that big an issue in this election? Was Jarange Patil better contained in this election? Was the Dalit vote brought back into the NDA fold? Was the RSS involved in a big way in terms of outreach? I think these are all questions that put together will give you the answer as to why this result has come about. I think crediting it to just one scheme will probably give you a partial answer. That is not the case in Jharkhand, though. In Jharkhand, as you can see at this point, it is pretty clear that JMM plus is crossing 50 and BJP plus is at 30. And I think the biggest hero of this election is Hemant Soren and to some extent Kalpana Soren. The Congress has been riding the coattails of the JMM, and plus the RJD has performed really well. They are winning in seats like Deoghar, Kodarma. The left was added to this alliance and they are pulling in a couple of seats. So that election is on the basis of two things. One, a local factor. Mr. Hemant Soren pitted against no local leader from the BJP. Himanta Biswa Sarma driving the campaign. There is no recall value of Babulal Marandi, no recall value of Arjun Munda, no recall value of Raghubar Das. Champai Soren is still an outsider. So the local person in this election is Hemant Soren. Plus the schemes in a poor state like Jharkhand, they work a lot.
Okay.
Himanta Biswa Sarma's campaign in the Santhal area did not work that well. So Jharkhand is an example of how to fight an election if you are the opposition, and Maharashtra is an example of how not to fight an election if you are an opposition to the BJP-led alliance.
I want Dr. Manisha Priyam is with us, but I do want Pushpraj to come in. Pushpraj, looking at both states now, I think it's, we're not calling Jharkhand yet, but Maharashtra, it's very clear. The NDA is going to form the government. Sorry, are you calling Jharkhand as well, Karthik?
I think we can almost call Jharkhand
Okay.
now, Barkha, because these leads are stabilized, and I don't think that.
Okay.
The one last thing I wanted to add was in Jharkhand, the one big factor that will finally play a role in the final tally is the JLKM, and their leader is leading from the Dumri seat, but it's a very close contest, Jairam Mahato. But it will be an interesting analysis to see on how many seats have they impacted the number 1 and number 2 position.
Okay, so if we are kind of calling, I mean, we have called Maharashtra, and if we are now close or comfortable about calling Jharkhand, if you have just turned away from the cricket to look at the politics, it's a huge win for the BJP-led alliance in Maharashtra. Anyone who told you this was a close fight or a hung assembly, as usual, the pundits got it wrong. Journalists and pollsters should just stop forecasting elections. Journalists anyway should not forecast elections, in my opinion. And Jharkhand, we are looking at now a significant lead established by the JMM-led alliance. I have stressed JMM-led alliance because, as you heard from Karthikeya, he feels the Congress has been lifted by the tailwinds of the Hemant Soren-led JMM. Pushparaj and then Dr. Priyam. Pushparaj, you said grave introspection is needed. What happened? Did you read the ground totally wrong?
No, I don't think we read the ground totally wrong, Barkha. In fact, I'm very, very convinced about the fact that there was massive anti-incumbency. I mean, retail inflation is the highest in 14 months. Cost of 2 square meals has jumped by 70%, 71%, and salaries have stagnated at 37%. Now, the point is that we've got the facts right. I genuinely feel that on the ground, we've got it wrong. What we've got wrong is the campaign. And here I have multiple things. I'm just thinking aloud. Let me just say, I mean, this is, of course, something that should be discussed at party fora, but just 2-3 big things. One is that the Gaddar argument which Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawarji factions proffered, which was something that worked in Lok Sabha, that did not translate, that did not carry forward into this election. That's one thing. The second thing is, as Karthikeya said, the schemes, the argument about schemes, there are so many factors here. I think that to limit it to just 5 guarantees, to say that only these 5 things are going to resolve issues is not going to work. There are deep structural problems facing Maharashtra, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in the economy, whether it's manufacturing, and so on and so forth. You need a comprehensive argument. And the Congress party at one point was very good at actually analyzing this and proffering a positive visionary scheme. To reduce it to 5 schemes that is being replicated in state after state is not going to work. And there's something that Rahul Gandhi has been talking about. The same thing with regard to Maratha versus the OBC issue also. This is something that is very important.
But Pushpraj, if you read the mood wrong and the mood right and the campaign wrong, the mood seems to reflect, again, I will guard against instant punditry. Firstly, a desire for a clear verdict in both states. I think people are tired of these fragmented results. Secondly, the Adani-focused political rhetoric of the Congress, it doesn't seem to yield anything. I mean, do you think that the campaign just was out of touch with what voters cared about?
So, see, there are 2 things. The Adani issue, the impact on the economy is a national issue with the SEBI issue, and that requires that you raise this continuously towards parliament session. That needs to be done. That cannot be divorced away from a campaign that is obviously going to converge into the campaign. That is something that is fine. It might not be your central focus. The central focus should have been on addressing these real socioeconomic problems that are facing the people. And there, the social thing, Rahul Gandhi has been saying that, you need to have a serious social re-engineering within the party. You need to do something more to attract Dalits, the DNTs, OBCs. Those are the arguments that he's been proffering. There is a mismatch between what Rahul Gandhi is saying and trying to do and what the party is doing. That needs to be
what does that mean? What do you mean by mismatch between the party and Rahul Gandhi? I mean, Rahul Gandhi is the most important person in the Congress party. He can steer the Congress party in the direction he wants. What do you mean by this mismatch?
No. So that is a fundamental misreading of how the Congress party is structured. It is not one monolithic party like the BJP. Rahul Gandhi is, of course, the most important voice in the party, but he has to carry multiple state leaders also. And the fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi has been saying that you need to bring in OBCs, you need to bring in Dalits, you need to bring in Muslims, you need to bring in DNTs and put them at the fore. I think we really need to go back and think, go to the drawing board and think whether we have been able to do that. Because clearly we were banking on consolidation of certain votes. If that has not happened, clearly what Rahul Gandhi is prescribing is not, I mean, the party is not being able to do it. And this, the onus is on all of us, the party, the state leaders, the EICC, to be able to do that.
Okay, I know Dr. Tyal, you want to respond to that, but one comment from Dr. Priyam. She's been waiting, and then I'll open it up. Dr. Priyam, I think we can call both states. It is going to be a BJP-led government in Maharashtra, and it is going to be a JMM-led government in Jharkhand. With Karthik's permission, I'm calling both of these states. If it, with qualifications only on Jharkhand, Maharashtra is very clear. Dr. Priyam, go ahead.
So I'll first talk about the state of Jharkhand, which has been a part of my erstwhile paternal state, and I'm married into the state of Jharkhand and know it like the back of my hand. And I would begin by saying that I heard many people say that in Jharkhand there was no way, when it's a seat by seat thing, and people are not saying anything. I think people got not just the numbers wrong, people did not get the qualitative reality in Jharkhand right. And I think there are very important lessons that are coming out of the ignored and small state of Jharkhand that need to be understood. Maharashtra, of course, has been adequately discussed. Let me tell for you, Jharkhand, the very important thing is that there was a lot of anti-incumbency even on Hemant Soren prior to his going to jail. But his going to jail and the rise of Kalpana Soren gives the polity a new story. Now, Jharkhand is the only place that has been able to retain the Lok Sabha mood and perhaps scale it a bit further in the Vidhan Sabha. And I think people did not notice. It is a women-led victory in Jharkhand. I would credit Kalpana Soren and the Maya Yojana far more than I would credit anything else. That, coupled with the fact that any amount of putting together of the male tribal leadership on the other side. Remember, people said, oh, Babulal cuts ice. Don't mistake that. Arjun Munda is a very strong leader. So is Champai Soren. But they were all male tribal leaders. What the BJP tried at the very last hour was bring in also Meera Mundaji, who's very popular amongst her own cadre. But she was not built as a woman tribal leader ahead of the elections. So what the BJP tried to do in a huff and puff and in a catch-up, Kalpana Soren had done it consistently over the Lok Sabha, repeated and scaled the message. Now here was a Kalpana Soren-led campaign that built on Maya Yojana. The BJP came in and said, let's look at the figures of Ghuspetiyas in every district. Now remember, that campaign on the part of the BJP and the fact that they got all the tribal leaders to their side does not seem to have. I still don't know whether Jharkhand can be called or not. But if the JMM has given these figures, it's very, very important. And I keep hearing, oh, some to the left. Let me tell you, the left alliance has given the JMM that definite advantage of how to scale beyond the tribal. And as far as Jairam Mahato, popularly known as Tiger Mahato, his Dimri seat, he may be winning or sometimes he was trailing. But that gave the JMM a lead in the caste Hindu votes as well. He's a Mahato. Now remember, the JDU has got Khiru Mahato, Nitish Kumar is himself a Kurmi leader. I would say that card has not worked. It's the JMM plus card that seems to be working. And I also feel that the coming back of Saryu Rai, the master strategist for the defeat of Raghuvar Das, still on this side, I feel just the same lesson in the defeat of the MVA. Too many chief ministerial candidates in the BJP bag, most of them men. On the other side, one woman coming out and talking about the Maya Samman Yojana.
Okay, Dr. Priyam, your signal is actually...
That seems to have built a very...
Okay, so...
Okay. For all those who said they couldn't see a campaign and voter, etc. in Jharkhand, I knew it was wrong, and today is proving somewhat that it was a wrong reading of the ground.
Okay.
So I think qualitative and ethnographic understandings of the rhetoric are very important.
Okay, Dr. Priyam, do you want to comment on Maharashtra? Because I need to open it up now. Dr. Tyal,
Maharashtra, I think it's very important to understand that here the BJP did not reveal a grand narrative on any of the media platforms. They did two things. One was, of course, the Ladli Behena and Shinde, a combination. The other was concentrating in Vidarbha in the straight-off battles with the Congress. And I think a small concentration in Vidarbha and concentrating in Shinde on the other side. So really a focus on the ground has been able to help the BJP overturn the verdict. We can read multi-causality, etc. after the verdict, but I think the BJP held on to the ground, not countering the narratives on the other side in TV debates or YouTube debates or coming to counter anything, but held on to the ground very well. And let me tell you, in Vidarbha, Nitin Gadkari called back, the LJP, the Lok Jantantric, a forum of sorts, that coming back. The Vidarbha battle being lost by the Congress, that has dealt a death blow to the MBA prospects. But of course, there are many reasons that will be added up, etc. Last but not the least, too many chief ministerial candidates does not make an electoral victory. An electoral victory needs to be fought by going to the people with a script. And having a non-chief ministerial candidate, I think it's the end of Chehre ki Rajniti, with a man's face being posted on a poster saying, this is a chehra, this is a change. You need a script. And I think women are very important in what you see as women-led development. Although we can say it's poke barrel politics, it's last minute putting together of public finances, etc. All those critiques can come. But this is a unified lesson from both states, actually. Small
That's very
campaign,
interesting.
women-led, how you do it is important.
Okay, very interesting. The Ladli Behena scheme in Maharashtra, women-led victory in Jharkhand. I know everybody's hand is up, but before we say thank you to Dr. Tyal, I want a last comment from him. Welcoming Shashi to the program. Dr. Tyal, your last comments.
Okay. Last, I thought they were my first. I didn't get any opportunity at all.
Oh, no, sorry. Please stay with us. I was told you had to go. Please, carry on.
No. I mean, I was waiting all this while. But anyway, I think something very classic has happened here, which has gone below the radar. Already the Save Rahul Gandhi boards are out. It is the Rahul Gandhi was right. Congress got it wrong. So we've heard this from Mr. Deshpande some time back, that Congress could not do what Mr. Rahul Gandhi wanted to. So Mr. Rahul Gandhi always has always been right. So that has already begun. We are waiting for the EVMs to go wrong in Maharashtra. Of course, they are okay in Jharkhand. It is going to happen shortly. I think what is critical, what has probably not been mentioned, or maybe before I came on, is the delivery. We've been talking about what worked, what did not work. What works is, how are you delivering? Are you able to live up to your promises? Now, what had happened in the case of Congress, what happened was that even Mr. Kharge had to come out and say, please don't promise the moon if you can't deliver it. That is what they've been doing. For example, during Lok Sabha, the 1 lakh rupee, 8,500 and the 1 lakh rupee per year, what was promised was more than the budget of the country. So now the people know who is going to be able to deliver. So that, I think, is an extremely important factor. The other thing which was used was that the Congress did not want to go in for divisive politics, and Zafar Bhai very clearly explained who was being divisive when you're going and getting all kinds of fatwas, and that is where you are the one who's kind of dividing. So let us not say we did not want to be divisive in this. The other thing, since we're talking about the children growing up and beating the parent, I think what is critical here, particularly where Shiv Sena is concerned, is that the Shiv Sena UBT cadres are very unhappy with the fact that the basic philosophy, the ideology has been betrayed. So Bala Saheb Thackeray himself has been betrayed for the sake of power and to somehow hang on to power. So it is the direct, I would say it is the direct result of that the child has stayed with the ideology, with the philosophy. The parent has abandoned it, and that is where they are looking at.
Yeah.
The critical factor, last words, the critical factor here is, where is Congress? Now, Congress in JNK says we won JNK. Congress did not. Maharashtra, they are nowhere. Jharkhand, actually JMM does not need the Congress. They can very well do without it. So actually, aside from the alliances, as a party, the grand old party, which was supposed to have a huge resurgence under Rahul Gandhi, where really is Congress headed? I think that is the most major introspection that Mr. Deshpande and the Congress party, they have to do. So thank you very much, Barkha. I take you here.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Tyal. You've raised some very important questions, and we'll carry on the conversation with those questions. I will first get Shashi for first comments, and then Tejas. Shashi, both states, I think, can be called now. Dr. Priyam analyzes this as a key women factor. There are a multitude of factors. Some have said for Maharashtra, RSS is back. Some have said it's the Ladli Behena. Some have said it's the emergence of Eknath Shinde. There are many broad strokes here that need calling out. The NVA's three parties together are less than Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena alone. Okay? Ajit Pawar has outperformed Sharad Pawar. Eknath Shinde has certainly outperformed Uddhav Thackeray. So we are seeing some very interesting and unprecedented results compared to the Lok Sabha. Everybody said, oh, it's going to be so tight. It was not tight at all. Shashi.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes in politics, we tend to overanalyze these things. I think end of the day, it's the simple factors that matter. I think in the case of Maharashtra, clearly the mess that was lingering on for so many years had to be clarified, and I think the voters grew tired of the mess that was there, and they gave a very clear word. What is also staggering and stunning is the scale of it, if all these trends hold, which I think they will, going by how the numbers have been fairly stable. It also tells you that people are now looking beyond, the regressive agenda of, caste census and so on. They are very clear that they want economic stability, and I think that is what is reflected in these numbers in Maharashtra. I was just looking at the vote shares. The vote shares are quite interesting because BJP has almost 30+% of vote share. And when I look at the map, again, it's a clear geographical divide. The BJP seems to be doing well in the northern constituencies, the JMM in the southern constituencies. So that maybe there is a little more there that we need to study in terms of understanding what exactly has happened in Jharkhand. But I think Maharashtra, the clarity is what is staggering.
In fact, Tejas has been calling it a tsunami, not just a clear verdict, but a tsunami. And I want to bring in Tejas Mehta now. Tejas, do go ahead. I also want to welcome Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress and Suresh Gargi of the BJP. Namaskar and welcome to both. Tejas, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to give a comparison of what the BJP, an analysis of what the BJP really has been able to achieve and to back the tsunami with data. Actually, if you look at the Lok Sabha elections, and if you extrapolate the assembly segments there, the Mahayuti had 126 seats and the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the MVA, had 153. So the MVA was ahead. Now the MVA is down to 52. By 100 seats they are down, and the Mahayuti has gained 100 seats. That is absolutely incredible. I mean, this is huge. I mean, I've never seen something like this in the many years we have covered Maharashtra. And also to add some masala to the Kaun Banega, not Karorpati, Mukhyamantri. I mean, Karorpati is Mukhyamantri only, but yes, Kaun Banega Mukhyamantri, debate. Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra Pawar has rooted for her husband, saying that he should be chief minister with 38 MLAs. So I'm sure very soon we're going to hear Eknath Shinde's son also saying the same. So everybody wants to be chief minister now.
I know, but the BJP holds the cards because the numbers are just like that, right?
So did they last time, if you remember. They did last time also. So it's not about the numbers. It is about the numbers. One would expect that, and the people also would want them to respect that. I really, that's why I'm saying everybody wants to now be chief minister. Ajit Pawar has this whole, like his uncle who also wanted to be prime minister. He's absolutely clear on becoming chief minister, but I don't see how, even if he becomes a very strong opposition.
How can Ajit Pawar with 35 seats take claim
I
to
don't
the chief
see.
minister's post?
Yes, I see Eknath Shinde sharing power, if at all. But Ajit Pawar, it's out of the question. And even if he walks out, they have the numbers, so it's okay.
So you're saying Ajit Pawar will lay claim to the CM's post, but the BJP doesn't really need him.
I mean, I think BJP has 127 and 56 from the Shiv Sena. Why do they really need him? They don't need him.
Correct.
But they may not. They may adhere to the alliance dharma, as they would call it, and continue with him. They could.
Very Very interesting. Pushpraj, before we let you go, a last comment from you, please. You were accused of bringing out the Save Rahul Gandhi board. So I wanted you to respond to that.
Barkha, see, Dr. Tyal left, but I wanted to break down what you said, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
I'm not blindly defending Rahul Gandhi. See, just like Prime Minister Modi doesn't manage electoral campaigns or the digital campaign or the communication campaign or booth management or even narrative management, Rahul Gandhi doesn't. As a national leader, it's his job to set the meta narrative. Now, there are multiple issues that in a meta narrative that you keep experimenting with. No politician, including me, can go into a campaign saying that ye narrative chal raha hai because I have read the ground. You keep experimenting and then you know what clicks and then you do it. There you depend on the organization. The problem is that we organizationally were outspent and outmaneuvered. You know for a fact that money played a huge role, as did agencies. We've seen leaders distributing cash in Bombay, in Nashik, in other places. What we need to do organizationally is effect an immediate organizational surgery so that we are able to tackle this behemoth. That's the argument I was trying to say. Rahul Gandhi has been saying for a long time that the Congress needs to be much more than just an electoral machine. It needs to be now an ideological machine. That is the entire focus on social re-engineering. We have tried that little bit here in Maharashtra, but we needed to do much more to get OBCs back into the fold, to get DNTs back into the fold, to get Dalit Muslim consolidation in the Congress party, and then also Marathas. So to do this, you need an entire narrative and a strategy that is able to create a campaign that is effective. That is where we failed in. I don't think that you can put everything on Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi shaped the meta narrative, and as I said, he did his level best. We tried not to nationalize this election, which is why he did 8 or 9 rallies in Maharashtra. He also had to focus in Jharkhand. He did that, as did Khargeji, as did Priyanka Gandhi. So you need to look at things in totality, not in an isolation case.
Okay, Pushpraj, we're going to let you go now. You've said a number of provocative things, including the need for organizational surgery and organizational re-engineering and grave introspection. You've been accused by the BJP of trying to shield Rahul Gandhi, but you do concede, wherever the buck stops, that the party failed to set a narrative in the campaign. Thank you. We're going to let you go. We'll get reactions to this also from Pooja and from Subhash Ji, but I'm just going to let Zafar Sareshwala come in at the moment. Zafar, I think you pointed out the Ajit Pawar factor. They just was talking about how he's already, his camp already is eyeing the chief minister's chair, and now the fight will be kaun banega Mukhyamantri. Do you think the BJP will give up the CM's chair? I can't hear Zafar bhai.
Barkha, yeah. The results very clearly show that BJP is in commanding position. In fact, the alliance partners need BJP, not the other way around. So BJP is in commanding. And yes, Eknath Shinde and they were more closely associated. Eknath Shinde and the deputy chief minister of BJP. They were more inclined together. So, I think he should rest his laurels on whatever he's got. But I think in this way, BJP would be leading. But my point is that what I've learned in this election, you take the results in Jharkhand and take the results here, that polarization has not worked at all. The kind of rhetoric with Mr. Hemant Biswa Sharma was doing about Ghuspetiyas and infiltrators and all that, it did not work at all. Now, Muslim population is not deciding at all, neither in Jharkhand nor here in Maharashtra. So, who has not voted for Mr. Hemant Biswa Sharma's rhetoric? There, the Hindus. So, that has not worked. What has worked? That the money which goes directly into the accounts of the people. I mean, they had already started this 1,500 rupees, the money going to the ladies in Maharashtra. I was traveling and I asked a lot of Muslims also, that is that money coming to you? And a lot of ladies said, yes, we are getting 1,500 rupees. And one more thing about the Muslim vote. See, Muslims felt that the Congress party and this alliance has used and abused us. For example, I was in Sholapur. The way, and that is very viral, the way the Sholapur MP, the Shinde's daughter, the way she was abusing Muslims had gone viral. Muslims, what they are feeling, that these parties, they only need your votes. They don't need you. and that reflection was in the number of seats. Uddhav Thackeray, for example, he was talking about Muslims bohne humi, and he only gave one seat. और वो भी कौन सी कि जहां मुसलमान कभी जीत नहीं सकता, वर्सोवा. Sharad Pawar, they were talking of Muslims and the unity, and how many seats they gave to Congress party. They gave how many seats? So now Muslims have now come to this feeling that these so-called political parties who talk of Muslim vote, they only need your votes, they don't need you. So now Muslims are now from this election, they are going to see the larger issue, and that would be economic benefit, what we are getting out of it. So I think this election has taught one more thing. And in that context, wherever BJP is, that the distribution of economic benefit goes to Muslims also the way it goes to non-Muslims also. So I think this is one more lesson which the Muslims have learned in this election, because Barkha, the requirement of a Muslim is exactly same what a requirement of a non-Muslim is. He wants education, he wants jobs, he wants monetary benefits. So I think Muslims will move away from this of polarization to this level now. They will see where we get what others are getting.
May I come in? Yes, there's a lot to talk about the Muslim vote, where in several constituencies where the Muslim vote percentage was higher than 25%, there was less voting than below. But I have a new data point. Sharad Pawar's NCP has fallen below 10 seats. So, you know, is it the losers of this election in Maharashtra actually are all three parties, the Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, and Sharad Pawar, because we've already made the point that the NVA, the coalition together, has less seats than the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. His son, Shrikant Shinde, is responding. Let's take a look, and I'll come to Pooja, Shashi. Just a minute, Pooja, Shashi, and Subhashji. Let's take a look.
Got very good numbers, which we expected. I think I would thank all the voters, Janta of Maharashtra, who stood behind Mahayuti and gave this landslide victory.
Interestingly, it is Aditya Thackeray who's failing from his
People are showing his the way he has worked for 5 years. जिस तरीके से unavailable रहे, from the starting we were saying unavailable and not accessible MLA. I think he is on the verge of losing his seat. So I think people in last 2.5 years, the way Eknath Shinde has worked, the way he has carried forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, the way Mahayuti has worked under his leadership, and the way Maha Vikas Aghadi or the Ubhata netas, leaders, जो सिर्फ गाली गलोच और आलोचना, उसके सिवा उनको 2.5 साल में कुछ जमा नहीं करने के लिए, उसमें से एक नाम था आदित्य ठाकरे का भी. लोगों ने उनको उनकी जगह जो है दिखाने का काम इस इलेक्शन में किया है.
सर कौन बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री? सर मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर
Okay, we can come out of this now. Could you come out of this now? All right. सुभाष जी, सबसे पहले आपके पास आऊंगी. बड़ी जीत है पार्टी के लिए महाराष्ट्र में, झारखंड में थोड़ी मायूसी हो सकती है. आपका फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स. सुभाष जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? सुरेश जी, आपको मेरी आवाज? सॉरी सुरेश जी, सॉरी. मैं कह रही थी बड़ी जीत आपकी पार्टी के लिए महाराष्ट्र में. आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. और शायद झारखंड में थोड़ी मायूसी हो सकती है. आपका फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स.
देखिए बरखा जी, हमको महाराष्ट्र के अंदर महायुति को जो है बहुत ही प्रचंड बहुमत से महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जीत रही है. झारखंड के अंदर निश्चित रूप से अभी वोटिंग चल रही है, काउंटिंग चल रही है. निश्चित रूप से हमें अभी पिछड़े हुए हैं महाराष्ट्र झारखंड के अंदर. लेकिन एक जो महाराष्ट्र के अंदर जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर और जो महायुति के ऊपर विश्वास जताया जनता ने, उसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं
कि आज हमको प्रचंड बहुमत से महाराष्ट्र, क्योंकि एक महाराष्ट्र वित्तीय राजधानी है देश की, महाराष्ट्र एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट राज्य है, उसके अंदर अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी कंटिन्यू तीसरी बार अगर वहां पे आती है तो ये बहुत अच्छा, बहुत सुकून देने वाली बात है। जनता का हम तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि उन्होंने महायुति के ऊपर विश्वास जताया है। जिस तरीके से वहां पे बड़े बड़े दावे किए जाते थे राहुल गांधी जी के ऊपर, और जिस तरीके से विनोद तावड़े जी के ऊपर आरोप लगाया जाता था, देखिए आपने देखा होगा विनोद तावड़े जी के ऊपर किस तरह का आरोप राहुल गांधी जी ने लगाया, जनता ने उसका जवाब दिया। तो जनता सब समझती है कि वास्तव में हिंदुस्तान में विकास कौन कर सकता है, महाराष्ट्र में कौन विकास कर सकता है। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की समर्थित सरकारें जहां पे है वहां पे विकास संभव है। मोदी जी पिछले 10 साल से पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर विकास की जो गंगा, जो 10वीं अर्थव्यवस्था से 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था लाना, जिस तरीके से हर राज्यों के अंदर, मतलब कहीं पे भी चाहे राज्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हो या न हो, लेकिन उन्होंने सभी राज्यों को समान रखना। तो ये सब चीजें जनता के विश्वास की वजह से आज महायुति पूर्ण बहुमत से अच्छी बात है।
और झारखंड के बारे में क्या कहेंगे सुरेश जी?
झारखंड में हमें देखिए, निश्चित रूप से हमें सफलता, हमारी उम्मीद थी कि हम सरकार बनाएंगे, निश्चित रूप से हम पीछे चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि एक झारखंड एक छोटा राज्य है। देखिए महाराष्ट्र के अंदर अगर हर विधानसभा के अंदर वोट नंबर ऑफ मतदाता के हिसाब से देखें तो महाराष्ट्र में नंबर मतदाता ज्यादा होते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड के अंदर नंबर ऑफ मतदाता कम होते हैं। तो अभी मार्जिन जो है ना बहुत संकुचित मार्जिन है। तो जब तक लास्ट, क्योंकि अभी 10 या 11 राउंड की काउंटिंग हुई है, 22 तक की राउंड की काउंटिंग है, तो निश्चित रूप से कहीं न कहीं हम नजदीक तक पहुंचेंगे। अभी तक के आंकड़े हैं उसके हिसाब से तो हम पीछे चल रहे हैं झारखंड में।
Shashi, I want to bring you and Dilip and Pooja in. Perhaps even the BJP did not expect this. BJP leaders I was talking to before Maharashtra, they were confident of having the edge. But as Tejas says, this is a tsunami. This is a tsunami. It is the decimation of Sharad Pawar, a complete pummeling of the Congress party, and the splinter groups, as they were originally described, have outperformed the parent parties. Exactly the opposite of what happened in Lok Sabha, where there was sympathy for those who had been, broken. How do you read Maharashtra?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think it's basically an indication that people want stability. They want to sustain a certain economic trajectory, and having this mix of three parties on this side, three parties on this side, and creating confusion around symbols, names of the parties, who is the real Shiv Sena, who is the real NCP. I think all of that needed to be clarified, and I think the voters have finally spoke one voice to clarify that. If you look at the map, right, the performances all across the state, pretty much every region has supported the Mahayuti, and I think that is reflected. Unlike in Jharkhand, where there's a clear geographical divide that you can see in terms of where the JMM is doing well and where the BJP is doing well, right? And so I think that is the contrast. That it is basically a reflection that Maharashtra politics needed that stability and that clarity, and I think that's what you're seeing in these numbers.
Okay, before I get Dilip and Pooja to respond to this, Eknath Shinde is responding. He has outperformed the entire MVA. I mean, of course, BJP is the dominant party, but Eknath Shinde has outperformed the entire MVA. Let's listen to what he has just said. Sorry. Okay, I'm just waiting for that statement. Let's listen in.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है। ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी, और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और लाडले हमारे भाई है, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन है, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है। ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है, और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है। इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ।
Eknath Shinde there, calling it accurately a landslide victory for the Mahayuti. Dilip Cherian, first response. Dilip, are you able to hear me? Dilip seems frozen. Pooja, Pushpraj was already saying that grave introspection is needed. Pooja, go ahead. Dilip, we can't hear you. Pooja, go ahead.
Okay.
So, congratulations to Bharatiya Janata Party for a stupendous victory. This is an absolute, what you called it, tsunami for them, and yeah, and I can it's a good day for BJP, and it's a very bad day for us. A day for introspection, a day where we have to actually destroy the whiteboard now. We have to start, working out from front, because something is not working. Either we are not able to enter the narrative being set by them. So we have to understand that I want to congratulate Eknath Shinde ji for bringing in the Ladli Behena scheme at the very last minute. It definitely has given them political dividends, because they could not have won this by the politics of polarization. They attempted at the same in Jharkhand, and we see the Jharkhand results now. So Batenge Toh Katenge should not hold any place in the progressive politics, and it should not. But time for Modi ji to also stop deriding the social engineering scheme, the cash incentives, and everything that's being provided to the marginalized people in the name of reveries, and understand that be in Madhya Pradesh, be in Maharashtra, these schemes are actually giving them votes in large numbers. And that's it. Congratulations to BJP, and it's a day of introspection. It's the day when we realize, when we have to question ourselves. Ticket distribution was not proper, with something around 19% strike rate, and just few months ago in Lok Sabha we performed fairly well, and we could not replicate that in Vidhan Sabha. We fared so badly. This is a day of introspection. This is a day of questioning ourselves, our strategy, and I think dismantling the whole structure. This calls for a uproot in organizational structure as well. And when I talk about as a Congress spokesperson, this talks about taking an alliance strategy also, a rethink at the alliance, how we are going to proceed, because Delhi is another major elections up next. So this is a day of a lot of introspections, a lot of questions, but I'm very happy that JMM Congress Alliance is leaping towards victory in Jharkhand. Prime Minister going on to invoke Mohati, Roti and Beti. I particularly would try to emphasize, did not work with people. They have tried to polarize elections in Santhal Pargana and things like that on Batenge Toh Katenge. It didn't work. And people have voted for the tribal identity. People have voted for. It's interesting that Ladli Behena and Maiya Samman Yojana hold ground in their own respective states. I think it goes on to say how your political strategy should be shaped. It should be, implemented, and it should be propagated across all your voters. And that's going to win you elections. And congratulations again to Bharatiya Janata Party for a huge victory in
Pooja, I do want to compliment you for being very plain spoken, very outspoken, and actually calling, as you did, for the dismantling of the entire Congress structure. And so thank you at least for being honest in this moment of defeat. Meanwhile, a very, very tight fight unfolding in Worli, where Milind Deora is narrowly leading by 698 votes after the 6th round. Karthikeya, before I get Dilip in, and I'm hoping his line works, an overview of the latest numbers and what the trends tell us, Karthikeya.
So, Barkha, now Commission website. Okay, let's look at what the Election Commission is telling us. In Maharashtra now, we have BJP at 124, Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde 55, NCP Ajit Pawar 37, and I think very soon probably we will stop hyphenating them with their names.
Right.
Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray 20, Congress 19, NCP Sharad Pawar 13, others 20. So if you add it all up, it's 52 to the MVA. and 216 to the Mahayuti. This is as per the Election Commission. Now, channels might be ahead by 5-10 minutes. And if I look at the map of Maharashtra, barring a small patch in Vidarbha, there really is no saving grace for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. There is no area that you can say that they have dominated as an alliance, which was the case in the Lok Sabha. So the seats are coming in patches, and you just mentioned Worli. Let me quickly give you the numbers for Worli, because I've been also focusing on that seat for some time now. In Worli, we have now Aditya Thackeray marginally leading by 1,000 votes, behind, just ahead of Milind Deora. And here the third factor, which should not be discounted, was the MNS candidate. So at this point, Aditya Thackeray has 25,304 votes. Milind Deora has 24,257 votes. And the MNS candidate, Sandeep Deshpande, is polling 10,246 votes. So the gap between the two is so narrow, and then you have this third independent candidate who's essentially playing spoiler. So at the end of the 7th round, I will update this and say, at the end of the 7th round, Aditya Thackeray leading by 1,047 votes, just by the skin of the teeth. Now, coming to Jharkhand, as per the Election Commission website, we have JMM at 26, Congress at 15, RJD at 4, left parties at 2. So that is a 47. And that is way up, comfortably above the 41 that they need for majority. BJP 30, AJSU 1, LJP 1, and I'm guessing JDU is leading on 1. So that gives the NDA alliance 33 seats. It is a comfortable victory, it seems, for the India alliance. And this again will be spearheaded. One will have to say it is spearheaded by the JMM. But the Congress seems to have performed decently. The RJD seems to have done well. The left seems to have done well. So all alliance partners in Jharkhand seem to have done well. Here, and we've discussed this since morning, that the BJP strategy has misfired, and there were 2-3 elements to it. So honor being shared, but as you rightly said earlier in the day, that Maharashtra is a much bigger prize than Jharkhand is. What is interesting is that after the Lok Sabha, we were supposed to have 4 assembly elections, including Jammu and Kashmir. Essentially, status quo has been retained in 3 of the 4 states. All 3 incumbent governments have been re-voted: Maharashtra, Haryana, and Jharkhand. And because Jammu and Kashmir was coming out of president's rule, it does not fit into this category. But all 3 incumbent dispensations have retained governments in these 3 states. So that, I think, is the other big story post the Lok Sabha elections.
And the big story also, as Pooja just very honestly said, Karthik, is what all of this means for the Congress, because the Congress did not perform well in Jammu. In Haryana, an election that everybody thought it would win, it did not win. In Jharkhand, it is being led by the JMM, and in Maharashtra, it has been devastating for them.
And Barkha, I think I mentioned this since morning, and I think Pooja ji won't be offended by this, but I think when I was in Jharkhand for good 7-8 days watching the election, I saw how the JMM was micromanaging its responses to the BJP on a war footing. And what the common refrains I heard from them was that, we used to think that bureaucracies are slow, and then we found out how the Congress fights its elections. And I think that, sorry Pooja ji, but this is something I've heard. I'm not making this up. And the other thing that you have to understand is that, like Madhya Pradesh, where analysts who kind of favor the Congress, or Congress people who want to say that we are winning, the common refrain is Janta chunav lad rahi hai BJP ke saath. But it is clear that that doesn't work always. Today, electioneering has reached a certain level where you can't expect that by default, if the public is upset, they will vote for you. Because parties like the BJP have mastered the art of, convincing voters that even if you're upset with us, probably we are your best shot. And that seems to have happened in Maharashtra once again, all over again after Madhya Pradesh. If Haryana was a repeat of Chhattisgarh for the Congress, Maharashtra is a repeat of Madhya Pradesh, unfortunately.
Okay, Karthik, I know you might have to hop off. Hope to see you a little later, but stay as long as you can. Dilip, I'm hoping you can hear us. Do go ahead with your thoughts. Dilip Cherian.
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank major thoughts. One, this victory definitely once again proves that the RSS plays a major role in vote mobilization and victory in the states where they decide to come out and play on the front foot. Number two, does anybody on this panel even know the symbols on which Sharad Pawar and Uddhav are fighting? I don't. Number three, I think that there is no doubt that the Congress has been the weak link in both Haryana and Maharashtra. In Haryana, it was a pure display of high-headedness by a leadership that could not contemplate loss. And over here, it was the extraordinary hurry to declare themselves as potential chief ministership. I think the Congress needs to introspect on many things, but this needs to be added to the litany of things which they need to discuss. Number four, I think that the vote catching ability of schemes for women has worked in Jharkhand and Maharashtra unbelievably successfully. So the woman vote is now coming into its own by Revdi and freebies. So we've got to understand that this is a changed political reality, and parties across the country need to recognize that this is going to be a social cost which we will have to bear in budgets to come in the future.
Okay, I wanted Subhash ji to come in on Dilip, very 5 clear, lucid points, and I'll recap what Dilip said. Major role, let me actually take them on. Major role by the RSS. No one knew the party symbols of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Congress has been the weak link. Vote catching scheme for women voters have worked. The polity has changed. Before I get Subhash ji in on the role of the RSS, Tejas, go ahead. Tejas, can we unmute Tejas? Hang on, Tejas. Yeah, now go ahead. Yeah.
I do agree that, in both these elections, we are seeing either both welfare schemes are really working. But look what's happening in Karnataka, where this has been going on for the past several months or years now, almost now. At least one year has passed, more than a year. And the Congress there is really thinking about whether these schemes they want to get it, bring it back, because retract them, because at the end of it, it's becoming very, very expensive. So you can win elections, yes, and probably richer states have that leeway to adjust welfare schemes, but poorer states, Karnataka is not poor by any measure, but they also need to rethink about their budgeting, and they're seriously thinking about the free bus rides which were given to women. Are they wanting to continue or bring it retract it? So you can win elections, but welfare schemes are ultimately have to be accounted for. As I was thinking maybe have a ministry or department only then, and have these welfares very clearly budgeted for. It doesn't become something you just think of by the way, at the end of of a campaign, you suddenly want to bring it in, like in the case of Maharashtra. Maharashtra maybe can soak it in, many other states cannot.
सुरेश जी, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, कार्तिक कमेटी राइट आफ्टर दैट, आरएसएस की बात की जा रही है कि लोकसभा में जो बीजेपी को झटका मिला कि आरएसएस फुली ऑन बोर्ड नहीं थी, इस बारी आरएसएस एक एक्स फैक्टर रही है, आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, आरएसएस डायरेक्टली चुनाव के अंदर इन्वॉल्व नहीं होती, वो एक अलग संगठन है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी अलग पार्टी है, संगठन है हमारा। आरएसएस के बारे में तो क्या है, वो तो हमारा पूजनीय संगठन है और सभी ने मिलके महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनाव जिताया है, और आरएसएस का तो संघ का तो हमारा रोल रहता ही है, उसमें तो कोई ये नहीं। नागपुर तो संघ का गढ़ है, नागपुर तो वहीं से संघ की पैदाइश कह सकते हैं कि जो नागपुर से ही सब कुछ चलता है, तो हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर बना रहता है। तो निश्चित रूप से हर कार्यकर्ता और हमारे हर व्यक्ति का सबका बड़ा बड़ा रोल है, अच्छा रोल है, सबने अच्छा काम किया है। संघ के भी कार्यकर्ता, संघ तो हमारे लिए सब कुछ है। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधारा, संघ की विचारधारा, एक सनातन धर्म की विचारधारा के ऊपर काम करती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, और उसी का परिणाम है कि आज महाराष्ट्र के अंदर हमको बहुत ही अच्छे बहुमत से सरकार बन रही है। और भी अन्य राज्यों में जो उपचुनाव हो रहे हैं उसके अंदर भी काफी अच्छी सफलता मिल रही है। चाहे आप यूपी के अंदर ले लीजिए, यूपी के अंदर 9 में से 7 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आ रही है, मध्य प्रदेश में 2 में से 2 आ रही है, आसाम के अंदर आ रही है, राजस्थान में भी हमारी केवल 1 सीट थी 7 में से, लेकिन आज 4 या 5 सीटें राजस्थान के अंदर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आ रही है। तो ये सब संगठन का मजबूत वहां के मतदाताओं का प्यार और मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास, क्योंकि आज अगर सबसे ज्यादा किसी हिंदुस्तान में विश्वास है तो मोदी जी के ऊपर है कि वो बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं, देश का विकास कर सकते हैं। उसी के ध्यान में रखते हुए जनता ने हमारे ऊपर विश्वास दिया।
आपने इंटरेस्टिंग बात कही कि संघ हमारे लिए सब कुछ है और इस चुनाव का नतीजा मोदी जी का जो ब्रांड है, उनकी जो लीडरशिप है, उस पर दोबारा एक तरह से रीइंफोर्स करता है वो ट्रस्ट politically. Karthike, you have some vote share numbers that we can look at. Go ahead, Karthik.
But before that, Dilip sir mentioned about the Congress, and I think that definitely is correct that it's the weakest link. But let me also add that in this Maharashtra election, the Congress's allies have not come out with any flying colors. The Shiv Sena UBT or the NCP Sharad Pawar cannot by any stretch of imagination say कि Congress ने हमें election हरवा दिया. Like Tejasvi could say in 2020. Because look at the strike rates, right? I mean, for all 3 partners, the strike rates are less than 12%. All 3 partners. So it is a secular decline of the MDA. The Congress, of course, will be blamed because we have a larger sample: Jammu, Kashmir, Haryana, Jharkhand, Maharashtra. Chalo, it is common across all 4.
Yeah.
But in Maharashtra, NCP Sharad Pawar and Shiv Sena UBT have completely underperformed, and that for them is an even bigger challenge because now the existence of their parties, the shape and form, the leadership, what happens to the 8 MPs that NCP Sharad Pawar got in the Lok Sabha? What happens to the 9 MPs that the Shiv Sena UBT got in the Lok Sabha? Do they stay or do they move across? What happens to the people of an Aditya Thackeray or a Supriya Sule? Will they get absorbed in now what is the new version of the Shiv Sena and the NCP respectively? Somebody rightly tweeted that, this is like Chandrababu Naidu being the heir to the TDP after having revolted. So all these realignments will form a lot of material for reporting for someone like Tejas in the next few weeks to come. Because
this is a really important point, that the very existence of Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar politically is now in question.
And their heirs. Aditya Thackeray, what happens to them?
Yeah, correct. Very important.
And so
quick overview of the numbers, please go ahead.
So if I look again, I think I've given you the seats. Barkha, not a lot has changed. The Maha Vikas Aghadi, the Mahayuti rather, as per EC is at 218, whereas the Maha Vikas Aghadi is barely crossing 50. In terms of vote shares, BJP 25%, NCP roughly 11%, and Shiv Sena is at roughly 13%. So they are in that 45 to 50% range mark. If you look at the Congress, the NCP Sharad Pawar and the Shiv Sena UBT, they're all in the 10 to 11% range. So that gap in vote share finally when it comes out could be as high as 15 percentage points. That will be huge. That is extraordinary. And if you look at Jharkhand similarly, Jharkhand is on the other side, because in Jharkhand what you have is JMM polling 22%. Congress is polling 15, that is 37. RJD is roughly 4, that's 41. And the left is polling 3.5, that's 45% roughly. The BJP and its allies, so BJP is 33%, the JDU is less than 1%, so that's roughly 35. And then you have the AJSU, which is at 39. So the gap there will also be 6 percentage points between the winning alliance and the losing alliance. So, Barkha, when you said no, that it is not a seat-by-seat election or a close election, I'll tell you what exactly happened when we were on I was on the field, Jharkhand, for example.
Yeah.
It is because the election was, there were only limited statewide foundations to this election. In Jharkhand, as I said, the welfare schemes were there and the rise of JLKM was there. But then on top of that were a lot of seat-level factors. And whoever managed the election better pulled ahead. So what you are seeing is a accumulation of all those seats and all those factors, which might look big right now, that there is this huge difference in vote share, but actually is a accumulation of multiple micro factors at the seat level with some limited regional or state level themes. Like in Maharashtra, the state level theme was RSS and the Ladli Behena. But then each seat had its own political families, it had its own issues, factors, and then you layer them up all together, and the accumulation becomes a gap of 15 percentage points. So I think it's a little more nuanced than saying it wasn't very close. It looked close because there was no state-wide wave apart from these 2-3 factors. But on top of that, how the seat-wise factors compiled upon each other, I don't think anybody could have predicted by just drawing a few seats.
Okay, let's open this up. They just go ahead, then Shashi, then Dilip, and then Pooja. Yeah, and Suresh ji. I need to unmute Tejas, please.
Yeah, news just coming in that Eknath Shinde has said that the Mahayuti will sit and decide who will be the chief minister. But Shrikant Shinde has said that he would like his father to continue to remain chief minister. So
okay,
now
we should pull that out, please. Yeah.
You have again, another, contender as you are expecting this was going to happen. But also what is happening in UP, good news for, Yogi Adityanath, who was, who after the Sabha election were under pressure. They have been able to win 5 seats plus 1 new one. So that would really, get him back also into the reckoning in BJP.
Okay, that's very interesting. But despite these claims that also have to be made for your base, I mean, what's your gut? It's going to be a BJP CM. Like Eknath Shinde has to play to his own base. He can't just say, "Oh, I'm not interested in being CM." But what's your gut? It's going to be a BJP chief minister.
I think BJP has learned a lesson from 2019, and they would have, tried and sit down with the Mahayuti, especially with Eknath Shinde, and given him different scenarios. Because they know how many seats we are contesting. 145 seats we are contesting, for example, the BJP. We win 120. They would have said. In that case, it will be our chief minister. If we are less than 100, it will be your chief minister. Some sort of arrangement they must have done. Because I don't think they would have left anything to chance and uncertainty and आपने कहा था मेरे को कि आप मेरे को chief minister बनाएंगे. That would be a repeat of 2019. So I think they would have discussed every scenario, and probably our BJP guests would know more about that.
सुरेश जी और शशि से पूछना चाहूंगी, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा? एकनाथ शिंदे के बेटे कहते हैं कि भाई हमारे पिताजी को ही बनना चाहिए. सुरेश जी,
देखिए, चुनाव महायुति ने लड़ा है, सभी ने मिलकर चुनाव लड़ा है. अब जो भी मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा वो जो विधायक है उन विधायकों में से चुना जाएगा और विधायक मंडल की बैठक होगी और उसके अंदर जो निर्णय होगा वो सर्वमान्य होगा. तो इसलिए ये तो अब जो विधायक दल की बैठक होगी उसमें पता लगेगा कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री होगा, लेकिन बनेगा महायुति के अंदर से ही मुख्यमंत्री, ये निश्चित रूप से है.
वो तो ऑब्वियसली सर, वो तो ये तो कोई मतलब बताने वाली बात नहीं हुई ना. आप ये बताइए कि एज अ बीजेपी लीडर आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी की जो परफॉर्मेंस रही है तो बीजेपी का ही मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए?
बीजेपी की तो परफॉर्मेंस हमेशा ही अच्छी रहती है. जब भी आपने देखा होगा, पिछली बार भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी 105 सीटें जीते आई है, इस बार निश्चित रूप से 126 127 सीटें जीत रहे हैं. लेकिन आपने देखा होगा पिछला चुनाव हुआ था तो हमने उद्धव ठाकरे जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी दोनों ने मिलकर चुनाव लड़ा था. लेकिन फिर बाद में क्या हुआ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का धोखा दिया तो उसका परिणाम जनता ने दिया है. कि अगर इस तरह की जो हरकतें कोई अगर पार्टी करती है तो जनता उसका परिणाम देती है. आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ज्यादा वोटों से ज्यादा सीटों से जिता के भेज रहे हैं, ये अच्छी बात है. तो ये जो निर्णय है मुख्यमंत्री का, वो निर्णय सभी में मिलकर, महायुति के सभी लोग मिलकर विधायक दल की बैठक होगी. विधायक दल की बैठक के अंदर निर्णय लिया जाएगा कि किसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाना.
जी, मैं स्वागत करना चाहती हूँ इस समय योगेंद्र यादव का. इट हैज बीन, नमस्कार योगेंद्र जी, इट हैज बीन, एज पूजा त्रिपाठी was just saying, a terrible day for the Congress party, and the win, Yogendra Yadav, in Maharashtra is being described as a tsunami for the BJP-led alliance. What is your first response?
No doubt, it's a landslide in favor of the BJP alliance. And it is a major setback for the opposition in general and for Congress in particular, because the Lok Sabha election result of 2024 had opened a window of opportunity for the opposition. It had given a morale boost to the Congress in particular, and it had created a hope that this country could see regaining of democratic spaces, and the opposition, that this was the beginning of something very big. That window appears to have shortened considerably, if not disappeared altogether. And it is a major setback. There cannot be two opinions about it. Yes, Jharkhand has given opposition some kind of a face saver. But in all fairness, Jharkhand victory is primarily the victory of JMM, to which others have contributed. But that's not so. So Congress cannot quite claim this to be principally Congress's victory, although opposition victory everyone would partake in. So there is no doubt this is a bad day for the Congress and a day to introspect and think, how could we lose? I mean, the question for the Congress would be, how could we lose the very big advantage that we gained in Maharashtra? Maharashtra was one of the states that turned the Lok Sabha election. The advantage was much smaller in terms of votes than it appeared in terms of seats. The gap was only 1%. But this was a morale booster. The opposition could have worked upon it, expanded it. Instead of expanding from +1, they go to minus 15% or so. That's when I last checked. That's staggering.
So the question is why? We had Pushpraj Deshpande on the program a while ago, and he said our campaign was wrong. Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress here just said this calls for a dismantling of the Congress structure. The whiteboard must be smashed. There has to be a point, Yogendra ji, because even if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, the Congress did badly in Jammu, and the NC led that win. In Haryana, everybody thought the Congress would win. The BJP took that win. In Maharashtra, the MVA together is less than Eknath Shinde's party alone. Sharad Pawar is now below 10. Ajit Pawar has outperformed the Congress party. That is the situation we are looking at. And Jharkhand, as you said, is the Congress has been lifted up by the tailwinds of the JMM. So the question has to be asked, why?
Congress insiders would have a better view on what is wrong internally and what needs to be dismantled and what does not need to be dismantled. I don't have a particular view on that. But let's look at Maharashtra, because that's a big story.
Yes.
BJP starts minus 1% and a perception of having lost very badly. BJP comes up with 3 or 4. BJP has a game plan at the end of it. I'm saying BJP because I think everyone else was along with it. The real planner and mastermind was BJP there. BJP has 3 or 4 set of components to its game plan. Number 1, open the gates of treasury, throw money, whatever. They've spent something like 1 lakh crore rupees over and above whatever was budgeted in the last 2 months. They passed 105 GRs per day, that is to say government orders of an extraordinary speed. So that's one governmental part of the strategy. Number 2, they had a social strategy. Marathas are not going to vote for us in a big way, so let's consolidate OBCs against the Marathas. And the upper crust of Dalits is not going to vote for us. Let's consolidate the least disadvantage of the Dalits. BJP tried both these, worked. Third was an overall narrative, Batenge, Katenge, Safe Hai, Ek Hai. I don't know the extent to which it worked. We must not conclude that everything that BJP tried worked. I don't know, but they tried. They had a meta-narrative, at least. And fourthly, they had a political strategy, which is to try and fragment the opposition's vote. Put up as many candidates as you can, support dummy parties, dummy candidates, so that opposition vote gets fragmented to some extent. And finally, and fifth, which is not a strategy, which is BJP's structural advantage. They have an organization, they have a micro-managerial teams, and they put their heart and soul in it, as if there was no tomorrow. The question is, did MVA have a counter strategy? I didn't see much. Yes, they managed to get Mr. Manoj Jarange to not put up candidate, which worked, which must have helped them slightly. Yes, they tried to consolidate their now both votes, but that's a very small thing. What was the overall narrative? None. What was their overall social strategy? I don't know. What was the face that they put up for the people of Maharashtra? None. What was the opposition busy in? Busy in ensuring, busy in the competition for who would become the CM. That's not the way you win elections. Contrast it, for example, with what happened in Karnataka in 2023. Karnataka is one place where I saw all Congress leaders saying, okay, yeah, there's a race to become who becomes chief minister, but wo baad mein dekha jayega. Pehle to jeet le. And let's put our heart and soul in it. That's how Karnataka Congress leaders, there are factions in Karnataka and everything, but everything got aligned. I did not see that at all happening in Maharashtra. So that's a serious thing. And it cannot be left only to the state leadership, because if you leave all these things to state leaders in Haryana or in Karnataka, they will play their games. Everyone wants to be CM. Someone from the top has to say, stop this. This is not on. Put this behind. This thing takes priority. Did that happen? I don't know. I don't think it did.
Can I ask you, when you say that things cannot be left to the state leaders, earlier we were discussing, and in fact, I think a number of people have raised this. Why was Rahul Gandhi not on the ground in Maharashtra? And the Congress leadership's response was that they interpreted Maharashtra to be a hyper-localized election and they did not want to nationalize it. Looking back, do you think that hands-off approach was a mistake?
I don't know if this was a hands-off approach, but I do think if anyone who thought that making it localized was a smart thing was mistaken. I think the opposition needed a meta-narrative. And in fact, hyper-localized election would work to BJP's advantage. At least that was my reading of the situation. And I kept saying towards the end of the election that, look, this is one big thing BJP has already succeeded in. They've made it hyper-localized election. And that for a ruling party, which has so much money to throw in and which has an organization to back, is already a big structural advantage. So that reading, whoever had that reading, I don't know who had that reading in Congress, but if this was indeed a reading, it was a mistaken reading. And I don't know personally, as I said, Congress insiders would have a better view of who did what and where something went wrong. But something did go wrong clearly in Maharashtra, and at least in Haryana, you had the impression till the last day that Congress was comfortably ahead. And I must confess that I shared that impression. In Maharashtra, it would be incorrect to share that impression. Even a casual visitor like me, and I went there not to do any election analysis, I went there to actually campaign, because for Bharat Jodo Abhiyan side, we were supporting the MPA. Even someone like me could see that the kind of disgust that you expected against the Mahayuti government, BJP government, was not there. That Mr. Shinde was not seen to be the Gaddar that MVA wanted to paint him as. That many of the transfers that the government had made were indeed working. And that elections, the micro elections becoming hyper localized was not working to MBA's advantage. So if this was obvious to someone like me, why was it not obvious to the leadership?
I have to ask you, you say that Shinde was not seen to be the Gaddar. Why was it that just a few months ago, there was sympathy, clear sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray, clear sympathy, for the parties that were broken, and a few months later, the children born from the splintering outperform their parents. The Eknath Shinde outperforms the entire MVA. How can the mood change in just a matter of a few months?
That's a good question. 2 or 3 things may have happened. I don't know. I'm just speculating. One is that in the Lok Sabha election, although we must remember that in the Lok Sabha election, the gap between the MVA and Mahayuti was less than 1%. So they were, although in terms of seats, it looked like a grand victory for MVA, the election was really tight. And BJP noticed it. MBA did not probably notice the fact that it was tied. It was not a clear victory. So from a tie to have moved ahead, 2 or 3 things may have happened. Number one is that the sympathy had a face, and the face was Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray also, by all accounts, was seen to be a fairly competent chief minister, especially his handling of COVID was appreciated by one and all. Why was he not the face of MBA? I don't know. I don't know what kind of negotiations happened. But if he was indeed the face of MBA, then number one, they would have had a clear, 2 or 3 things would have happened. Number one, someone who was seen to have performed would have been the face. Number two, the sympathy would have a name and a direct, place to target itself at. And number three, MBA would have looked like a united front. My own sense, again, from reading newspapers and casually following what was happening in Maharashtra, was that till the last day of nominations, MBA did not quite look like a united opposition. Now, if you want to challenge the Mahayuti government, which is throwing money, which has everything else, the least you need is an image of being united. The least you need is the capacity to present yourself as a possible alternative. Did MBA look like that alternative? I'm not so sure.
For national politics, what does this mean? You see, at the state level, the very existence now of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray is in question, Yogendraji, because as my colleague Tejas was saying, and Kartikeya was saying, what happens to their MPs? Will they remain with Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray? We don't know. Question one. But for the Congress, for the opposition, and I focus on the Congress because the Congress is the pole around which, at least as of now, opposition politics are coalescing. Hence, I ask about the Congress. I know you don't speak for the Congress, but as someone who supports the opposition and has been a political analyst, what does this mean for the Congress?
It's a major setback. Setback for the Congress, setback for the opposition. 24 Lok Sabha election had opened a window. That window has suddenly shrunk today. It's started shrinking with Haryana and with Maharashtra. I mean, no wonder. I mean, no doubt Jharkhand is a bit of a face saver, but it is more of a face saver than actually a thing. Maharashtra was an election that the opposition should have won. Jharkhand was an election the opposition could have won with some effort. Now, strangely, they win the election that they could have won, but they do not win the election that they should have won. So clearly, no doubt, it is a setback. And politics is very much like a stock market. It's driven so much by sentiment. So if the sentiment after 2024 Lok Sabha election was that Modi ji is down, no matter he formed the government and whatever, lekin down hai. Ab to matlab mamla unka, is sort of not on his way out, but his charm is faded. BJP is now out. Congress is up. Rahul is up. That was the overall impression. That impression takes a beating. That impression. So the impression is not that it's the end of Congress or anything of that kind, but the sheer advantage that Congress had, that the opposition had, and you are absolutely right to say that India coalition is basically Congress plus. It's a coalition woven around the Congress party. So if India Alliance gains, as it did in 2024, Congress gets the credit. Congress gets, and therefore, whenever India Alliance faces a setback in states where Congress is the dominant partner, like Maharashtra, Congress will have to take the principal responsibility. There are no two ways about it. So yes, it's a setback. It is not end of the day. It is not yet. The window has not completely closed. We have to look at the trends from by-elections from all over the country. I have not carefully analyzed that, but someone has to sit down and carefully look at.
I suddenly lost you, Gendraji.
Get some picture on. I think I'm back. Can you?
Yeah, you're back. You're back. We just lost you for a second.
So we should wait. We should wait for signals from all other parts of the country. But yes, there is a lot to introspect, a lot to think. And now it's Bihar. There is Delhi in between. But Bihar assembly election is going to be the real test. And if the opposition can gain back Bihar, which they have lost in the parliamentary election, but if BJP can reverse its losses in Maharashtra, why can't the opposition reverse its losses in Bihar? So till Bihar, I'm afraid BJP now has a clear psychological advantage. And we could in many ways see Mr. Modi's government being the kind of government it was in 2022-23, assertive, acerbic, very pushy, hegemonic, because BJP is very good at pressing its advantage. The opposition is not. So my own sense and my fear is that BJP would now, in the parliamentary session and in the next 1 year to come, BJP will push this advantage substantially. And if India coalition cannot present itself as a coalition in between elections, I don't quite remember when was the last meeting of India coalition. So they have to now convince this country that there is a coalition called India Coalition, and they have to sustain it in between two elections. If they can't do it, BJP would press the advantage even further.
Yogendra, I have a last question for you, but since you did mention bipoles, Karthik, you will give us the details later, but you did have an update from Bihar that you wanted to talk about, and then I want Yogendra to give us a concluding remark right after that.
So one interesting bipole in Maharashtra is Nanded, where the Congress is trailing a seat they had won in 2024. Bihar, the interesting trend, apart from the results, which Yogendra will also be interested in, is in that all 4 seats, Jan Swaraj Party is picking up a decent vote share, and especially in 2 seats, Barkha, Imamganj, the Jan Swaraj Party has picked up 37,000 votes, and the current margin is 6,000. In Belaganj, the Jan Swaraj Party has picked up 17,000 votes, and the current margin is 21,000. In Tarari, the Jan Swaraj Party has picked up 5,500 votes, and in the other seat of Ramgarh, also Jan Swaraj Party is picking up 6,500 votes. So I think the emergence of Jan Swaraj Party is the other big thing before 2025 Bihar elections. And with that, Barkha, I will take your leave.
Thank you, Karthik. And let me just ask a last question to Yogendra before we let him go. Yogendra, you said that a window had opened after the 2024 Lok Sabha results. But one thing I think we've all been learning from Lok Sabha to now is the perils of panditry. Maharashtra was supposed to be tight. It was anything but, right? Haryana was supposed to be a walkover. That didn't happen. When I say hum log, I'm very broadly using the universe of pollsters, journalists, pundits, politicians. Do you think that there was an overreading of the containment of Modi after 2024? Was that the misreading? Did the Congress get complacent? I mean, these questions will have to be asked now.
These are serious questions. These are real questions. Yes, Mr. Modi was contained, but did we assume that this is because the public of India has now decided to sort of gradually ease him out? Many people assumed so. I must say that I have been alerting against this reading again and again, that we tend to read consequences into intentions. The consequence of Lok Sabha verdict was that democracy was saved. The consequence was that the march of communalism was halted. But from that, I have repeatedly said we must not conclude that the people voted on issues of democracy, secularism, and constitution, and so on and so forth. People vote on their livelihood conditions. People vote on things close to them. And unless the opposition can provide them something viable, something attractive and viable, merely talking about constitution, social justice, democracy, and secularism is not going to work.
And you said the Congress is to take primary responsibility. What is the message you think the Congress needs to take away? Some people feel that the Congress focused on issues like, let's say, Adani, which I'm not saying should not be debated, but that it doesn't necessarily translate into an issue that impacts the everyday life of people. So is the campaign too esoteric?
I don't think Adani is an esoteric issue. If Bofors was not esoteric once upon a time, then how can Adani not be esoteric? Of course, Adani is a real issue. And if the people of this country believe, can be made to see what is happening in the Adani saga, it will become an issue. The difficulty is that I see only Rahul Gandhi talking about it. I don't see the entire India coalition talk about it, take a position on it. And I don't see them being able, the fact is mainstream media has silenced them. Mainstream media will not carry anything against Mr. Adani in this country. They are bought, they are whatever, you know the truth about it. But then the opposition, the mainstream opposition has the responsibility of finding some way to take this message to the people. And to my mind, the only way is taking to streets. Merely media, press conference, videos are not enough. Adani, which is basically a name for corporate capture of India and Indian state, is an issue, can be made an issue, should be made into an issue, but there have to be different ways of doing so.
So a depressing day for you, Yogendra Yadav?
Learning, yes, I do feel as someone, as I said, I'm no neutral observer of elections. I'm a political activist from Bharat Jodo Abhiyan. Those who campaign, I campaigned for MBA. I campaigned for the India coalition in Jharkhand as well. So yes, some satisfaction from Jharkhand, but huge disappointment as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and a lot to learn from, a lot to go back and think about. Even for us, I mean, I can't, it's very easy to put the blame on political parties and to blame the Congress party. People like us who worked, who tried to reach out to people independent of political parties, we must have also failed in some respects. So all of us need to learn, think, and work hard, because we're not talking just electoral victories. We're not talking just governance. We are talking about the very defense of the foundations of this republic. And this is a battle we cannot afford to lose.
But as you warn, making that the center of your campaign in a language that people don't think impacts their everyday lives is the gap that the opposition has to strategize on, if that remains the cornerstone of opposition politics. Thank you, Yogendraji. Thank you so much for your time and for your analysis. We hope to connect with you later for a deeper analysis when we have more data to actually understand these elections by. Thank you very much. I'm going to take Yogendra Yadav's points now to the rest of our panel. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay is with us. Ujjwal Deepak is with us. Tejas Mehta, Dr. Pooja Tripathi are with us. Ujjwal Deepak, congratulations. It's a stunning victory for the BJP in Maharashtra. That's the big one. The JMM is, of course, set to form the government in Jharkhand. Terrible news for the Congress, as Dr. Pooja Tripathi already acknowledged. First thoughts, Ujjwal Deepak.
टाटा खत्म बाय बाय
किसको किसको
कांग्रेस को कांग्रेस को महाराष्ट्र से
महाराष्ट्र से
जी राहुल गांधी जी का फेमस स्टेटमेंट था टाटा खत्म बाय बाय I just posted a tweet on X that Rahul Gandhi, we are wondering what Rahul Gandhi's next demand is going to be. Maybe a jati matganna. Maybe he would like the votes to be counted on the basis of caste now. Now that ek hai to safe hai, united we stand, divided we fall का जो नारा है हमारा, उसके बाद राहुल गांधी जी की अगली स्ट्रैटेजी क्या होगी? I've been wondering since morning. See, one thing is for sure. Bharat has won. India has won. Not the alliance, but India and Bharat both have won today. The people have shown Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Sharad Pawar, and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. एक बात मुझे याद आती है, जब हमारी दूसरी बार सरकार बनी थी, जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने हमें धोखा दिया था, उसके बाद हमने तोड़ के पार्टियों को अपने साथ में लाके जो सरकार बनाई, आदरणीय अमित शाह जी ने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था कि धोखा देने वालों को माफ नहीं किया जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो उनका साथ बढ़ जाता है. And this is what we have shown. Now, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray does not have a symbol and a party, not even a headquarter. Mr. Sharad Pawar does not have a party or a symbol, the official one, or even a headquarter. This is what BJP did to the people जिन्होंने हमें धोखा दिया था. और आप, the opposition, the whole India bloc, whatever you might say, but this is politics. The last elections, the main elections, were fought on combined tickets of BJP and Shiv Sena, led by Uddhav Thackeray then. But look at what Uddhav Thackeray did to us. The very people whom he fought against, he joined hands and made the government. And now the people of Maharashtra, वीर शिवाजी की धरती ने उन्हें बता दिया गद्दारी का मतलब। वो लोग हमारी पार्टी के लोगों को, शिंदे गुट के लोगों को गद्दार कहते थे, पर गद्दारी की शुरुआत किसने की थी, इनिशिएट किसने किया था? उद्धव ठाकरे ने किया था। और आज वीर शिवाजी की भूमि ने उन्हें दिखा दिया कि गद्दारी का परिणाम क्या होता है। वो कहीं के नहीं रहे, कहीं के नहीं रहे। और आज बाला साहब ठाकरे, आदरणीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट, आज जब वो ऊपर से देख रहे होंगे तो उनकी आंखों में आंसू होंगे कि उनके बेटे और पोते ने उनकी पार्टी की हालत क्या कर दी है। शरद पवार जी के बारे में कुछ नहीं बोलना चाहूंगा, हाशिए पे चले गए और महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति से जितना जल्दी चले जाएं उतना महाराष्ट्र के लिए अच्छा है।
शरद पवार,
मानना है
शरद पवार, उनका
दिस इज द न्यू,
yeah, you think it's time for Sharad Pawar to retire?
Definitely, long back. He should have retired long back. He should have passed the baton. But why Putra Mo, Putri Mo, Congress, NCP led by Sharad Pawar, Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray, Putra Putri Mo ne inko डुबो दिया. Now look at BJP. Despite having more number of seats, we offered the chief minister seat to Eknath Shinde ji.
Now will you do that again?
Now that's up to the MLAs and the parties to decide amongst themselves. But just set an example, and always, can we bet here that who's going to be the next president of Bharatiya Janata Party? No. Do we even know who's going to be the prime minister after Modi ji? We don't know, right? But we are for sure aware that if Congress makes a government at the center, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is going to be the prime minister. वायनाड सीट खाली होती है, प्रियंका गांधी जी आ जाती हैं, वो नहीं रहेंगी तो उनके परिवार से और क्यों आ जाएगा? ये राजतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र नहीं है। आज मैं संजय राउत जी का बयान सुन रहा था कि ये लोकतंत्र नहीं है, ये लोगों का विश्वास मत नहीं है, कुछ गड़बड़ी हुई है। Now we are blaming EVMs. No, we are not blaming EVMs in Jharkhand.
No, that is
ridiculous.
I have always said that is so being a poor loser. That is all that it is. Pooja here, however, was not a sore loser. She congratulated the BJP. She said that the Congress whiteboard needs to be smashed. And Pooja, you heard what Yogendra Yadav said. There was no counter narrative. India Bloc doesn't exist between elections. When was the last time an India Bloc meeting took place? The opposition didn't look united. What do you say to those points, Dr. Tripathi?
So I want to tell Ujjwal ji, shall I say from Jharkhand se aapka tata bye bye, and in Jharkhand mein Bharat ki haar hui hai, India ki haar hui hai, quote unquote. I think humility is a mark of victors, and they should be humble about it. And it's a disappointing day for us. We are near to forming in Jharkhand, and they are actually forgetting that they are losing battle in Jharkhand, and that's okay. And as far as Sharad Pawar ji's retirement is concerned, let him decide when he is retired. He can eat tens and hundreds of Ujjwal, Deepak and Pooja Tripathi for breakfast, and that's Sharad Pawar ji's legacy. But when it comes to, we are eating the humble pie. We are taking the criticism all across. We are taking it very, very honestly and very, with all due respect, with all due humbleness, we take all the brickbats. But bringing it saying Congress was weakling, there were internal dissension just 4 months back in Lok Sabha elections. Devendra Fadnavis ji said कि अजित पवार के कारण हम लोक सभा इलेक्शंस हारे. Nadda ji was saying हमें RSS की जरूरत नहीं, वो तो हमारा सिर्फ ideological partner है. Today Ajit Pawar has come out as a biggest victor in the alliance partners. So now he changed the stand कि हम Ajit Pawar, they want Ajit Pawar to be in the party. So when it comes to internal dissensions, Mahayuti government was led by 3 proxy CMs, and everybody wanted to be CM. This has already started. So every party has internal dissensions, and it's no surprise for all of us.
Okay, Pooja ji. Now you can argue with Ujjwal ji later. Mere sawal ka jawab. Yogendra Yadav, who supports you, made 4 critical points. The Congress made a huge mistake by hyper-localizing. The opposition was not united. The India Bloc doesn't exist between elections. If the Congress is the center of opposition politics, the Congress has to take responsibility. The setback is greatest for the Congress. You won't disagree with that. You yourself said this calls for a disbandment.
I'm not saying Congress is taking the responsibility, Barkha. When is Congress shying away from taking the responsibility? We are the biggest national party, the India Alliance, and we do take the responsibility. But I'm saying, if making a election hyper localized was our mistake, why was making an elections hyper localized not BJP's mistake? They didn't fight on the face of Modi ji. They were actually banking on local issues. They were banking on Ladli Behena. They were bringing in Batenge Toh Katenge. They were bringing in their local leaders. Why did it turn out in their favor and it turned out as a mistake for us? So Maharashtra was altogether a very hyper localized issue. It was not fought on Modi ji's face. It was not fought on Rahul Gandhi's face. And when it comes to alliance meeting, I agree with Yogendra Yadav ji, and I said I take it humbly. Every criticism, every brickbat that we receive, we need to have more meetings. We need to have a clear alliance strategy. And I said that in my opening statement too. But writing of Congress, writing of saying this is the weakest link, they write on alliance partners. I think that's a too far-fetched statement to make. Politics is like a tide. We just saw in Haryana election the deputy CM who was in the last term, Dushyant Chautala, completely lost his ground in the now election. So writing of Congress, even writing of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, or writing of NCP Sharad Pawar group is a too far-fetched statement. We all are here. The politics is here, and I think it's like a tide. We will rise. We will work on our strategy. We will work on strengthening the alliance strategy.
Okay.
And,
Okay, let's open this up. Nilanjan, your thoughts. Huge setback for Congress. Huge.
Can I leave on that, Barkha?
Okay, Pooja, stay for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. If you can, we'll wrap after that. Nilanjan, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, this the BJP spokesperson saying, that this is the end of the Congress, and the Congress person, obviously rebutting it. I just want to bring in one information which I think all of us must keep in mind. One particular line which Mr. Modi told me about, more than sometime in the late 90s, when he was very much in Delhi, BJP central spokesperson. We were talking about some politician who had received a major setback. So I asked, "To kya unka career khatam ho gaya?" So he just, said, "Ki politics mein full stop kabhi nahi lagta hai. Never a full stop. The only full stop comes from over." And he, kind of said, that it's a divine intervention. Can there be a complete full stop? So I think everybody of every political party, before calling out the other party that they are over, they must remember this. And I must appreciate the Congress spokesperson saying that yes, you have to have humility, and they are being humble even about the victory in Jharkhand. So which has to be remembered. Now, I was just looking at some of the preliminary figures. I feel, the one thing is, of course, which Yogendra was saying, I just heard a fag end of what he was saying, that possibly the people who are adversaries of the BJP read too much into the Lok Sabha election results of earlier this year. Yes, out of the 48 seats, the MVA won 38 and the BJP and its partner only 17. But here is the most important thing. They were separated by just 1% vote share difference, something between 43.91% to the collective MVA and 42.73 to the BJP plus parties. It was a very tight election, so possibly that lulled the Congress and its allies into some kind of complacency. If you look at the very preliminary vote shares which are coming at the moment, where it shows that between June 4th, the verdict of June 4 and now, in the MVA, it is the Congress which is actually declining sharply by almost about 7% as of now, whereas the Uddhav Thackeray faction and Sharad Pawar are actually marginally gaining. So the entire blame, if at all you can use the word blame, onus for the defeat of the MVA must go to the so this indicates, this we must bring in Haryana here, because this is the second election where a perception was created that the BJP is on a weak wicket, is on the defensive, that the Congress and its partners were in pole position. Obviously, it means that the Congress is not able to be what everybody expects it to be in the India bloc. That is, an alliance around which other allies collect. The Congress is the junior partner in Jharkhand, where the India alliance wins quite emphatically. we must say, equally emphatic in terms of the politics of Jharkhand, as if you compare it with Maharashtra. It is not because of the leading partner of the MVA of the India bloc. So the Congress has to actually think in terms of sustaining the pressure, go back to the drawing board and learn how to run campaigns. This is the second campaign which has been messed up by the Congress leadership, and be a bit more clear about the roles of the national leadership and the state leadership. I think these are the three major issues.
I think this vote, I think this decline in vote share, and we really need swings, but the decline in vote share is a staggering data point, Nilanjan, that you've shared. The other point that Yogendra was making is the India bloc doesn't seem to exist between elections.
Well, yes, that is a very important point which you pointed out. There is no consensus even on one of the most important issues which is facing India at the moment, which is the emergence of crony capitalism, the Adani issue, which is virtually like an elephant in the India bloc. Nobody wants to talk about it collectively. What is the position of the other India bloc partners on that? It's not enough for Rahul Gandhi and the Congress leaders.
No, let's be blunt. Sharad Pawar is very close to Adani. Mamata Banerjee is close to Adani. Nobody wants to get into the Adani issue other than Rahul Gandhi. It's quite clear.
Yes, and this is very unfortunate because how can you actually be taking a major role in politics and be a major opposition party and having a similar view on something which is actually very stark issue which needs to be pointed out. Crony capitalism. Go back to 2014 and look at the figures, where the house of Adani was there at that time and where is it now. Obviously, there is a certain amount of, it's not just brilliance, corporate brilliance, that they have made the perfect strategies. Of course, they have been assisted by the system, and that is the reason for its dramatic rise. So it has to be tackled by the opposition parties.
Let me bring in Ujjwal Deepak, and then let's take last comments now. Ujjwal ji, if we can have the swings up, it would be very interesting to look at them. Ujjwal ji, big win in Maharashtra. Little disappointed about Jharkhand?
Very much. Why not? I mean, we worked equally hard in Jharkhand. In fact, we take all elections very seriously. The BJP Sangathan, the organization, all the Anuvanshik Sangathan, we all take elections very seriously. Jharkhand, we will probably need, not probably, we'll definitely need an introspection. Why I just would like to reply to Pooja ji's comment about Sharad Pawar ji having hundreds of Ujjwal Deepaks and Pooja ji for breakfast. Definitely, I'm not in for that. He can have hundreds of Poojas for breakfast, thousands of Thackeray's for the lunch, and lakhs of Gandhi for the dinner. But I'm not definitely in, and not even a single Karkarta of the BJP. So please restrain from making such comments while you can offer yourself for breakfast. Thank you so much. Barkha, your question, please, again.
What's the big takeaway for national politics?
The big takeaway for national politics is that good governance will always win. BJP has delivered. While you see, while I was listening to the major commentary on all major national televisions, there has been one thing common, is that BJP won because of Ladli Behena Yojana. Right? While it did contribute a lot in vote share and a win, but if you remember, in the 2019 elections, Rahul Gandhi ji made a big promise, a game changer, probably 75,000 per year to everybody, to the BPL families of India. People didn't buy it. He again made a promise of 8,500 rupees per month to BPL families of India. People didn't buy it. In Chhattisgarh, after our promise of Mehtari Vandan of 1,000 rupees per month, Congress made a promise of 1,250 rupees. People still didn't buy it. Why? So there's a lack of trust and confidence in what Congress is saying. Mere publication and announcement and statements won't make you win elections. Look what's happening in Himachal. They are not able to pay salaries to the chief minister and the minister. Forget about the other things. ये 8,500 रुपए खटाखट योजना क्यों flop हुई? तो लाड़की बहन योजना, we have delivered. People have faith in what BJP will say. They'll deliver and they will get it in their bank account. Plus good governance. Plus the trust in Modi ji.
Okay, I all points taken. Tejas, last word to you, Nilanjan, unless you have something to add. Nilanjan, what does this mean for opposition politics? And then Tejas will close with you. Nilanjan?
For the also for the BJP, it's very important that BJP would like to carry this momentum forward. So, which means that Delhi, they are going to come back with greater amount of vehemence, and Arvind Kejriwal has to decide what he is going to do to counter it. He's already launched something which is fairly innovative. He Reuri pe charcha. That's something which was started just 2 days ago. It's a kickoff on the Chai Pe Charcha, which had worked dramatically with Mr. Modi in 2014. So he is turning the accusation against the entire welfare politics which has been conducted by various opposition governments on the BJP. That's one. The second is Bihar, to which Yogendra alerted all of us. That's going to be very important. One of your colleagues pointed out the rise of the Jan Suraj party. It has to be monitored. I think another very important takeaway is the total cohesion which was there within the Sangh Parivar this time. If you tell me what is the most important political message from Maharashtra, I will say that the RSS has conveyed to the BJP what its support can do and what its absence can do. The difference between the 4th of June and the 23rd of November is that the RSS was there crawling all over Maharashtra, whereas for the Lok Sabha elections, they were nowhere to be found, not just in Maharashtra, but also in several other states, including UP. UP, look at the by-election results, the BJP is doing better than the Samajwadi Party. Once again, a reversal of the trend of the Lok Sabha elections. Here again, the by-elections were Yogi Adityanath was in the leadership position. For the Lok Sabha elections, the conflict between the state leadership and the national leadership was evident to everybody except maybe the top BJP leadership. They completely remained in denial mode. So there is going to be a greater amount of coalition within the Sangh Parivar. It is actually going to become more of a Parivar, which would possibly, make us, will tell us that we need to keep a very close look what happens to the next important thing within the BJP, that is the choice of the next president. Will it be somebody that is agreeable to both, or will it be agreeable only to one person? That is something to be seen. If one side insists on having its way, then they are going to go back to the kind of disarray which was there during the parliamentary elections, which I am sure that they would like to avoid.
Very interesting point about who will be the next BJP president. Tejas, I'll end with you. I was just looking at Devendra Fadnavis's tweet. If we have it, we can bring it up on our screen. Ek Hai Toh Safe Hai. That was the Prime Minister's variation on Yogi Adityanath's Batenge Toh Katenge. Modi Hai Toh Mumkin Hai. The Modi brand definitely back in as a political reinforced brand. Your last thoughts? Tejas?
I think today has been a day of tectonic shifts of politics in Maharashtra. We had thought that when Balasaheb Thackeray passed away, would Uddhav Thackeray manage to really take the reins from his father and manage to run the party? And does he have that sort of aura and this thing? And he did prove himself right, and he could do it. We did think that when Manse came up, really, that Raj Thackeray being the more outgoing, more aggressive Thackeray, in almost like a mirror image of his uncle, that he would take the Thackeray name and the Shiv Sena vote. Even he could not do it. But what we have seen here is when there is so much ideological dilution, today's election somehow seems to suggest that when you do it so much to this extent, people of Maharashtra are not really have not really bought that. The Marathi Manus is not convinced about it, and therefore I think all that vote today, we have seen it go to Eknath Shinde, who at this point of time seems to be the real, stakeholder of the Shiv Sena's legacy. I think Sharad Pawar, it's is going to be a difficult chapter for him, because he would have had liked to have at least some say in Maharashtra politics for the next 5 years. That doesn't seem to be happening. Lok Sabha elections also are another 5 years away. So it seems Supriya Sule will have to take on the mantle, and she'll have to become a grassroots leader, because when it comes to that, when it comes to Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar really is a far more rooted, leader. So for the opposition, I think it's not really good news from Maharashtra. But I would also worry about the ascendancy of the BJP once again, because I mean, while of course in any state they want to gain power, want to expand their footprint, what comes with that is the allies feeling scared, allies feeling that am I going to be trampled over, which many of the allies have said before also. So I'm curious to know how they're really going to manage this scenario once again, because once again we are seeing a large belt of India being saffronized. Finally, I'm grateful we end again on the note of stability. I think Maharashtra and India really need some sort of stability until Bihar, which I think is 2027, if I'm not mistaken. So I think, it doesn't matter which party wins. India needs stability, and something like this, some sort of clear mandate from the people was absolutely required.
Okay, we leave it there. Thank you so much, Nilanjan, Pooja, Ujjwal, and Tejas, and to all our guests and to our audience for watching. What has happened today is indeed a tsunami in terms of the BJP victory. And as Yogendra Yadav, who's a supporter of the opposition, was saying, a real setback, a moment of reckoning for the Congress party, including a moment of reckoning for regional opposition leaders like Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, who find their very political existence now under a cloud. Thank you very much for watching. More coming up later in the day. Thank you and see you soon.
Thank you.
It's great to see you here. Thank you